Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter betrayed and left in Nevermore met Wednesday? Harry X Wednesday. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The starry lights of Hogwarts Castle illuminated the night beneath them as Harry, Hermione, and Sirius soared through the sky on Buckbeak's back. It had been a long struggle to get to this point. One filled with betrayal, werewolves, dementors, and time travel of all things. But finally an innocent man had been freed from the cell that would have delivered him to death's cold embrace on the morrow. And without even the semblance of a trial, no less. But for one single moment they could enjoy the scenery below and take a moment of peaceful respite. It was enough to really make one reconsider their place in a wizarding world that allowed such travesties. One more in a long list of reasons that had placed the idea of leaving in Harry's head. Especially with the method of his escape currently sitting in front of him. All he had to do was convince the man, which shouldn't be too hard considering the fact that he'd already offered to let him stay with him earlier that very same night. All the same, they could not soar needlessly over the castle all night, so they searched for a place to land that was unoccupied and unanimously decided on a dark section of the grounds on the side of the main courtyard. At this time of night it shouldn't really have surprised them that it would be unoccupied. "I'll be forever grateful to the two of you for this." Sirius chuckled when the trio landed and removed themselves from the hippogriff's back. Not waiting for any second thoughts to take root in his mind, Harry said, "I want to go with you." The look Sirius gave him was one of supreme sadness. "One day, perhaps. For a time my life is going to be very unpredictable and unstable." He placed a hand on his godson's shoulder. "You belong here." "But that's just it." He slapped that hand away. "I'll only be here during the school year. The rest of the time I'll be with the Dursleys, and you know what'll happen then? I'll go back to being worked like a slave, stuck in a closet-sized room with 8 locks holding me in, daily beatings, and cold watery soup through a cat flap while sending my waste out the same way in a bucket cause they won't let me use their normal bathroom. Compared to all of that I'd take unpredictable and unstable any day." His tirade finished, Harry's shoulders shook as he forced himself to take a few deep breaths and calm down. Damned puberty, ever since it had started he'd noticed an issue with his anger management. For his part, Sirius was looking at him with a gaze full of pure shock and horror. "The Dursleys? You were sent to live with the Dursleys?" "Yes." Harry phrased the answer as a question because the convict's reaction to that seemed wildly outlandish to him. "What about Remus? McGonagall, Flitwick, or Amelia Bones? You didn't stay with any of them?" "Sirius, I didn't know who Remus was until this year, and even then he didn't let me know that he knew my parents until I practically dragged the truth out of him. McGonagall and Flitwick were unknown until my first year at Hogwarts. I still don't know that last one. Why would I stay with any of them?" The adult groaned and scrubbed his face with dirty hands. "Because they were all listed in your parents' will as their choice of guardians for you if I was not able." Dumbledore signed as a witness to the document's authenticity. How could this happen? A hard light was beginning to grow in Harry's eyes as he commented, "According to Aunt Petunia, Professor Dumbledore dropped me on their doorstep as a baby himself. He chose where to put me." An instant later Harry found himself wrapped in his godfather's arms, and so shocked was he by the sudden movement that Harry wasn't able to push him away, his usual reaction to physical touch. "By the gods, I am so sorry for what happened to you, Harry. Had I known how you were being treated I would have done everything I could to get to you the moment I escaped instead of hunting for Peter. I thought you were safe and loved." "Well, I wasn't," he muttered darkly. "I was hated, reviled, and treated as less than a house elf. Please, don't send me back to them. Anything is better than that hell. I can't promise you safety or stability, Harry, but I will give you all the love and support that I can. I wasn't able to be there for you up until now, but you're right. You're better off with me than with your relatives. It won't be easy though." "I don't care." "All right then." He slowly released the boy and looked meaningfully to the now teary-eyed bookworm watching them both. "We'll need to go quickly, but I think there's time enough for a final goodbye, don't you?" "Yeah." Tears were beginning to build in Harry's eyes too at the thought that he would be leaving his best friend behind tonight. Sirius went to tend to Buckbeak to offer some privacy and he went over to Hermione, taking her hands in his own. I have to go, my own. Was it really so bad with your relatives? She asked. He offered no verbal reply, simply nodding. Why didn't you say anything? I would have told my parents and gotten you help. I was ashamed, he admitted, hardly daring to meet her eyes. They kept telling me my treatment was my own fault, and that I deserved it, and after so long without being told anything different, I guess I started to actually believe it. The person they made me, I never wanted you to see that. As for help, well, I tried to get that myself a bunch of times. I talked to policemen, my teachers, and even adults on the street. No one ever did anything for me. The Dursleys are outstanding folk, they'd say. You're just trying to get attention, was what I got from the faculty at my old school. Eventually, I just came to terms with the fact that help wasn't coming. But help is here now. Hermione's tears started to slow and a weak smile adorned her lips. Sirius will take you far from here. To some place you can be happy and safe. You deserve all the happiness you can find. I'm just really going to miss you, Harry. And I'll miss you too. Though tears were now falling from his own eyes, Harry ignored them in favor of wiping Hermione's from her face. You're my best friend. You saw a small boy with a scar on his head, and you made him something more. Everything I am now is because of you, and I'm not going to forget it. He leaned forward and pressed his forehead to hers, basking in the warmth of the only person he'd ever felt truly close to in his life. Be safe, Hermione, and be happy. And someday, if fate allows, we'll see each other again. I'll be waiting for that day. Hermione's weak smile had turned watery from her tears, and she pressed a soft kiss to Harry's cheek before lightly pushing him back. Now go. Sirius is waiting, and I don't want you to see me all emotional. I'll keep the teachers and Fudge as busy as I can to give you a head start. I appreciate it, but please don't put yourself at risk. Harry ran back to Sirius and mounted Buckbeak behind him. He had just enough time to mouth to his friend, goodbye. And then the wings were flapping and they were off once more into the sky. With the rush of the wind it was hard for any measure of conversation, but after a couple of hours their flight turned into a descent, until the winged creature dropped to the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley and cantered to a stop in front of Gringotts of all places. Ah, Sirius, why are we here? Simple, Harry. I'm on the run now, so we'll be staying in black family homes around the world. My ancestors were real LLLLYYYYY into property acquisition, so we have hundreds of homes scattered about. The best part is they're all unplottable and unlocatable to anyone that is not a black. That makes things difficult as far as you are concerned, so we're here to rectify that. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to adopt you, Harry. If only a black can go where I'm going, then I'll just make you one. What? How? Sirius gave the teenager a commiserating look. I often forget how little you know about our world. I guess we've both been deprived because of our respective captivities. Come, I'll explain once the goblins get us ready. The goblins? What do they have to do with this? Won't they just turn you in? Together they dismounted and began making their way up the stairs and through the main doors. The goblins are the only ones that can do what we need. It's a magic inherent to their species, and they charge an outrageous premium for it. As for turning me in, they wouldn't dare. First, they hate the Ministry of Magic with a passion and would never deign to do anything that would aid them. Second, my family has been known to leave curses behind for implied slights that ruin entire bloodlines. They'd not want to actually cause me offense and earn one. Not when family lines mean so much to their warrior culture. Third, and the most important reason they'll want to aid and not hinder me, is that the amount of money my family has in the Gringotts vaults, not just here but around the world, is exorbitant. It makes up over a full fifth of all the gold in our economy and in their possession. As the head of the Black family, I could pull it all out at any time and send Wizarding Britain into a financial crisis that would tank the country within days. That of course means the Goblin Bank would also fail. Once you're adopted as my heir, you'll have that same power. That's amazing, Sirius. You think that's great? Between what you'll inherit from me and your Potter line, you'll have majority ownership in the stock of pretty much every store in Diagon Alley and a bunch of major Muggle corporations. After tonight, oh sweet godson of mine, you'll be one of the richest young men in the world. Harry's mouth suddenly went dry. I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything. Consider this the first of many steps I'll be taking to make up for all that time I was away and unable to help you. By then they had reached the front desk. At this time of night there weren't any other customers to block their forward momentum. "Can I help you, Lord Black?" the teller asked, showing a great deal more respect than Harry had ever heard from the normally short and angry creatures. "Yes, I require materials and documentation for a blood adoption immediately." "Of course, sir, but the standard price applies. Take it from Bellatrix's vault. In fact, empty the rest of it into a new vault for my heir here after you've taken her cut. By the end of this night she will be officially expelled from the family, and I would not give her a nugget of black family gold." The goblin gave a truly feral grin at his words. "It will be done, my lord." He waved to a nearby clerk to carry out the order and then rose from his chair. "Please follow me to the blood chamber and I will see to the adoption." "Much obliged." "Lead on." And the goblin did without a backwards word, snort, or really any indication that he was unhappy to be taking an order from a wizard. Most unnatural, that was. If there was one takeaway from the clear study hall that was Professor Bin's History of Magic class, it was that goblins absolutely despised wizards. They were taken to what appeared to be a large meeting room with a massive wooden table, upon which sat an unrolled parchment scroll, 2 vials of ink, quills, and an ornately jeweled dagger. "You understand the process, Lord Black?" the goblin inquired. "I have been taught its ways in detail. You may leave us." The creature did as directed, and Sirius led his young charge around the table and handed him a quill after dipping it in the inkwell and retrieving his own. "All right, Harry. This scroll is the Black family tree, do you see it?" And Harry did indeed. A long branching line of names and relations going back over 1,000 years. "What do I do?" "All right. First I'm going to do this." Sirius scratched in a BA under his own name and created a new line going down directly from it. "Now, sign your name under the end of this line. It will show that you accept your place as my son in the eyes of our world, the law, and magic itself." Harry moved his quill to do as directed, but hesitated at the last moment. "Are you sure about this, Sirius? You really want me to be your son?" "Hey," the man reached out and ran his left hand through Harry's messy hair. "I was the first one to hold you after your mother. Your dad was still jittery and spastic with excitement over finally meeting you. And Lily wanted him to cool down a bit in case he accidentally dropped you in that state, so she passed you over to me first. From the moment you were placed in my arms and I looked into your eyes for the first time, I have loved you. This isn't how I planned this ever going, but I'm proud and happy beyond measure to call you mine if that is also what you desire. No one has ever wanted me before," Harry whispered, a true smile crossing his face as his quill gracefully etched his name into the scroll. The document flashed green once the last swish of the instrument was completed, and Sirius quickly grabbed the knife. "Okay, this next part might sting a little. Give me your hand." Harry did so, and the convict slid the blade along his own palm before doing the same to his godson's and clasping their bleeding appendages together. "Now we move this way." He pulled their bloodied hands over the scroll to hover over their names, and together they watched as crimson droplets sprinkled onto both of their signatures. This time, the scroll flashed red, and at once Harry's head exploded with pain. "Harry!" Sirius' worried voice broke through the haze of agony, as the older man wrapped him in another hug. "Just ride it out, son. Accept the pain as part of you and let it ride. Trust me, it will all be over soon." Taking those words to heart, and trusting that his godfather would never lie to him, he did just that. Though he'd only lived a short time, thanks to the Dursleys he was an old hand at dealing with pain. It came as a steady stream of torment for only a couple of minutes, then reduced itself to waves of hexing discomfort for a few more. Finally it turned into a constant ache that eventually petered off into nothingness, leaving the boy who lived gasping for breath and wondering why he suddenly felt heavier, and what that wet feeling on his forehead was. He slowly reached up to wipe it away, and found a black smear covering his palm. Sirius too was looking at it, and with a growing look of horror no less. "Goblin!" he roared, stepping away and slamming his fist on the table. The doors opened at once, and the same teller from earlier entered. "Yes, Lord Black. My son had a foreign entity in his scar that has just been removed. I demand an immediate audit and scan of the black vaults for any other such items. If this is a Horcrux as I suspect, then it is possible another is hidden on these grounds." The goblin gasped at the implication. Such a thing would be the highest affront to the goblin nation imaginable. "We will of course search and destroy at your leave, sir. And not just your vaults. Such a possibility would require a search of our entire facility. Go. The goblin nodded and moved out with purpose. Turning back to Harry he said, well, that is that. Serious, what the actual fuck? He cringed, and Harry marveled at the new, deeper, quality to his voice. What happened to me? It might be easier if I just showed you. Sirius drew his wand and conjured a full-body mirror, and when Harry looked into it he gasped with shock and wonder. He now stood at least 3 inches taller and his body had filled out with lean muscle. His hair, once unmanageable and disorderly, had smoothed into a fine cascade of silky waves. And his scar, once so easily identifiable as a lightning bolt, had straightened and elongated to reach from his forehead to his right eyebrow. I look dashing, regal, sexy beyond the ken of mortal men, Sirius supplied. Amazing. Harry did a full body turn in the mirror and grinned triumphantly at everything he was seeing. How did this happen? The blood adoption, son. Sirius seemed immaculately pleased to be using that turn of phrase. It's not just a fancy name. I literally adopted you by blood to become my heir, and magic made it so. If a blood test were to be performed on us at this moment, there would be no doctor in the world that would be able to argue that you are my direct descendant. Welcome to the family, Harry Black. Harry Black. I rather like the sound of that. I thought you might. The older man chuckled, already knowing quite well how much Harry hated the use of his given name in the magical world. He waved his wand again and a pair of chairs pulled out from the massive desk for them to sit on as a silver box appeared floating between them. Here, put this on. He opened the box and handed his new son a silver ring with a raised emerald in the center. Okay. Harry donned the clearly expensive item on his right hand. Why am I doing that, aside from looking devilishly stylish? He was really getting into the way Sirius talked. It made him feel more free. Because after such a massive physical, spiritual, and magical change, your own wand won't be able to recognize you. It won't work. This ring, however, is a magical focus from the old country in Italy, and it is tied directly to the Black family line, so it should work just as well for you as any of our other brood. Perfect. What else should I know about being a Black? There's a lot, old boy, honestly more than I could explain in one sitting. But we'll have all the time in the world as we go on the lam. But I can tell you one thing for sure, I'll be teaching you Italian starting tonight. Italian? Why? Have you ever heard of family magics? Harry thought about it and nodded. He'd heard Hermione once raving about how unfair it was that pureblood families had access to magic that no one else even knew about. Something about yet another blockage to blood equality in the magical society. Aren't they like magical spells and rituals that only select families know about? Exactly. But here's the rub, every family magic is unique to their families because they're in a different language. No one else can learn them because no one else knows what language any particular pureblood family is using. In my case, the Blacks originated in Italy, way back before the formation of the Wizardry. They emigrated to England just in time to set up shop as one of the original magical noble families. As a Black you have the right and expectation to learn our family magics, and I'll be damned if you aren't equipped to use them to their fullest. That means learning the language. Also, chicks dig a man that can whisper sweet nothings in their ear in Italian. Trust me. The first time you call a woman, cara mia, she'll absolutely melt. Oh, I cannot wait. Harry crowed and fist pumped the air. What? He was a growing boy and had a very healthy appreciation for the female form. Look out ladies, 'cause Harry Black is on the scene. Sirius wiped a fake tear from his eyes and smiled. Just a chip off the old block. James would be so proud. Lily not so much. She never did fall for my charms. Ha 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 ha. So what happens now? Now, we'll head to a secluded beach on an island I own in the middle of nowhere for a while, and I'll send a few applications for asylum and sanctuary around the world and see what sticks. While we wait for a response, we'll keep moving, traveling from property to keep whoever hunts me from getting a solid lock on our position. Even if they can't find me in our homes, they can start searching the general areas, and I don't want to get stuck hiding in one place. Oh son, the adventures we're about to have. And oh how right he was. 3 years later. Hey, kid. Sirius called, winding up the stairs of the Tibetan monastery he and his son were currently shacking up in. The Blacks had given an initial investment long ago to help refurbish it. I got News. Kinda busy right now, Pops. A crash sounded above and the adult ran the rest of the way to the room at the very top of the temple and beheld his son sparring with the Grand Master, and actually holding his own. Of course the old man was holding back, anyone could see that, but the level of skill Harry had picked up in hand-to-hand combat in just 3 months was remarkable. He supposed it made sense considering one of their family spells was one that enhanced the functions of the brain and allowed for faster absorption of knowledge. How else could his marauders have learned to be animagi on their own or created the Marauders map? He did most of that legwork, thank you very much. Even if Mooney got most of the credit. The apparent training session went on for a good 5 minutes before the Grand Master slipped into Harry's guard with no visible effort and elbowed him in the gut before sweeping his legs out from under him, laying the 16-year-old out flat. Folding his arms into his sleeves, the monk declared, "You have learned well, son of Black, but you are many decades away from offering me a true challenge. Use this defeat as inspiration to progress further in your training." "I will." Harry gasped, and bowed from a kneeling position before regaining his feet and looking to Sirius. "What was so important that you had to come running up here? Can't I just be excited to see you after running all the way down the mountain to the post office and back?" "Be serious, you just apparated down." "I am serious." "That's it." Harry moved over to the wall and drew out his 14th birthday present, a longsword of black steel. "I'm sick and tired of that worn-out joke, and if you use it again I'm cutting off your favorite toy." He leveled the tip of the weapon at the space between the older man's legs, and while he yelped in fear, the Grand Master broke into fresh laughter. "Not since the days of our lost prisoner, Fester Addams, have I had such fun conversation. Tell us, Sirius, what is your news?" "Oh, right." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick envelope with an American postage stamp. "Finally, someone has seen the truth of my case and granted me sanctuary and asylum." Contrary to his expectations, Harry only stared. "Are we sure this isn't another Tahiti? Those assholes only wanted to sell you back to the Brits." "I'm sure it's not. Besides, those witches were hot enough that being sold could have been quite pleasurable." "What if it's another Russia? The KGB still has an open arrest warrant on you." "How was I supposed to know that chick was the ambassador's daughter? And you were getting it on with her sister, so that warrant is just as much your fault." "Need I bring up Denmark?" No, hell no, never under any circumstances bring up Denmark." "Fine, so what makes America seem like they genuinely want to offer you freedom and safety?" They called Fudge a pompous, corrupt, asshat, with so much gold shoved up his keister that he might as well have swallowed King Midas' hand. "According to the representative that mailed me, his government has examined the order for my arrest on site and found no evidence to back up any claim or crime. Plus, I sent them a memory of myself under the influence of Veritaserum proclaiming my innocence, and that was apparently enough to get my foot all the way through the door. They still want me to give another statement before their cadres, but once that's done we're home free." Harry retrieved his sheath and slid the blade home. "I'm not sure about this Sirius." He was brought up short by a head chop from the Grand Master. "Ow." "Oh, suck it up, son of Black." The old man chuckled. "This is a good opportunity and you should take it. America has much to offer. Like Fester. Should you find him, deliver a kick to the face for me." "Please." "Will do, Grand Master," Harry muttered, still rubbing his head. "Just think, Harry. We can set up in a small town somewhere, build a swanky-ass mansion, and live like kings. I even did some research and found a great school for you to attend." "School? Serious? Really? Haven't I been doing just fine without it? Those placement tests I took in Japan placed me at college level already. This place has werewolf girls, vampire girls, siren girls, and all manner of chicks of a variety you've not even met yet. I'll even throw in a motorcycle for you." "I'm sold." "What are you waiting for? Let's get packing," Harry declared, running across the room to start gathering his things as the adults both laughed at his eagerness. As he did, the older man turned to Sirius and asked, "The temple's debt to the Black family is now paid, yes?" "In spades, my friend." Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. "However, Harry and I have grown quite fond of the peace here, and the people. Can we still visit?" "Of course. Our doors are open to all who seek peace, or an ass-kicking for eavesdroppers." The last was directed to Harry, who immediately stopped listening and continued packing, shoving his electric guitar into his expansion-charmed backpack. He'd asked, Sirius to teach him while they were staying in Prague as a way to impress girls. To be fair, that plan had worked perfectly. He often found himself wondering if the singular focus on women he'd seemed to gain over the last few years was a black family trait, as Sirius was even more obsessed with the fairer sex than he was. But those thoughts could wait. It was time for a new adventure, and this time they wouldn't be forced to leave after only a few months, or chased away by an angry mob with torches like when they were living in Brazil. Hopefully. Jericho, Vermont. 2 months later, Harry stared out at the town below and grinned widely at the view. 2 months ago, Sirius had taken his suggestion to heart and embraced his inner Barlow, Salem's Lot book villain, building a large mansion on a hill overlooking the town. They'd received a lot of attention and attempted visitors, but so far the wards had proved effective, keeping the riff-raff and annoying townies away from them. The two bachelors may have been enjoying their newfound freedom by living openly ostentatious lifestyles, but that didn't mean they wanted the entire town as their visitors. Through means of magic and hundreds of contractors, their home had been built in record time, just soon enough to begin the school year, and since they lived so close to Nevermore Academy, he was allowed to live at home and commute instead of boarding. This was important because after Hogwarts, Harry had vowed to never attend a boarding school as a resident again. Beside him, Sirius stepped up to share in the view, offering a cigar as he did. "What's with this?" Harry asked as he took it and lit up with a flash of his ring and a mental ignition charm. "Black family tradition. We give our kids cigars when sending them off to school." "So you had my first cigar at 11? Yup. Now listen, you don't inhale a cigar, you puff it. Got it?" "Yeah, Pop, I got it." Harry smiled gently as he puffed and shared the thoughtful silence with his old man. This was just the latest in a long line of things Sirius had done for him to show that he both loved and cared for him as his kid. It meant a lot to have a parent that cared that much. Expelling some smoke, he asked, "What brand is this?" "Romeo y Julieta. A personal favorite of mine. How are you feeling about school, kid?" "Well, let's see, it's not a magic school, no one knows me as the boy who lived, and I get to show up on a badass motorcycle. I'd say I'm feeling pretty good. I finally have the chance to be normal, and dare I hope, popular. Not to mention you'll have a pretty wide dating pool. That too. Who knows, my mom met my dad at school. Maybe I'll find the one too." Sirius exhaled some smoke of his own. "You could find more than one." "Huh? Multiple partner marriages do exist in the magical world, you know. They're actually pretty common in our family too, as well as the Potters. Indeed, your great-grandfathers on both sides had 2 wives each." "Fascinating." Harry grinned over the width of the cigar, delighting in the aromatic smoke. "Tell me, is being a perv genetic?" "In my experience, yes. Both me and your old dad certainly got around in our youth. He liked the bubbly positive girls, while I was more into goths. It's why I dated Slytherins exclusively. Those girls were delightfully dark." The two men stayed there for the next hour, just puffing away and sharing random bits of conversation, just enjoying being in the moment with each other. Then, when the cigars had burned out completely, they moved away. "Wanna race to the school?" Harry laughed out loud as they entered the massive garage that held Sirius' collection of sports vehicles. "You wanna pit your Rolls-Royce against my Harley-Davidson Dynaglide Super Sport? Jax Teller's motorcycle from Sons of Anarchy. I couldn't resist. Might do a story in that universe sometime. Open to story ideas in that regard. Good luck. Let's see who raises the most eyebrows at that stuffy place. Mwahahaha." The moment their cigars were dropped in an oversized ashtray, they were off. Each man running to their vehicle of choice and revving up the engine before shooting out of the garage and barreling down the hill to the highway. In the end, it was only a 10-minute drive, and Harry just beat out his adopted father through the main gates to the open grounds of the school. As he rolled to a stop and took off his helmet, the former boy who lived couldn't resist letting out a devilish grin. "Nevermore Academy, let's see what you've got." Meeting the Addams family standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note: while I love the Wednesday show, one aspect did eat at me a bit. The Addams are all about family, especially the parents. Gomez and Morticia live for each other and their children, and that is the main aspect of their characters. I find Wednesday's animosity to them to be a bit out of character. Thus, I am going to provide a better reason for why she might be a little at odds with the direction her life is heading. Chapter 2. Meeting the Addams. As Harry was hopping off of his bike and Sirius was exiting his rolls, his intended victory monologue was interrupted by the arrival of a black hearse of all things. The former boy who lived rounded the vehicles to stand by Sirius as the new car rolled to a halt and a fascinating trio stepped out, noticing them at the same time. They were clearly a family based on their impeccable resemblance. The man was svelte, mustachioed, pale, and puffing a cigar like a freight train. The woman was very tall, thin, raven-haired, and beautiful beyond measure. The girl between them, though, was the one that grabbed Harry's attention. She was shorter than him, with coal-black hair in twin ponytails, and dressed in a black gown. In fact, everything she wore was black, from her clothes to her shoes to her lipstick and eyeliner. Leaning over, he whispered for Sirius to hear, "I think I see why you liked the Goths. Right. Let's go say hello." Sirius dragged him over to the trio and waved cheerily. "Hello there, are you dropping off your kid too?" The statuesque woman nodded regally, a slight smile growing at the sight of them. "Yes, we are the Addams family. I am Morticia, this is my husband Gomez, and here is our beautiful daughter, Wednesday. This is going to be her first day." "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm Sirius Black, and this is my son, Harry. It's his first day as well." "Black?" Gomez mused around another puff of his cigar. "Are you perhaps of the British Blacks? The Wizards?" Sirius blinked at that. "Yes, as a matter of fact. How do you know that?" "The Addams have had business relations with the Blacks for generations, my good man." Gomez's hand shot out, gripped Sirius' own, and pumped it enthusiastically. "It is fantastic to meet the new family head. I insist, you must come over for dinner." "I just might." The wizard smiled back. He hadn't expected to meet new friends this fast, but who was he to complain? "It's a bit surprising, though, isn't it? 2 new students transferring this late in the term. Harry's just joining now because we moved here from out of the country." Morticia scowled temporarily and said, "Wednesday assaulted her last school's water polo team with 2 bags of piranha." Seeing the girl's complete lack of remorse at those words, Harry asked, "Did they deserve it?" Wednesday looked him up and down and seemed to come to a decision. "Yes. They bullied my brother and stuffed him in a locker." "Then you have my appreciation for well thought out revenge." He'd thought of many similar things during his time at Hogwarts. Most of those revenge fantasies had revolved around Snape and Malfoy. Huh. Wednesday didn't know what to think of this stranger. He was taller than her, noticeably muscular, but not at all jock-like. His hair was long, wavy, and her favorite color, black. Everything he wore was black, down to his boots, jeans, and leather jacket. He was not displeasing to the eye. They were interrupted by the arrival of an upper-year student. "Please come with me. Principal Weems has sent me to bring you to her office." Gomez and Morticia locked arms and followed with Sirius close on their tails. Harry in turn offered his own to Wednesday, and after staring at the proffered limb for 5 whole seconds, she finally looped her own into it and the pair started off after the adults. It seemed chivalry wasn't dead after all. "I didn't need you to offer your arm, you know." Wednesday spoke up. "I'm more than capable of moving about under my own power." "Then why did you accept it?" "For the same reason I wouldn't leave a high five hanging in the air without at least severing the hand from the wrist. Manners. I also wouldn't want to bruise your ego too badly after just meeting you." That's a unique solution to leaving a high five hanging, to say the least. "All the same, thank you for pandering to my weak male ego." Harry was rather enjoying the dry wit of the girl beside him. It was so different from what he was used to. "Where did you get those piranha? I'm curious." "My uncle kept a school of them in his fish tank in case of just such an occasion." "Sounds like a very well-prepared man. I can respect that." Something occurred to him then and he asked, "I don't mean to sound pushy, but you seemed a bit stiff with your parents earlier. Is everything all right? Are you this pushy with every girl you meet? Only the really pretty ones?" "I'm not pretty." "I beg to differ." Harry idly noted that Wednesday had not blinked once during their entire meeting and conversation. It was both strange and weirdly attractive at the same time. "Fine. My parents could have sent me anywhere after my last school forced me out, but they enrolled me here, where they went to school." She sighed, and they entered the main building where a large staircase immediately led to the next level. I love my parents, but I don't want to be them. I want to be more than they ever were, to advance beyond the limits they set. Yet here at Nevermore I'm surrounded by their legacy on all sides. My mother was the captain of the fencing team, the founder of the Seance Society, and queen of the Dark Prom. My father championed the archery team and won the debate finals. Turns out no one had an argument that worked better than simply killing the opposition. I don't know how I'm going to do better than they did, and it feels like they've forced me into a slump. That is a conundrum. So what's the plan? Simple. I'm going to find a way to escape this educational prison and go from there. By that point they were just a few steps away from the adults stopped at a door that held the plaque, Principal Weems. Well, I wish you the best with that. Let's see what this principal has to say. It only took a few seconds for them all to be seen inside and seated before Weems' wide desk. The woman herself had short blonde hair, was very tall, dressed in a smart pantsuit, and held a polite yet stern expression on her face as she eyed everyone present. She started with the Addams. Morticia, Gomez, it is a pleasure to see the two of you again. I have to say, we don't normally allow for transfers so late in the term, but given Wednesday's perfect grades and strong letter of recommendation from you both and 12 other alumni, we are happy to make an exception. Excellent. Morticia beamed and added, what about Wednesday's therapy sessions? They were ordered by the court. Weems nodded. There is a therapist in town that we have contracted with great success on several occasions. Wednesday will be sent to her for her sessions. Oh, well, that is perfect. The statuesque woman agreed before reclining back smoothly in her chair. Yes. Wednesday will be placed in the Ophelia dorm. I'm sure you remember it, it's where we roomed together. Weems smirked at Mrs. Addams. At that, Wednesday spoke up, remind me, Ophelia went insane after being driven mad by her parents, yes? Her words clearly set her parents into a fit of discomfort, so the principal turned to Sirius instead. Mr. Black, first of all please allow me to welcome you both to this country and to our small town of Jericho. I hope your time here is pleasant. I'm sure it will be, Ms. Weems. It is, Ems, isn't it? Why yes, it is. Weems was not used to being flirted with, but even she could see the mischievous gleam in the dark-haired man's eyes. Excellent. Sirius purred. Were there any issues with Harry's transfer? I know his educational history is a bit sparse. Oh, not at all. We have many students that come from a homeschooled environment for obvious reasons. Harry here scored very well on the entrance exams, and your donation to the school was a huge help. We managed to add a whole new wing to the fencing building. Yes, well, it was a travesty that your program didn't include training with the Longsword, so it was a pleasure to rectify that. I was a bit worried about the uniform though. Harry doesn't exactly do well with bright colors. Seeing an opportunity, Gomez added, Wednesday does not either. She's actually quite allergic to brightness in general. Weems gave both parents a strained smile and said, I've already ordered them both specialized uniforms for just that reason. They'll be wearing black. Perfect. Both men agreed. Finally, young Mr. Black has officially been granted permission to commute between his home and the school. Please advise him not to abuse the privilege. Oh, don't worry, Principal Weems. My son has just had less than stellar experiences with boarding schools before. This is for his peace of mind more than anything else. Surely someone as beautiful and empathetic as yourself can understand that? Oh, I understand. Weems said, though a sudden gleam of its own had entered her gaze. Two could play the flirting game after all. Though I suppose I'll need to stop by on occasion just to see how his home life is affecting him, and to see you, Mr. Black, as the principal. It is my duty to look after those in my care after all. A dopey smirk was coming to Sirius' face as he said, You're welcome anytime, Ms. Weems. I'll even have a drink waiting. For me to drink with you it had better be good. I only drink scotch, so do I. Brilliant play, old man. Gomez congratulated his fellow before handing him a cigar. Why thank you, Gomez, and might I say this is an excellent brand. Clearing her throat to get things back on track, and to pull everyone's minds away from how she'd been maneuvered into flirting with the parent of a student, Weems said, perhaps a tour of the facilities is in order. If you would all follow me. So it was that the principal took them all on a walk along the grounds. Gomez and Morticia became latched at the hip at once. Harry once more offered his arm to Wednesday, and Sirius grumbled about being the only man going stag in the place. For such a selective establishment, The grounds were rather extensive. They were shown the class buildings, the gardens, the pool, the lake, weight room, fencing building, arts facilities, and the library. All in all, this was a top-shelf establishment. "I'm very impressed," Sirius said after stopping outside the dorms. "As are we." Gomez agreed. "Nevermore is even more impressive than when we attended." Weems visibly preened under the praise. This school had been her life for many years and she took pride in its presentation. "Thank you both. Now, since Harry is not going to be staying in the dorms, this next stretch will be for Wednesday alone. Harry, please wait here. You'll be in the same courses as Wednesday, so her guide will be yours as well. Gomez, Morticia, Sirius, once the kids are off we'll need to return to my office to finish the paperwork," she handed Harry a wrapped package that was clearly his dark uniform, and while the older folk moved off he found a bathroom in which to change. A short time later the adults returned and took Sirius with them, leaving Harry alone with Wednesday as a bubbly girl with bright blonde hair and multicolored highlights came bouncing out to them with the energy of a golden retriever. In that moment Harry also saw what his birth father had seen in bubbly, energetic girls. This one was gorgeous. "Hi there." The girl greeted him with a warm handshake. "I'm Enid, Wednesday's roommate, and I guess I'm your guide too. Isn't that awesome?" "Why yeah, awesome." Wednesday bumped into him and said, "Down boy, keep your tongue in your mouth and let's get on with this." Was Wednesday annoyed at him for looking? It was hard to tell with her straight-faced demeanor. Yup, he was getting to her. Progress. Enid was blushing a bit at the implication of her new roommate's words. The new boy was really good-looking, and his accent was to die for. If he was interested in her then she certainly wouldn't be opposed. The way the dark-haired girl swung her arm through his halted that line of thought a bit. "Are you two already together? You work fast Wednesday." "Don't be ridiculous." The goth girl scoffed. "Harry insists on being chauvinistic by offering me his arm as we walk, and I'm preserving his ego by allowing it." "Rig." Enid smirked all through her sarcastic word before turning around and looping her own arm through the boy's free limb. "Then you won't mind me preserving his ego as well." It was fun to play with her new roommate this way. She was just way too serious. "Anyway, come on and I'll show you everything you need to know to survive at Nevermore." As they walked, Harry got a bit curious as he noticed students in all manner of forms and shifts. He saw students with fangs, others howling, and some with a light sheen of scales over their hands. "Sirius told me this is a school for outcasts, but he wasn't very clear about that. Could you explain, Enid?" "Oh, yeah, of course. Well, Nevermore was created in 1791 as a haven for people that were different, like us. Outcasts, monsters, and others. It provides safety as well as offering a top-tier education in the process. All manner of creatures and strange beings have been taught here and still are. For instance, I'm a werewolf." "What are you?" Harry blinked. "A werewolf? That's freaking awesome. What kind? English, Norwegian?" "Montana pack." Enid preened. "That's amazing. Your kind has full control of your shifts, right?" "Most of us do, but I can only do a partial transformation right now. What are you?" The suspense is killing me. Harry nodded. "Patience is a virtue, Enid. I'm a wizard." "Wow. There hasn't been one of your kind here in ages. I mean, we have psychics and telekinetics, but wizards are normally so insular." "Why do you think we left? What about you, Wednesday?" The goth girl was quiet for a moment before she said, "I'm normal, mostly, though I do have visions on occasion." "Really?" Harry asked. "That's interesting. Did you have one about me?" A slight bit of actual color seemed to dash Wednesday's cheeks for a moment before she turned her nose up to hide it. "Whether I saw something or not is not your concern." "If you say so." Harry chuckled deeply before nodding toward what looked like a crowded courtyard. "What's up with all this, Enid?" "These are the 4 main cliques of Nevermore. Like I said before, we have a bunch of different people and creatures here, but the 4 at the top of the social ladder are furs, stoners, fangs, and scales. Werewolves, gorgons, vampires, and sirens," Wednesday translated after a brief glance. "That's right," Enid agreed, "and some of the vampires have been here for decades. Like, literally. Also, the current queen bee of the school is her." She nodded to a black-skinned girl with a shaved head. "Bianca Barkley. Amazing singing voice, though that makes Sense for a siren. She's also the current top dog of the fencing team and she holds a grudge like a mother effer, so you should really try not to get on her bad side. She used to go out with our resident tortured artist, Xavier, but ever since he broke up with her she's been on the warpath. This time the indicated teenager was a sallow-faced man that was spray painting a courtyard wall. Harry thought that'd be a problem, but no one was giving the act any second glances. Weird. Wednesday had focused on another point of that explanation. So, she let her interactions with a man influence her emotional identity? The patriarchy has won another battle, it seems. More than a little annoyed at this interruption to her spiel, Enid commented, "You know that holier-than-thou snark might have worked in your last school, but things are different here. You might try to actually be pleasant." Sounds like torture. Wednesday noted, and not the fun kind like whips and flails. Harry smirked at that. "I think I like you even more, Wednesday. Throw in a cat o' nine tails and a box of restraints and you have an excellent Saturday night." Finally, someone who understands, Wednesday groaned. Just then they were interrupted by the arrival of a tall teenager wearing a stocking cap. "Yo, Enid, you aren't going to believe this. I just heard that new girl that's coming here eats human flesh. She totally chowed down on that kid she murdered in her last school. You better watch out for when she gets here." Ajax. Enid found herself turned in place by Harry so that the cap-wearing student now had a view of both himself and Wednesday on Enid's arm. For her part, Wednesday was more annoyed by the interruption to their walk than by the words spoken. Nevertheless, she decided to put the rude student in his place. "Actually, I chop my victims into tiny little pieces and feed them to my large menagerie of pets. Less evidence that way." Enid groaned at that and tried to salvage the situation. "Ajax, this is my roommate Wednesday." Charmed. The Goth's voice was practically acidic with the amount of sarcasm spewing from it. "And this is our other new student, Harry." "Yo." Harry nodded in a manly fashion. "Right, well, I'm just gonna go over there and take this foot out of my mouth," Ajax muttered before making his escape to a nearby corridor. Enid quickly brushed that awkwardness aside and carried on explaining things as far as the who's who of the school, before finally stopping in front of the main school building. "And here we are. Classes are going to start up in a few minutes. What do you have first?" "World history." Harry responded. "World history," Wednesday repeated. "Wow. We're all in the same class," Enid cheered. "Let me see your schedules quick." The two of them handed over their sheets, earning a squeak so high-pitched they couldn't even hear it. The furs apparently could though, because a bunch of angry howls erupted into the air at the sound. Coming back to herself, Enid said, "We have all the same classes. I just know we're going to be great friends." The shy look she was giving Harry though let the wizard know she was thinking about something a lot different than friends as far as he was concerned. And he was more than okay with that. "I would like to say goodbye to my parents," Wednesday said. "Oh, don't worry." Enid waved her off. "Your parents are probably doing paperwork with Principal Weems and that will take at least to the end of the day. You'll have plenty of time to say goodbye." Harry lightly squeezed her elbow and said, "Worst case scenario, I take you on a road trip on my motorcycle to see them." Wednesday stared him down for a few seconds, as if trying to judge his intentions, and finally said, "I appreciate the offer." Enid was seeing stars in comparison. "You have a motorcycle?" "Yeah. My dad lives in town so I got permission to commute. He got me the motorcycle so I can do that." Maybe I could see it later? After classes are over?" Every bone in Harry's body was screaming. Yes, yes, hell yes. So he said, "Of course. I'll take you for a ride if you want, Wednesday." "Would you like to come too?" The Goth stared her roommate down and said, "I can hardly allow my roommate to do something as dangerous as riding a motorcycle without partaking in the same fun. Perhaps it will crash and send us to the bliss of the underworld. I will attend as well. After I say goodbye to my parents." Enid was clearly creeped out by that thought, but her enthusiasm wasn't in any way diminished. She was going to go on a motorcycle ride with the new hot boy. It was great, even if her weird new roommate was insisting on tagging along. "Let's get to class." The rest of the day passed with relative ease. There was the standard, introduce yourself, moment for Harry and Wednesday, and then things went as they would for a regular high school. They took their classes, answered questions when called upon, and went about their business. It was a little annoying to enter into the semester when projects and papers had already been assigned for most of the students, but in these cases they just got paired together. They even ended up sitting together in the only open chairs at the desks. Finally though, it came to an end and the students were letting out whoops of freedom and joy as they poured out of the building and back to their dorms or clubs. Meanwhile, Harry was back as he was before, with two girls on his arms and walking toward the parking lot. He had a promise to keep after all. It was there that they ran into the Addams parents and his father. The trio seemed to be planning a dinner of some kind. Harry heard something about a trade deal or other before he stopped listening and moved the girls over to his bike to show it off. The adults seemed like they'd be busy for a while. "This is like the coolest thing ever," Enid proclaimed as she bounced over to the bike and splayed herself across the seat. A quick search found her the saddlebag that held his aviators. She donned them and turned back to the boy. "Quick, take a picture and send it to me. It'll be great on my blog." "You have a blog?" "Yes, and I don't mean to brag, but it's like the voice of the school, ya know." Wednesday scoffed. "If plain emojis in paragraph format are a voice, then my future as a writer is doomed." Hoping to head off a rising argument, Harry reached into his bag and pulled out his helmet and a spare. "How about those rides? I promised you both a turn. Who wants to go first?" Enid raised her hand at once, but Wednesday stepped forward and pushed her off the motorcycle with a firm push to the chest before taking her place. "You met me first, Harry, so I will have the first ride." "A little eager there, Wednesday?" Harry teased as he took his seat ahead of her and let her wrap her arms around him. "Hardly. This school is too tame. I've not been in danger or felt my adrenaline rise once since arriving and it is driving me crazy. Now get started before I leave, Mr. Black." "As you wish, mio bel corvo, my beautiful raven." Wednesday stiffened at once at his words, but before she could say anything he revved the engine to full and shot out from the parking lot onto the road. For the next 15 minutes he delighted in the feel of the goth's body held tight to his own, but found it odd that she made not a sound the entire time. They wove through different roads and paths to the great view of the scenery and the whooshing of the wind. Eventually it had to come to an end. Enid was promised a ride too, so they rolled on back to the campus and Wednesday primly stepped off the seat and back onto solid land where she passed her helmet to the blonde. "What you said to me, that was Italian," she said flatly. "Yes," Harry smirked. "I'm fluent. Did you like it?" Before the goth girl could answer, Enid bounced over to slip into the seat behind him and started rubbing against him happily. "Let's go, Harry. I haven't been on a motorcycle before and I want to go fast." "All right." Harry chuckled. "You asked for it." Even faster than with Wednesday he tore from the lot, leaving rubber burns from his tires on the asphalt as he did. Contrary to his first passenger, Enid was loud, outspoken, and vocal in her appreciation. She cheered, she crowed, she begged him to go even faster, and when he did she just held on to him even tighter. It was in that way that Harry learned Enid was noticeably more well-endowed than her sour-mooded roommate. Not that he had a preference either way, but it was still good to know. Woo-hoo! Enid literally howled with joy as Harry finally came skidding back along the parking lot to stop beside his father's car. It seemed like a good time to return as the three adults were clearly finished with their conversation. "Thanks for the ride, Harry, that was amazing." The blonde was all teeth as she smiled, and the wizard found himself deeply enjoying the expression on her. There was just something alluring about her slightly pointier than normal teeth. "Anytime. Maybe you'd like to go again sometime?" "Yes." Enid leapt forward and hugged him tightly. She seemed to really like hugs. "That would be amazing. But I really need to start working on our history essay. Can I call you later?" "Why, Ms. Sinclair, whatever would you like to talk about on that call?" He winked. The werewolf blushed a bit at his flirtatious tone and replied, "I just thought it'd be nice to talk to you later. Is there anything wrong with that?" Her blush was just so cute. She looked like a golden retriever when she acted like that. "Not at all. I look forward to it. Bye then." Enid took off back to the dorms and Harry was left with Wednesday. A contemplative look was written across her features before they hardened with determination. "You are fascinating, and I refuse to let my cheerleader cosplay roommate take up all of your time until I figure you out." Under her breath, almost too low to hear, she muttered to herself, "And why you were in that particular vision." She nodded to herself. "I too will keep in correspondence with you between the hours of this academic purgatory." Harry blinked. That was great. There was something about Wednesday that drew him in and he was just surprised that she offered to converse more first. Sure, Do you have a phone? Enid gave me her number just before classes started today. No, I refuse to shackle myself to modern technology like all of these adolescent fools around us. I will send Thing with a typed-out note. Thing. She pointed to her parents where a disembodied hand was perched on Gomez's shoulders. I have the distinct feeling that my parents will order him to spy on me while I'm here. It won't take long at all to turn him to my purposes. He's quite fast when he wants to be, and you live in town as you've said. My letters will get to you quickly. Enough. I look forward to reading them. He extended his hand and Wednesday firmly shook it before moving off to tell her parents goodbye. Harry had a feeling she wasn't a hugging kind of girl. He had enough time to hear Morticia warning her daughter against running away from the school before Sirius took him by the shoulders and walked away. 2 girls on your bike on the first day, and their roommates? You work fast, oh son of mine. I try. Honestly though, even if it doesn't turn romantic, I like those 2. It'll be nice to spend more time with them. I'm happy for you, kid. Yeah, things go well with the Addams? Sirius grinned deeply. Hell yeah they did. Those 2 are awesome. A bit too involved with each other, but I kind of envy that in a way. It's nice to see a couple so in love. Anyway, they brought up the idea of having dinner to re-establish the old Black Addams trade agreement, and I invited them up to the house when they come back for Parents' Week at the school for a meal. They're a nice couple and I look forward to getting to know them better. You gonna invite Principal Weems when you have that dinner? Never you mind, kid. The day's over, so let's get out of here. Sounds like a plan. Fencing practice is tomorrow and I can't wait to wreck some idiots. I wonder if Wednesday will be there. Fencing practice and a letter. Standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. Just a quick correction here. It was brought to my attention that I'd referred to stoners in the first chapter as Medusas. That slipped through my editing process and I apologize for that. These people are definitely going to be referred to as Gorgons from here on out. Note. I've had a couple inquiries about the prospect of Bianca joining Harry's girlfriends. That might be interesting in other stories, but not this one. I have no problems with that pairing, but when I created this story it was done with the idea of just Harry, Wednesday, and Enid. I've plotted it out with them in mind. Perhaps that could change if I make a sequel after Season 2 comes out, but not right now. Chapter 3, Fencing Practice and a Letter. Every night Wednesday put a minimum of 1 hour into her writing with her fully restored typewriter to work on her novel. It was a good practice to have, and she credited Stephen King for giving a guideline for how to make good progress with one's written work. Tonight though, she was on to 1 hour and a half. Why was that? Because of that damned boy, Harry Black. She'd said she would write to him and she was drawing a blank on what to say. This annoyance was compounded greatly since Enid had been giggling on her phone for the last hour. It was clear she was texting Harry and Wednesday could not allow her bubbly roommate to create a greater bond with him than she had. Not when the future she'd seen was. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden tapping at the window that jerked her eyes to the now dual chromatically colored glass. What she saw took her breath away. An absolutely gorgeous snowy white owl was perched on the stone railing and staring right at her, and tied to its claw was a letter. She quickly crossed the room and opened the glass, allowing the creature to fly inside and perch on her desk beside Thing. True to her prediction, it had been spying, and had been just as easy to subjugate as expected. The hand tried to hobble in for a closer look, but the avian beauty simply flicked it off the desk with a lazy swipe of its wing and held out its claw imperiously. The message was clear. Gently pulling the letter free, Wednesday opened it and started to read. Dear Wednesday, when you mentioned sending Thing to bring our correspondence, I couldn't help thinking it was a long way for a hand to go on its own. So I thought I'd send my beloved familiar, Hedwig, instead. She's rather fond of delivering the mail and gets annoyed when I don't use her. That being said, I apologize if she seems a bit surly. I had to leave my home country in a hurry and it took her a long time to track me down after that. She's been a bit moody ever since. Wednesday eyed the regal bird who had quite clearly claimed her desk as her own domain and had to agree. Surly was a good descriptor to say the least. She kept reading. Since you do not want to use a phone, Hedwig will be the easiest way to talk over distance. She hunts every night and has graciously agreed to stop by your room while she's out. If you have a letter to send, great, if not, well, she gets her nightly exercise anyway. So, how's it going? Is Nevermore as horrible as you'd thought it'd be? How is Enid treating you as a roommate? And finally, will you be going to the fencing club tomorrow? I'm going and it'd be great to see you there. Best wishes and fond thoughts, Harry Black. Wednesday closed the letter and folded her thumb over the crease to keep the fold taut and knotted. This made her plan for correspondence much easier. Direct questions provided the chance for direct answers, so she wouldn't need to keep sitting and trying to think of what to say. And while Thing was a very reliable hand, he wasn't exactly as swift over distance as she could have hoped. Looking the bird, Hedwig, in her large eyes, she said, I need to write a response to Harry. Could you please move to the side so I can reach my typewriter? The bird ruffled its feathers as if shrugging, and hopped lightly to the edge of the desk. As she sat down, however, the goth girl found herself interrupted by Enid suddenly running to her side of the room and leaning over her shoulder to examine her new guest. OMG, that owl is adorbs. Her fists were balled in front of her face with excitement. Where did she come from? She is Harry's familiar, Wednesday said as she rolled a fresh sheet into her machine and adjusted her settings accordingly. He sent her so we could speak as the two of you do. Enid blushed at that. I guess you picked up on that, huh? With how often your phone was dinging, it would have been impossible not to notice. Her fingers began to tick over the keys, writing out her responses as Enid continued to coo and awe over the obviously proud and preening owl. Dear Harry, I appreciate your consideration for Thing. Indeed, an owl will provide a much more efficient means of conversation, so I applaud your initiative in that regard. I'm sure you will appreciate just how much Enid is already fawning over the bird, though that awe is clearly well deserved. Things are going just as I'd predicted. Not horrible, yet not enjoyable either. I've yet to find a truly foolproof way to escape this prison, but my efforts are ongoing. The dorm mother is clearly clingy and annoyingly positive in nature, but has not been too invasive as of yet. She did gift me a carnivorous plant, so that is a positive mark in her corner. Nevermore is proving mysterious and impervious, and I've yet to form an opinion not based on the successes of my parents. Time will tell if that changes. Enid is painfully blonde, but so far she has proven to be an agreeable roommate. She allowed me to change my side of the room without too much fuss to my preferred decor, and her knowledge of the campus has proven beneficial. There are worse people to be sharing a dorm with, I am sure. As for the fencing club, I will indeed be attending. I have trained with a blade since I was 5 years old and I crave a challenge. I will await your presence there tomorrow so that you may show me the new edition your father paid for. Respectfully yours, Wednesday Addams. She pulled the page free, inserted it into an envelope and handed it to the eagerly waiting Hedwig. The snowy owl barked at her and nodded before taking off through the same window, leaving Enid to sigh with disappointment at the loss of such a cute creature. She was so pretty. Yes, she was. Wednesday agreed. At her roommate's shocked look she raised a brow. What? You just agreed something was pretty? So, snowy owls are beautifully deadly. They're pinnacle hunters and have an enviable wind speed when they get going in flight. Their abilities and characteristics deserve praise. It speaks well of Harry that one such creature is bound as his familiar. Right, you are awfully interested in Harry, Wednesday. At first I just thought it was a competition thing with me cause I was interested in him, but now, writing him letters, praising him for a familiar, you genuinely like him, don't you? Wednesday turned her face away. It isn't like that. The hell it isn't. Enid crossed the room to her side, picked up a beanbag chair and crossed back over, dropping both it and her backside directly in front of Wednesday's chair. Spill it, sister. I'm not your sister. You know what I mean. This is about that vision you mentioned earlier, isn't it? For a moment the Addams girl thought about simply brushing that off and stomping out of the room, but a part of her really wanted to get another take on this. Her own thoughts on the subject had been muddled to say the least. Fine, she decided, but what we talk about here never leaves this room, understood? Right, totes, your secrets are my secrets. I'll hold you to that. Wednesday promised. My uncle can have a wide selection of power tools and acid drums here by next weekend if you go blabbing. Ignoring her roommate's horrified look at those words, she began. Sometimes when I touch people or objects I get glimpses. Glimpses of the future, the past, and present. With Harry, the moment he took my arm something different happened. What was that? Enid's eyes were impossibly wide, earnest, and sincere. I saw several events at once. One vision, several moments. That's never happened to me before. Wow, he must be pretty important then. What did you see? First, I saw us standing back to back, swords drawn against an encroaching darkness. Normally I like the dark, but this encroachment felt evil. Then I saw us walking hand in hand around a lake. He was smiling at me and whispering in Italian. That version of me felt warm, secure. It was so strange. After that, sensing her roommate's hesitation, the werewolf asked, after that, I saw my wedding day. Wednesday breathed out, finally saying the words that had been haunting her mind all day. As Enid gasped, she continued, we were sat at the head of a long table and all around us were our family. Sirius, my parents, and the rest of the Addams clan. Harry was dressed in a brilliant three-piece suit of white and I was wearing my mother's black wedding gown. I'd long admired it but never thought to have a chance to wear it. A great cake with dark frosting stood before us and we were cutting it together. That's so romantic. Enid squealed with delight. Yes, you were there too. What? You were sitting right beside me, in a place of great honor. It was really strange. Enid clearly didn't know what to make of that, so just said, what happened next? One last image. The goth took a deep breath. This one had haunted her the most. A little girl. She had my hair and his eyes. You saw your daughter? I don't know what I saw, Wednesday snapped, finally losing her cool. It took a while for her to calm down enough to continue. Enid, I don't know what to make of any of this. I promised myself that I wouldn't turn into my mother. That I would be different, my own person, but there I was, seemingly falling in love, getting married, and having children. It's not like me at all. Wednesday, life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. That sounds like a bad Pinterest post. It was life-affirming, anyway. I always figured the future was never set in stone, myself. Why else would we have free will? So who knows what's really going to happen? Maybe you just saw a possible future. Maybe. And if it is the true future for you, then would it really be so bad? Harry seems great and supportive, and just because you could end up marrying him, it doesn't mean you won't be able to achieve everything else you want to as well. I guess that is true. Wednesday mused before an idle thought came to her. Now that you know I could potentially end up taking Harry as my own, does that mean you'll back off your overly obvious flirting attempts with him? Oh hell no, if you end up with him that's great, but I fully intend to try my best to get him too. How would that even work? Werewolves are pack animals, silly. Harry is hot and I'm more than happy to share. Just think, then we'd be sisters. The blonde shot forward and pulled the embarrassed goth into a hug that continued until she felt the prick of a small knife against her ribs and raised her hands in surrender before moving away with a toothy smile on her face. She'd get Wednesday to accept her yet. She vowed it. Wednesday wasn't really sure what to say to that statement, so she merely turned around and kept on working on her novel. Writing always helped to clear her head after all. The next day classes went about as normally as they had the day before. The teenagers showed up, they did their work, and then they ran like hell the moment the bell rang for the day. Then it was off to the individual clubs. For Enid that meant going over to the school event committee and seeing what school projects needed work. For Harry and Wednesday that meant heading over to the fencing building. Hey, you look great, Harry noted as he took in Wednesday, dressed in all black fencing padding. Your praise is appreciated but unnecessary. Your own outfit is certainly unique. Yes, it is. It's what I was trained in and I'm used to it, Harry replied, striking a noble pose so Wednesday could better appreciate his padded Hema training gear. Nice foil. Nice blade. Will they even allow you to train with that? The goth was referring to the black steel sword that Harry was casually reclining on his shoulder. Apparently there's a bunch of newbies that want to learn, so the coach asked me to give a demonstration and lead them in some sword scales. I'm used to the weight of this bad boy, so he said I could use it. At least for today. I'm sure when we start sparring for real I'll need to use a practice blade though. It's gonna suck going back to that after all this time though. Accept it and move on, Harry. You have your demonstration, but I need a challenge. Let's go. After you, Mio Bel Corvo. Harry opened the door and Wednesday took her leave to enter with him hot on her heels. The fencing building was impressive to say the least. It was set up with 3 levels. The first was locker rooms, equipment storage, and maintenance. The second was the practice floor, and the third was the competition and ranking stadium. It was the second floor they marched through now, and it was clearly a long hall meant for multiple duelists at once. Over a dozen sparring lines, tall and unblemished windows dotting the walls to offer a wide space of natural light, and brilliantly shined hardwood floors. Yes, Nevermore took swordsmanship very seriously if this was the amount of effort they put into the training room. It didn't take long for the two companions to split up. Wednesday wanted to peruse the field of potential opponents, and Harry had a demonstration to give. He found the new Longsword edition fairly easily as the stonework along the walls was fairly new and the wood flooring was noticeably different in color from the rest of the room. Along the wall was a rack of wooden training blades and 6 hopeful students. "Ah, Harry." The tall man in instructor's garb walked up to him with his hands held formally behind his back. "I have been briefed about your ability with the blade by both your father and Principal Weems. These young hopefuls would like to learn as well as you have, so if you would, please provide a demonstration." "Of course, sir. I'm guessing I have the run of that space there." He gestured to the white square ahead of them. It was a far cry from the rapier line the rest of the students were using. Indeed. And so Harry did as directed. He provided a visual of several different sword scales, marked out the points of attack and defense, demonstrated the different ways to hold and make use of the weapon. The blade wasn't the only part of the sword after all, and gave a brief rundown of footwork and how to move around an opponent instead of directly at them. Hence the square. By the end the students were enraptured and eager, and the instructor was impressed. He didn't see a student that skilled very often. The man could also see why he'd been trained in the longsword. He wasn't overly flexible, but he was quick, and he had the height to fully make use of the longer sword's range. More importantly, he was dexterous in his movements and made full use of the two-handed grip. It was clear he'd been trained in the Italian style. When Harry was done, the instructor started running the others through the scales he'd shown, and only then was he able to glance back out over the grounds and take stock of things. He was surprised to see Wednesday in the midst of an intense duel, without face protection, against Bianca Barkley. They were moving fast, hitting hard, and engaging in acrobatics that would definitely not be allowed in any officiated contests. "What's going on with them?" Harry asked one of the other students. A Gorgon by the looks of his winter cap. Bianca was going too hard on one of the other students, and the new chick took issue with it. She challenged her to a duel to first blood. As if they'd heard the discussion, the two girls backed away from each other to get some distance. Each was breathing hard from the exertion and taking a second to catch their breath. It was in that moment that Wednesday's eyes met his, and something seemed to change in her own. They grew harder, more determined, and her breath evened out. Then she was rushing back into the fray, ducking under a swipe and slide, spinning on her knees in a pirouetting whirlwind slash that cut a thin line on the back of the siren's shoulder, effectively ending the fight. The professor who was refereeing the bout raised a hand into the air and announced, "Winner, Wednesday Addams takes victory by right of first blood." The gathered students cheered as the black-clad duelist saluted her foe and made her way to Harry's side. "Congratulations," he said as the others started getting back to their own business. "Thank you. Bianca was clearly the best swordsman here. Only she could offer me a proper challenge, and it still seems I am unmatched and unrivaled." "Was that what it was? 'Cause the others here seemed to think you were sticking up for that telekinetic guy with the glasses," he said while pointing to the young man that was making his swift way out the door, likely on his way to the nurse's office. "Don't be ridiculous," Wednesday muttered while turning her head away in that manner that Harry was starting to realize meant she was trying not to acknowledge feelings or impressions she was having. Yup. Emotions were starting to take hold if he was any judge. Progress. "Well, regardless, I still need to practice a bit in the longsword section. Wanna come watch? Seeing as no one else here can offer you a challenge? Your words, not mine." Wednesday thought about it for a moment. "I would not be averse to watching your swordcraft. Who knows, in time you might offer me a challenge in the ring." She nodded to the longsword square. "Longsword versus rapier could prove interesting. Give it a week and I'll show you I'm worthy." Harry winked flirtatiously. "A sword fight at dawn. It'll be one hell of a date." Wednesday went back to walking around and he started instructing the newbies. An hour and a half later they were done and it was time to go. They doffed their protective gear, stored it and their weapons in personalized lockers on the first floor, and took off arm in arm as was becoming their usual way. By the time they got to the courtyard they weren't really talking about anything serious. Just the usual stuff that had gone on in their day. along with a very monotonous rendition of Wednesday's fight, that would have been told as if it were an action movie by anyone else. It was just another day for her. There was no rhyme, reason, or warning to what happened next, or any indication for how Harry knew it was coming. But one second they were walking along and the next some internal instinct started blaring and the wizard was suddenly wrapping the shorter girl in his arms and diving out of the way. An instant later the ground they'd just been standing on was ruptured by the collision of a falling stone gargoyle. The moment after it fell, Harry started looking around wildly for a culprit. In his life such events were typically created by those that wanted him dead after all, but he found nothing and no one. Just an empty ledge up above where the stone monstrosity had just sat. "You can let me up now." Wednesday's voice came across as desperately trying to stay even and level, but there was a definite tremble of unease in its timbre. This event had shocked her. "Oh yeah, sure." The wizard rose up onto his knees, then his feet, and pulled the goth girl up with him as he did. "Are you all right?" She brushed herself off. "Oh, of course. You should go. I have to go to Principal Weem's office now so she can take me to that therapist of hers. Wednesday, we almost died. Are you sure you're? Whatever I am or am not feeling will certainly come out during therapy." Harry took a moment to look his companion over and took note of her slightly twitching right shoulder. Regardless of how still her face was, she was feeling the adrenaline if nothing else. "Tell you what, why don't I just take you into town myself?" "You can't. Weems has made it clear she's taking me to make sure I don't go running off after the session ends." That is a pickle. 'Cause I refuse to let you get off with just a "I'm fine. So I at least need to see you later to make sure you're good." How about asking her to let you get some coffee with me at the Weathervane? I've been there before and they make a good hot chocolate. Hot chocolate? I really don't like coffee. Is this a veiled attempt to take me on a date? Like with that little dueling comment? No comment. Look, Weems likes me. Just say you're meeting me and she'll be on board. At the very least it'll be time away from the school. For the first time since he'd met her, Wednesday actually blinked. "Time away, with you, alone. I am not disagreeable to that. But I am buying both of our drinks." "Why?" "I refuse to submit to the chauvinistic ideals of the patriarchy that state a man must pay for everything when spending time socially with a woman. I am wealthy in my own right and fully capable of covering the bill." Harry grinned at that. "I'll never say no to a free drink from a beautiful lady. I'm not Mio Bel Corvo," he practically sang, shutting her up quite effectively. "My point is made. Come on, I'll walk you to the principal's office." And taking her arm once more, that's just what he did. 3 hours later Harry was just saving a seat at the local cafe when Wednesday came storming in to take a seat across from him. "Rough session?" "Hardly. That quack couldn't break me if she tried. However, she did dare to bring up my writing, had the audacity to read it before it was done, and then compared me to my main character as if that would give her the psychological edge over me. The nerve." Harry couldn't believe it. Was Wednesday Addams pouting? Well, I can see how that would be annoying. It was truly headache-inducing. I escaped early to get away from her useless attempts at analysis. "And you didn't try to run away?" "Of course not. We'd made arrangements to meet here and an Addams never breaks their word. Have you ordered yet?" "Nope. You wanted to pay, I agreed to let you, and a black keeps their word just as seriously as you do." "I'm glad to hear that. Our values seem to match pretty well it seems." Harry couldn't really tell why, but it seemed like that fact was annoying his date. "Time to fix that. Shall we order?" The goth girl glared at the counter where the barista was busy tinkering with a steaming espresso machine. "I take 4 shots of espresso and that machine is clearly on the fritz. That boy isn't doing that right. I'll be right back." She was stopped by Harry's hand on her own. "Wizard, remember?" He waved a ringed hand at the broken machine and at once the steam disappeared and its motors and gears started humming, causing the worker to jump in shock before nervously getting back to his duties. Wednesday raised a brow. "You are quite useful to have around, aren't you? Something to remember, beautiful. Now if you insist on ordering for us both, I'll have a venti hot chocolate with extra whipped cream." That's the order of a child. It's the order of someone that enjoys a sweet drink. Now off with you, you gorgeous woman offering free beverages. HNG. Wednesday made an inaudible sound in the back of her throat and slid out of their booth to order. In a short time they were both sipping their drinks and enjoying the meaningless conversations of teenagers. It was a pleasant time for them both. Harry was on a fun outing with a beautiful girl he quite liked, and Wednesday was finding herself enjoying the same in regards to him. It was a very strange experience in her case, as she normally preferred the quiet solitude of her own thoughts. But Harry was interesting, unique, and he seemed to like listening to the sound of her voice. Wednesday found she rather liked that. Nothing good lasts forever, though. Their glasses were almost empty when the cafe door clinked open to admit three guys in pilgrim outfits of all things. They took one look at the two students in stylish black uniforms and clearly surmised they were from Nevermore and decided to make something out of it. "What are a couple Nevermore freaks doing in town with us decent and normal folk?" the boy in the lead asked as he leaned forward and pressed both of his hands flat on their table. Wednesday couldn't have missed the way her date flinched at the words decent and normal. If she'd tried, she'd need to look into that further later. Perhaps Enid might have some thoughts. "I think the better question here is why you three are dressed like religious fanatics responsible for mass genocide?" "We're pilgrims." Another of the three answered. "Potatu." Wednesday broke in. "Potatu." Harry finished, freeing his ring hand and lowering it underneath the table. Clearly having enough of that line of speaking, the boy in the lead held out a pamphlet with the drawing of a pilgrim imprinted on the front. "We work at Pilgrim World. My dad owns it." Harry commented with a contemplative look on his face, "So that makes you a spoiled daddy's boy who coasts through life on the successes of his father, and expects the same respect he didn't earn? Funny, I thought I'd left the last of your kind in England." "The fuck was that, you limey bastard?" "Limey? Real original, buddy. It's a good thing your daddy is apparently rich, because your creative thinking is gonna get you nowhere in life." With a burst of will he tied the shoelaces of all three teams together, and with a nod to Wednesday, the Nevermore students attacked. Harry shot a jab to the lead boy's crotch, Wednesday suckered the one on the right in the throat, and the wizard ducked under the wild swing of the third to kick his knee in and slam his head into the booth. In all, the fight, if you could call it that, took maybe 3 seconds, and by the end all three assholes were groaning on the floor, just in time for the sheriff to arrive. "What the hell is going on here?" For the first time since this event started, the barista made himself known. "Dad, I saw the whole thing. These three were harassing those two from the moment they walked in, and the Nevermores only defended themselves." The sheriff didn't seem like he believed that story. "These two beat up 3 members of the Jericho starting offensive line? 3? It's the truth, and the security footage will show it." The sheriff moved as if to go see it, but he was interrupted by a new voice at the door. "Apologies, Sheriff. This one got away from me." Weems was glaring at Wednesday. "You were supposed to check in with me before coming here, Wednesday, and now look what happened. This is quite the mess." Harry spoke up then, not at all liking where it seemed the blame was heading, a mess that was certainly not her own in the making. "The sheriff is about to check the footage of what really happened. Perhaps you would like to do the same." "An excellent idea, Mr. Black." "Sheriff." The two adults took off into the back room, and Wednesday looked up at him. "Thank you, Harry." "You are very welcome. How about we head back to the school?" "That sounds agreeable. Please drive fast though." "Always, Mio Bel Corvo. CH4 Dueling Instruments and a Mystery." Standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. Yup. Harry's presence kind of throws off all of Wednesday's escape attempts. Note. Gonna be using a different monster and monster culprit than the show provided. Got a fun one in mind. Mwahahahahahaha. Note. Due to the positive response on the prompt, I've published the first chapter of my Harry Potter, Sons of Anarchy story. I have already written the first 5 chapters, so updates should be pretty regular. And since notifications are kind of wonky on fanfiction right now, I've also posted new chapters to Prince of Darkness and the Lord of Night. Chapter 4. Dueling Instruments and a Mystery. The sun was setting over the horizon and night was fast approaching when Harry pulled his bike into the parking lot of Nevermore. Nevertheless, both he and his passenger were more than wide awake, and neither was quite ready to call it a night. "Would you like to walk the grounds, Wednesday?" "That sounds more than agree." She was cut off as Harry's phone started ringing. He apologized for the interruption, pulled it out to look at the screen, and smiled as he swiped the answer key and put it to his ear. "Why hello there, Enid. Oh, you can see us? He looked up and to the right, and sure enough across the courtyard he could view a shock of golden hair on a balcony in the fading light. What, you want us to come up so we can all hang out? Is that even allowed? Why, you naughty girl, I'm impressed. All right then, we'll be up shortly. He hung up the phone and turned to Wednesday. Enid asks that we all spend time together as a way for her to become romantically involved with you. Yes, I heard. Though I am curious how she suggested getting you inside. Our dorm mother made it clear boys were not allowed. Harry grinned at those words. She didn't say she wanted to be romantically involved with me. It's clear as day, Harry. I have only known you a short time, but you are clearly too smart to be this obtuse about women. You'd be surprised. Anyway, to get inside she simply reminded me that I was magical. So saying he hopped off his bike, reached into his backpack, and pulled out a cloak that shimmered like silk. What is that? Watch and see. He swung the cloak over his head and shoulders, and before the goth girl's very eyes the man she'd been spending her afternoon with disappeared from sight. She stared on with keen interest. That is incredibly useful. Can it fit multiple people or just yourself? The wizard pulled the hood up enough for Wednesday to see his head. When I was a small kid it fit over 3 of us. Now, I could maybe fit you with me. Are you calling me tiny? I am merely saying that you are shorter than me. That is only a fact, not an insult. Regardless, let us go. Waiting outside this long only looks suspicious. And so to the rest of the school it looked as though Wednesday alone was walking to her room, but when she entered the dorm and closed the door behind herself, Harry dropped the cloak, earning a delighted gasp from Enid as she hopped off of her bed to run over to them. That's amazing. What is it? The blonde said as she began to run her fingers over the silk-like cloth. An invisibility cloak, Enid. Harry answered proudly. One of my most precious family heirlooms. It was my father's. Anyone under this cloak cannot be seen or sensed. I gather my father and my dad got up to a lot of shenanigans with it. Your father and dad? Aren't they the same person? Enid quirked her head. Yes and no, I was blood adopted by my dad. Technically speaking he is my father, but I was created by someone else. Sounds complicated. That's life. Harry shrugged. So what would you like to do? The werewolf grinned widely, latched onto both his and Wednesday's hands and dragged them over to her side of the room before plopping them down into beanbag chairs. Wednesday was noticeably uncomfortable with how pink her own was, but she didn't say anything against it. I was thinking we could listen to some music and just talk. I want to get to know you both better. That sounds nice. Harry agreed. Fine. Wednesday allowed. So for the next hour they talked about life and school and what they did and didn't like, and things were going swimmingly, until Wednesday suddenly shot to her feet, declared she couldn't take it anymore, and ripped Enid's iPod from the speaker on her nightstand. If I have to listen to any more Beyoncé and Shakira I will start going on an axe murder spree. I could play something else, the blonde offered. I rather like Shakira. Harry offered Enid some conciliation. But I'm curious what Wednesday would have us listen to instead. Instead of answering, the goth crossed back to her own side of the room, reached under her bed, and pulled out a massive instrument case. Harry, could you magic this out to the balcony? Squeezing it through the window would be troublesome. You play the cello? Of course I do. All Addams are musical in some way. My mother plays the violin, my father the flute, and my brother the drums. To head off the noxious fumes of modern pop music, I will do something better with my own instrument. Harry, if you would. Of course. The wizard waved a hand and the cello was out of its case and set up on the balcony with a music stand set up beside it. Before the girl could move to reach it, however, Harry offered, what would you say to a duet? You play an instrument? Enid had stars in her eyes. Indeed. Harry reached into his bag and pulled out his electric guitar and magically powered speaker. Wednesday eyed the combo and said, I don't do duets, perhaps a battle? Harry smirked, my guitar versus your cello? The goth nodded, preference on songs? Only that they must complement each other in some way. I will start, then you will add your own style. Perfect. At that point Enid decided to step in. Not to rain on this parade, but 2 instruments making noise from the same place seems a pretty good way to get caught with a boy in our room. Oh, that's easy enough to solve. Enid, it's been a pleasure. He winked to the blonde and apparated out to the opposite side of the courtyard, setting up on a balcony directly facing Wednesday's own. The black-haired girl nodded at the action and exited her room to take her seat, cello resting on her shoulder and bow held at the ready. Then she began to play. Harry had never heard painted black in such a unique way before. The rhythm of the cello, the way her fingers moved across the strings in time with the bow, it gave the tune a truly haunting and beautiful melody. Well, if she wanted to play it that way, then Harry wanted to turn up the tempo. Giving a quick strum of a chord, he launched into one of his favorite pieces by the master film score composer, Hans Zimmer, the Wonder Woman theme. A rapid set of strums set him into the rhythm and the courtyard was filled with the thumping badassery of a true superhero theme. Wednesday let him play for a while before swiping her bow through the air and practically slamming it back onto her strings, picking up the tempo of her own song in kind and making it vibrate with power. The power of their battle radiated through the courtyard and out into the dorms proper, and it wasn't long until every window in the place was open with students staring at the spectacle with awe. Back and forth their turns flowed, their songs forming a tempo-defying mashup. That should not have made sense, yet drew awe from all who heard it. The show finished once and for all when Harry gave one last screeching solo and Wednesday cut back with a tempo-breaking series of chords that signaled true, sweet finality, and all around them students clapped and cheered for the performance. Harry and Wednesday stood, bowed to each other, and without another word the wizard apparated down to the parking lot and started his engine to head on off home. The next 2 weeks kept up much the same pattern. The classes were challenging and engaging, and the three teenagers spent most of that time in each other's company. Then came the announcement that Jericho was going to be having a carnival. A small thing to be sure, but there were promised to be rides, games, and food stands. At once Harry asked the girls to go with him, and they promptly agreed. Enid for any chance to spend time with the handsome Brit, and Wednesday for any chance to get off the school grounds. The two girls had a bit of a row about who would be riding with Harry until he pulled into the parking lot with his dad's car. When Sirius had heard he was taking two girls to the celebration, he'd given him the highest of high fives and then been insistent on the vehicle swap. "No son of mine will make a girl drive separately," he'd said. So it was that the Jericho Carnival saw itself witnessing a silver Rolls-Royce and a happy trio moving along the festivities arm in arm. Sirius was there too, having remarkably asked to accompany Principal Weems as a chaperone for all the Nevermore kids attending. Everyone knew the man thought of it as a date though, if only by the dopey grin on his face whenever he and the principal walked by. "So what's first, ladies?" Harry asked amicably as they perused the offerings of the place. "Food," Enid proclaimed. "Target practice," Wednesday put in, eyeing a few of the shooting games spread out around them. "Food first," Harry decided. "Wouldn't want the werewolf to get hangry and start looking at me like a meal." "Hey," Enid indignantly slapped Harry's shoulder while trying to hide her blush. "I'm not that hungry yet." Nevertheless, they all ended up at a food tent where they all ordered burgers. Enid's was considerably more rare than his or Wednesday's own. After that it was off to the game tents where Harry won both of the girls' stuffed bears, and Wednesday won him a giant stuffed snake. Her aim was quite a bit better than his own. Then came the rides. The trio had fun with the bumper cars, they cheered on the pendulum, well, two of them cheered. And Wednesday actually turned a little green at the House of Horrors. Not because it was scary, but because it was so poorly done. Finally, they came to the Ferris wheel, where they ran into a bit of a snag. "Damn. The seats only fit two," Harry noted. "Well, I guess we can go do something else instead." Beside him, Enid groaned, "But I really wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with you, Harry. It would have been so romantic, for all of us." "It still can be." Wednesday spoke up, shocking both of her companions. "We should take turns. That way we both get time alone with Harry while experiencing the ride." Harry was more than a little surprised. "You're really okay with that?" The goth stared directly into his eyes. "Enid is not going away, and she has a part to play in the future. I will see where this goes with all three of us." "Yay, I knew you liked me." The werewolf scooped her black-haired roommate into a spinning hug and cheered, much to the other's clear discomfort. She set her down eventually before grabbing Harry's arm. "Come on, the sooner we go the sooner Wednesday has her alone time with you two." So saying, she dragged her date off with her to the machine while Wednesday stayed behind, until Rowan. Laszlo bumped into her shoulder and her mind was assaulted with a vision of destruction and death in the near future. The moment it faded away, she began to follow him at a distance. Meanwhile, the blonde and the Brit were having a very good time. The ride was starting, the bar was securely over their laps to keep them from falling out, and he'd slid his arm casually around her shoulders. "That feels nice," Enid commented as she snuggled into his side. "Yeah, you seem very comfortable with physical affection. Is that a you thing or a wolf thing?" She shrugged. "A little bit of both. I like being close to people, it's just how I am, and werewolves are pack creatures like I said. We're better in groups, and yes, we're cuddly with each other." They were silent for a moment before the serenity of their ride forced a question from Harry's lips that he hadn't intended to ask for a while yet. "Enid, I'm not blind. I've been flirting, and you've shown interest in me, and so has Wednesday, and you seem very okay with it. You both do, but I need to know for sure, is being with me something that you want?" The blonde leaned up to stare into his eyes. "Hell yes it is. You're hot, Wednesday is awesome, and we get along. I think we could have something really good here." Harry smiled. "I know we haven't known each other long, but will you be my girlfriend, Enid?" "Of course," Enid proclaimed before leaning up and planting her lips on his. Her lipstick tasted of strawberries, and Harry happily leaned in to deepen it. Eventually they pulled apart and just smiled into each other's faces before going back to cuddling on the bench as it continued its rotation. "So you'll be having this conversation with Wednesday next, right?" "Yeah, I figure it's best to do it when we're alone and up high. If she takes offense with the question, she can just shove me off." "She won't take offense." Enid waved him off. "She's already open to being with you, so you shouldn't worry. I know she hasn't tried to kill me for flirting yet, but did she say something?" The blonde seemed to waver for a moment before answering. "It's really not my place to say. She swore me to secrecy after all. But think about it, she puts up with a lot from you for someone that doesn't like you." "Fair enough. Well, this ride is coming to an end, oh new girlfriend of mine. Shall we get off and see to swapping with our goth third member?" "That only sounds fair." Yet, when they did descend from their seats, they found no sign of Wednesday there. Their first thought was that she'd not been okay with taking turns after all, but that went out the window the moment Harry mentioned that Wednesday was very particular about keeping her word. She wouldn't just wander off for nothing after saying she'd be someplace. "Okay, now I'm actually a bit worried," Enid commented. The more she thought about it, the stranger it became that the goth wasn't present. "Yeah." Harry looked around casually before lifting his palm and casting a point me spell with Wednesday in mind. A small arrow of light came into being on his palm and pointed directly toward the woods. The very dark woods. "Oh yeah, that's not ominous at all. Enid, go and grab Sirius and Principal Weems, we might need them soon." "What about you?" "I'm gonna go make sure Wednesday is alright. If I run fast I might just catch up to her." Meanwhile Wednesday often tied herself to trees. It was a great way to stretch out the vertebrae when a full rack was not available. Being held tight to one via telekinetic energy was not the same thing. There was no focus area, not points of balance. In fact, every part of her body was frozen in place except her head. Not comfortable at all. "Rowan, let me down and we can talk about this." "Talk about what?" the spectacled outcast asked shakily, a fine sheen of sweat starting to form upon his brow. "I've had a vision. Your life is in grave danger, so I came to try and save you. I am not a threat to your safety." "No, you're not." Rowan agreed, "but I am one to yours." Wednesday quirked her head in confusion. "What? You just don't get it. You're the one who is really in danger here. Why?" "Because you're a living danger to this school and everyone in it. I have to kill you. Honestly, the gargoyle would have been cleaner, but now there are no other options." "That was you?" Wednesday asked. Privately, Harry had told her he thought the statue falling was meant for him. Apparently misfortune had a way of following him around. It was a rather attractive fact about him if she were honest. "Yes, that was me. It's always the quiet ones." The telekinetic teenager unfolded a piece of paper from his coat pocket and levitated it over to the bound girl for her to see. It was an image of a girl with black hair standing before a burning courtyard that looked exactly like the one at Nevermore. "That's you, I'm sure of it." Wednesday eyed Rowan as if he were an idiot. "So let me get this straight. You want to kill me, because of a picture?" "My mother drew that 25 years ago when she was a student at Nevermore." He snarled. She was a powerful seer, and her visions of the future always came out as drawings and paintings. She told me about this one before she died, it was that important to her. Rowan, put me down, and we can talk about this reasonably. No, the spectacled teen erupted, my mom told me it was my destiny to stop this girl if she ever came to Nevermore, because she will destroy the school and everyone in it. With a roar he shoved his hand forward, intent on suffocating her body against the tree with his will, only to get leveled to the ground by a bull-rushing, pissed-off wizard. Harry had been tracking Wednesday for a few minutes when he came upon the scene of the weird telekinetic kid monologuing about why his potential girlfriend had to die. Not on his watch. At once he charged, drove the other teen to the ground, and started wailing on him with his fists. You, smack. Will. Crunch. Not, slam. Touch. Pow. Her. Each word was punctuated with a punch and finished with a shot to the jaw that put the lights out of his eyes completely. Only the rattling rise of his chest letting Harry know he was still alive. A second later, a fresh thump on the ground announced Wednesday's freedom, and at once he crossed the ground and pulled her into a hug. Are you all right? Of course. She answered from where her face was smooshed to his chest. Rowan hadn't gotten to the actual killing part yet. Well, that's a relief. I swear it looked like he was about to dodge, he snapped before pushing Wednesday forward to the ground with his weight, as a second later the thing that he had just seen rapidly approaching out of the corner of his eye shot over their heads and landed on Rowan's prone form. At once, Harry snatched his cloak out of his extended pocket and threw it over both of the bodies to hide. True to his prediction, it covered them both easily as the stillness of the night was suddenly interrupted with the sound of wet ripping followed by screams of pain and anguish. It only took a few seconds for them to die off, and when they did, both Harry and Wednesday turned to look at that source. What they saw was more than enough for the wizard to grip his partner tight and apparate back to the Ferris wheel where Enid was waiting with an ever more worried-looking Principal Weems and Sirius. Principal Weems, Harry began, passing the goth over to Enid. You need to get the sheriff and go that way right away. He pointed to the woods. Rowan was just attacked by a monster and he might already be dead. Rowan? The principal asked with clear confusion. Whatever was he doing in the woods? For that matter, what were you doing? There's no time. Listen, I don't know what the creature was, but it had long and gangly arms and legs, mottled gray skin, a skull that looked weirdly curved and an emaciated torso that almost looked caved in some places, and incredibly sharp teeth. It could be eating him. Harry, Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, use the family spell on Weems, show her what you saw. Harry nodded and whispered under his breath, Dalla mia mente alla tua. From my mind to yours. And stared the principal in the eyes as he willed his spell into effect. A second later a look of pure horror crossed her features. Wendigo, she rounded on Sirius, come on, we need to go right now. So saying, the adults took off like bats out of hell. Left in the dust behind, Wednesday began tapping her chin with a finger as her mind started processing what she'd just heard. A Wendigo? I wonder what that could be. Mystery and Bees standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. Thanks to all the readers that sent me such positive reviews for this work. It means a lot to know the time and energy I put into these stories is appreciated. Note. Wednesday literally tells a teacher she saw a couple vampires, fanging, in the library in episode 2, so yeah, the students get up to some dirty activities on the campus it seems. Chapter 5, Mystery and Bees. Harry and his group had expected the police to be called, to be questioned about what they saw, to see even one hint of emergency response. When none of those things came, they got suspicious. And when Rowan, the very, very, dead Rowan was seen packing his bags and leaving school grounds, they got fascinated. Wednesday because it was a mystery that called to her writer's mind. Harry because he was inexplicably drawn to the goth's curved smile of fascination, and Enid because, well, she wasn't gonna let the other two investigate this thing without her. No siree. As one they marched into Principal Weems' office and, as she remarkably had no one else present, demanded to know what had happened to Rowan. Weems was clearly startled by the interruption, but she rallied admirably and said, nothing happened. He had a brief spell in the woods after that monster attack, but he recovered. Sadly, the experience has shaken both himself and his family, and they have requested he be sent home. I doubt anyone in this school shall see him again. It is a true shame to lose one as intelligent as him from our halls. Harry merely rubbed the bridge of his nose and cast the same spell from the night before, implanting the minds of all present with his last memory of Rowan before apparating away. The boy had been lying still on the ground, pale as bone as all the blood in his body pooled on the ground beneath him. His innards and chest cavity were torn open as the great beast, the Wendigo, tore into him and devoured everything it could reach. Coming back to himself, Harry asked, "You call that a slight tumble?" Trembling slightly from that horrid sight, Weems leaned back in her chair and finally admitted, "I am a shape-changer, and I took his form to make it seem as if he left the school on his own power." Enid gasped at that admission. "Why would you do something like that?" "To make it seem as if nothing was wrong," Wednesday guessed, "and perhaps to keep the police from taking any further interest in Nevermore." "Spot on, Ms. Addams." The blonde principal nodded. "Nevermore is in a tenuous situation at the best of times. Jericho needs us to stimulate their small economy or the town could go under. That being said, many people there do not like that fact, and would seize any chance to make our school seem either unsafe or a detriment to Jericho. A monster attack that caused the death of a student would be a spark that could lead the charge to our banishment." Thinking back to his years at Hogwarts, where the adults only ever ignored things, Harry had to admit that it was nice to see an educator being proactive about the safety and security of her students. "I can understand that," he said. "But do Rowan's parents know he's dead at the very least?" "Of course. I would never assume his form like this without their express permission. Or at least his father's, seeing as his mother has sadly passed. He agreed to this subterfuge for the good of the student's safety." "He sounds like a nice man," Enid noted. "He really is." The principal's face grew eminently sad as she continued, "Calling him up to inform him of his son's death was one of the hardest calls I've ever had to make." "I can imagine," Harry said. "But I have to know, what was that creature that attacked us? You called it a Wendigo." Weems shuddered at the recollection. "There are many differing stories of where they came from. Some say they are natural monsters born. Others that they are supernatural in origin. We do know that they are primarily native to the Americas, and that the Native Americans believed them to be hunters and travelers that got lost in the wilds and were forced to consume human flesh to stave off starvation. Wendigos are, to the best of our knowledge, cannibals that have been infected with the spirits of their victims. This forces a massive physical and mental transformation. They become monstrous, hateful, and above all else, hungry. They live only to consume more of the flesh that cursed them in the first place." Enid unconsciously grabbed a hold of Harry's arm as that information hit home. That sounds terrifying." "It is." Weems agreed. "Standard procedure is to kill them on sight, or call in a professional huntsman's troop. Sadly, the closest team is currently in Zurich and otherwise engaged. As such, I have enlisted the services of Sirius Black to defend the school." "Good choice," Harry agreed. "Why is that?" Wednesday wanted to know. "Because my dad can ward the hell out of this entire place, and since he has actual permission he can use some of the nastier ones too. That Wendigo won't step 1 foot on the Nevermore grounds." "That is correct, Mr. Black. Which is why I'm working on a new announcement that all students are to stay out of the woods for the time being. Once you leave I'll be sending it over the speakers. If we're lucky, the beast will move on. If we are not, well, we will simply have to wait it out." "Why not just kill it yourself?" Enid wanted to know. "I'm a shape-changer, Ms. Sinclair, not a warrior. Sadly, I never matched the martial skills of my old roommate. Indeed, the only people with enough power to actually stand a chance against it are Mr. Black here and his father. Wendigos are creatures of magic, and thus are susceptible to its power. That being said, I cannot allow one of my students to go into danger, and I am hesitant to ask the elder Black to do so." None present missed the slight tinge of her cheeks as she said that last bit. Getting a hold of herself again, she asked, "Have I answered your questions to your satisfaction then?" Grabbing a hold of Wednesday before she could say anything unflattering, Harry nodded. "Yes, and thank you for your time, Ms. Weems." They moved to leave, but were stopped when the principal reminded them, "Oh, and Wednesday, don't forget you have your therapy session today. I'll be taking you into town again." Turning to face the principal, Harry offered, "Or I could take her. I think by now you know she won't run away from me, and we both know I'm capable of protecting her." When the blonde wavered at his words, he added, "You need to keep your focus on the school right now. It needs you more than ever. Let me do this. Weems broke at that. Very well, Mr. Potter, but I will be calling Dr. Kinbot later to confirm that Wednesday did in fact attend the session. I won't make her late, I promise. So saying, the trio left the office and went about their day. Much as the last time, when Wednesday was done with her session, Harry took her to get some coffee, and this time as she sat down across from him after insisting on purchasing their drinks again, he decided it was time for that question he didn't get to ask the night before. He supposed he could have eased into it, provided some small talk before getting to the point, but his experience with Wednesday implied that she'd far more appreciate the direct approach. So, squaring himself up, and taking a sip of his hot chocolate for luck, he asked, "Wednesday, I want to spend more time with you socially." She stared him dead in the eyes and said, "We already spend a great deal of time together, and unless your ocular faculties are suddenly subpar, then I'm sure you can see that we are in a social environment." Harry groaned with fond exasperation. "I suppose I should be clearer about why I want to spend more time with you. Wednesday, I want us to be in a romantic relationship. We've flirted, we've joked, but now I don't just want to flirt. I want us to be something real." He slowly reached across the booth table and gently took her hand in his own, giving her plenty of time to pull away. She didn't. Curling her black-nailed fingers around his own, the goth said, "I would not be disagreeable to this. You are, more than I thought you'd be. I'm assuming Enid has already agreed to be with you as well." "Yeah. Are you okay with that?" A strange look entered Wednesday's eyes as she explained, "Some time ago I received a vision about you and her. Our futures are entwined. Enid is nice enough, and her pack mentality will only be good for us going forward. I have no objections. First year at this school and I have 2 girlfriends already. My birth father would be proud. From what you've told me of him, I'd agree." The goth's fingers suddenly latched down hard on his captive palm. "But if you ever cheat on me and Enid, there will not be enough of your body left to identify. Even magic won't be able to put right the sick and twisted things I will do to you." Not even breaking a sweat, Harry reached his free hand up to cup Wednesday's face. "You won't ever need to worry about that with me." For a moment his partner said nothing. But then, "I believe you." Her grip lessened back to the comfortable hold it had been. "But I won't be a blushing cheerleader who hangs on your arm and laughs at every joke. I figured. I'm too independent for that, and besides, Enid is more than bubbly enough to fill that need. And I understand that completely. I like that about you, Wednesday. I promise that I'll never ask you to be anything else but what you are. Because what you are is amazing. It is dark, intelligent, beautiful, and captivating." "Thank you." Wednesday's face didn't change, but the slight crinkling around her right eye told Harry she was pleased. He was getting better at reading her micro-expressions. In comfortable silence they finished their drinks and mounted back up on the bike to return to Nevermore. However, once they pulled into the parking lot, Harry stopped Wednesday from leaving right away. "Wednesday, may I kiss you?" The goth nodded and stepped into his personal space. "You may." She was considerably shorter than him, so he had to bend down to place his head on a level with hers. Then he leaned in and planted his lips upon her own. He'd intended the kiss to be simple and chaste as it was their first, but Wednesday surprised him by leaning into him and scraping her tongue across his teeth. His eyes popped open in surprise, but it was Wednesday who seemed the most shocked out of the two of them. She was blinking rapidly, and for the first time since he'd known her a frazzled look was crossing her face. I apologize," Wednesday muttered before turning away. Not looking back she said, "I enjoyed that and we will be doing it again. Have a good night, Harry." "You too, Wednesday." A short time later Wednesday arrived back at her dorm and was pleasantly surprised to find Enid absent for once. It made what she was about to do easier. Her parents had gifted her a crystal ball to call home when they'd enrolled her at Nevermore, but up until now she'd had no cause to use it. After what had just happened with Harry though, she needed to speak to her mother. She needed advice. "Step outside please." The hand did as ordered and scampered out the door, closing it behind him. Then she cleared some desk space, set up the crystal ball on its stand, and waved her hand over it, focusing on her mother's face. It took a few seconds for the connection to come through, but when it did she found herself looking into the delighted visage of Morticia Addams. "Oh Wednesday. How delightful to finally hear from you, my little praying mantis." "Mother. And there is the cold disregard I have so missed. How can I help you, dear?" Wednesday grew very still and forced her face into her usual mask of non-emotion. Today Harry asked me to be his girlfriend. What a fine turn of events. The Black family is delightfully dark, which makes him perfect for you. Yes, but then he kissed me, and you reacted more intensely than you intended to? Morticia supplied helpfully with a knowing smile on her lips. Yes. It seems you inherited more from my side of the family than just your sublime dark looks, my dear. What are you saying? Morticia waved a calming hand. It is a Frump family trait, inherited through every woman in our family tree. We Frumps are incredibly passionate women. It goes back to the founder of our line, who was a succubus that seduced men and ate their hearts. Lovely. Isn't it just? Anyway, you can expect a similar reaction when you are intimate in any way with someone that you truly care about. Is that why you and father are so involved with each other whenever you even hold hands? Partially. Morticia admitted, but also because we are so deeply in love. Great. So every time I kiss my boyfriend I'll have to worry that I'll unintentionally jump his bones? Wednesday, physical expressions of affection are not horrid things, but no, that shouldn't be an issue. Your bloodline will make you more amorous to be sure, but it won't force you to do anything you don't truly want to do. You'll need to make a conscious decision to go any further than you are comfortable with. This is so strange for me, Mother. Wednesday admitted, a hint of vulnerability coming through despite her efforts. My body just moved. It was surprising. I know, dear, trust me, it was the same way for me when I started dating your father. Just trust yourself and you will not go wrong. I don't want to give Harry the wrong idea about me. I'm sure he'll be understanding. Just explain it to him and ask to take things slow. Your father and I have been in near constant communication with his father, and he describes Harry as a very respectful young man. I doubt he'd push you if it made you uncomfortable. Thank you, Mother. This has been quite informational. Anytime, dear. Was there anything else? Could you tell me a bit more about our succubus ancestor? And how exactly did she remove those hearts before eating them? Morticia's grin grew downright predatory. Well, you see, dear, the hard part was getting the organ out while it was still beating. According to the family records, she had a very particular step-by-step process that included. The next day it turned out that Harry was indeed understanding. Once Wednesday explained to him what her mother had said about her family history and thus her genetic predispositions, he'd adamantly made it clear that he was more than happy to let her plot the course of their relationship, including how fast and far it progressed. Her comfort was paramount to him. At the moment, physical touch was mostly holding hands and locking elbows, and they were perfectly fine with that. The Goth found it rather charming that she was now dating a man that was so okay with letting the woman set their pace. Enid was a lot more touchy-feely, but that was to be expected. As it was now, however, the two newest students of the academy once again found themselves standing in front of the principal's desk. Could you please repeat that? Harry asked. I believe you heard me, Mr. Black. All students at Nevermore Academy are required to be a member of a club. It is important to this institution that those that call our walls home have a chance to excel and expand their horizons in a group environment. Wednesday crossed her arms and commented, We're both in the fencing club. That is an extracurricular activity, not a club. Weems shuffled some papers around and passed a few to her students. Here is a list of the available clubs on campus. I will expect your choices by the end of the day. The two students grumbled more than a bit about that order, but nevertheless moved to carry it out. They tried the a cappella group led by Bianca, and Wednesday promptly gave the werewolves temporary deafness with the pitch of her voice. Harry was a decent singer, but he wouldn't join any club that didn't have Wednesday in it. After that they tried out Enid's club, but she flitted around enough campus projects at the same time to make their collective heads spin. Archery only lasted a minute before the wizard was pushing his girlfriend on to the next item on the list. He didn't like how the archery captain, a punk-looking asshole with long hair, named Xavier, was looking at Wednesday. It was like she was something to eat. Croquet was a similar situation, except Wednesday was pulling him away from the bubbly red-headed captain that offered to hold him from behind to help direct his swing. There were a few other options that didn't really work after that. Mainly because Wednesday didn't want to do any of the overly physical or team-based activities, but then they arrived at the last item on the list. The beekeeping club. You know, Harry noted as they approached a decent-sized shed surrounded by small hives. I've never heard of a school with its own beehives. let alone one that required a club to maintain it. Nevermore is certainly a unique school. The Goth agreed. Unique is how I'd describe the Druidic Dance Club. Are you sure we couldn't have signed up for that one? Wednesday gave her boyfriend a very stern glare and answered, descended from a succubus or not, the only time you will ever see me dancing naked for you will be on the eve of our wedding, and there will not be 20 other people there like with the Druids. Understand? Understood, mio bel corvo. Wednesday turned up her nose with pleased imperialism and strutted over to the shed. Her mother had always told her that the first step in a successful relationship was establishing who was really in charge. It was a good thing Harry was learning that lesson early. That being said, she'd been surprised to find a grove of druids at Nevermore. It seemed there were a lot of other classes and races in attendance besides the far more numerous vampires, gorgons, sirens, and werewolves. They'd also run into dark elves, dwarves, and lamias. That last group had quite the hypnotizing gaze. It seemed that all the magical creatures of America were represented in some way at this school. She rapped on the door and was forced to step back when it swung open to reveal a rather short boy with large teeth in a shrouded beekeeping uniform. Oh, hello. Are the two of you perhaps interested in the ancient art of beekeeping? He held out his hands. Eugene. Eugene Ottinger, founder and president of the Nevermore Hummers. Harry and Wednesday shared a look before each took a hand and shook. Wednesday Addams. I'm fascinated by your work here. Harry Black. I go where she goes. And are you completely sure about that club name? Eugene gave him a strange look. Of course. What's wrong with it? Clearly you don't own a computer. Nothing, nothing. Let's just get back on track here. In short order, Eugene had them kitted up and learning the ropes. Because he was currently the only member, there were a lot of spare uniforms and safety equipment. They soon found the shorter boy to be incredibly knowledgeable about his chosen craft, both its history and application, and though he was more than a little awkward, his company was quite pleasant. He actually kind of reminded Harry of Hermione in a way, back when they were still small. They spent the next hour collecting honey, checking on the living conditions of the hive, and documenting all of their findings before packing everything up and heading out once more. Beekeeping wasn't honestly something the former boy who lived had considered as a hobby, but he would be lying if he said he hadn't enjoyed the new experience. And from the satisfied smirk on Wednesday's face, it was clear his girlfriend had enjoyed herself just as much. Harry, apparatus back to the dorms please. I do not feel like walking. Your wish is my command. The next week was quite interesting. In class, Wednesday and Bianca clashed to find out who was the better student. It seemed the queen bee of the school hadn't taken her saber defeat lying down and was trying to reclaim whatever clout she could amongst the student body. It got worse when her ex, Xavier Thorpe, sat at the table next to Wednesday and started showing her his drawings. It pissed both Bianca and Harry off because the guy was clearly trying to flirt. For her part, the goth merely gave her man a knowing nod and raised the corner of her mouth in her version of a smirk at the sight of his anger. Her own father had been known to go on jealous rampages on occasion. Why, the cruise that he and her mother had spent their honeymoon on still couldn't find a body for a single one of the other male passengers. It made sense. Who in their right mind would avoid looking at the spectacular body of Morticia Addams in a bikini? Gomez was quite protective of her. Either unknowing of all the malice he was accruing, or uncaring, Xavier still persisted with his attempts to gain her attention for the rest of the day, and carried on through the week. Wednesday didn't really pay him any mind. She had more important things to think about than a heartsick artist. An artist. No, aside from classes and club time, the week was spent investigating the page that Rowan had dropped into the goth's presence when the Wendigo had attacked her. She had just found something interesting and sent Hedwig off with a note when Harry literally popped into her dorm. Harry. Of course, Enid leapt into his arms at once and smothered him in kisses, while she remained standing and tapping her foot. When he finally extricated himself from the wolf and walked over, she opened her arms and he happily went in for a hug and kissed her on the side of her mouth. Hello, girls. It took you long enough. I came as soon as my familiar dropped the note. You found something about the picture? Yes, it has a strange symbol in the corner only visible with candlelight. I was going to go to the library to research it. Great. I'll come with you. Me too. Enid bounced over to the duo and together they started off down the stairs and across the lawn to the library. Along the way, Harry said, I actually found something out too. Oh really? Yes. Turns out the Black family has an incredibly detailed bestiary in the vault. My dad grabbed it for me. Why would the Blacks have a bestiary? Enid wanted to know. Wizards aren't hunters, are they? No. The wizard was suddenly very uncomfortable with this conversation. It seems some of the Black family were very much into crossbreeding. They kept the book so they knew which species were safe to get down with. Oh, Enid began running a finger over Harry's chest. So your family has a precedent for dating non-humans. I like that. Thanks, Enid. Harry had been a bit worried she'd take the news the wrong way, but he'd take the acceptance. Seeing his awkwardness for what it was, Wednesday spoke up. Harry, cross-species mating is common amongst people in our world. You need to stop thinking like a wizard. Rubbing the back of his head, Harry said, Yeah, I know. Look, I'm still getting used to all of this stuff, so please be patient with me. Of course, Harry. Ignorance is not a crime. Thanks, girls. Anyway, there was a whole section about wendigos. Apparently they can be created by necessity, ergo starvation, choice, or they can be forcibly turned. Forcibly turned? Wednesday was certainly curious about that. Oh yeah. The process is actually fucked up and so traumatizing that the person turned mentally cannot comprehend what is happening. They have no knowledge of turning, eating, or anything in relation to being a wendigo. The blonde thought about that for a moment. So, a person could have been put through the process to become one and not even know it? Exactly. The mind protects itself from the trauma by blocking all of it out. The problem, though, comes from the hunger. Wendigos can't not eat human flesh. It's a physical requirement of their diet as well as a mental compulsion as a part of their curse. If they aren't fed regularly, they can just change on their own at the drop of a hat to satisfy their craving. That's terrifying. Enid whispered. That's fascinating. Wednesday countered. Considering that we don't have a giant pile of corpses mounting in Jericho, I'd say that this is a turned wendigo and someone is feeding it to keep it happy. That would make sense. By that point they'd made it into the library. The place was empty at first glance, but the farther in they walked the more activity they caught in the shadowed alcoves behind the book stacks. Wow, those vampires are really going at it, Harry commented as he watched the shaded back of a brunette as she rode who they assumed was her boyfriend. Upside down, hanging from the ceiling. Wednesday nodded. Yes, I believe they call it fanging when they go at it like that. The further in they went the more couples they saw getting intimate. Damn, does everyone use this place as a hookup spot? Harry asked after they passed a gorgon with his head in a female siren's lap. The things his head snakes were hissing were downright messed up. Who knew snakes could have minds that dirty? Pretty much, Enid responded, not really seeming to care about all the rampant carnality around them. People tend to share dorms here, so it isn't practical to hook up there, especially when you can get in trouble for having a member of the opposite gender in your rooms. And the staff is just okay with this. I can't imagine none of them know what goes on here. Outcasts tend to have a lower age of consent, Harry. Wednesday noted. Add on to that animal instincts and the fact that most of us are boarding here with little to do in our free time outside of clubs and, well, things happen. The staff leaves this place alone because it's safe and they'd rather the students do it here than go places that are unsafe. You learn something new every day. The more Harry saw, the more comfortable he became, and by the time they reached the shelf Wednesday was looking for, he hardly noticed the sounds and smells around him. Sadly, after 30 minutes of non-stop searching, the three of them had yet to find a single reference to the symbol. Salvation came from the unlikeliest of sources, however, as a shirtless siren came meandering up to them. Harry thought he recognized the guy from Bianca's regular cohort of followers. Hey, you guys are kind of killing the vibe just reading over here, so few of the others asked me to come see if I could help y'all out and get you out of here quicker. You looking for anything in particular? Wednesday held up a drawing she'd made of the original picture. I'm looking for a reference to this. Oh yeah, that's the symbol for the Nightshades. They're a campus secret society I'm in, and his eyes suddenly grew huge as he realized exactly what he'd just said, and he spun around in place and walked off, muttering, I should not have said that. Shouldn't have said that at all. Harry tapped his chin thoughtfully. You know, that idiot kind of reminds me of a friend of mine from England. Hagrid would have liked him. Wednesday, however, was nonplussed. A secret society that would let a bum like him join? That is disappointing. but it isn't like we have any other leads. Nope. Enid chirped. And there aren't any other references here. So how about we head back to the dorm? We can hang out, read some books, maybe make out a bit. I'm game. Harry spoke up. The action all around them had certainly had an effect on him, that was for sure. What, he was only human. Very well, I too agree to this plan. Always the voice of reason between them, Wednesday added, but within reason. You know how I get when we kiss, Harry. The wizard smirked and smooched the edge of her lips again. Yes, and I like it. Ch6 alone time with the girls poke up. Standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. A couple people have mentioned that I haven't had a lot of time with Harry giving his girls individual attention. That is a fair note, and it was by design. I needed an excuse for Harry to question what exactly each girl might want more of out of a relationship with him. In Enid's case, that is more instinct-based, as I alluded to at the end of last chapter in the library. Warning. Just a heads up, Harry and his girls are going to be getting up to some intimate stuff up ahead. Nothing crazy yet, but they will be exploring each other and some new dynamics. Chapter 6. Alone time with the girls in a boat race. Hey, Harry, you got a second? Sirius asked as the younger man was lacing up his shoes in preparation of heading to school. Yeah, Pops, I got a few minutes if you need them. I was gonna head up early to grab breakfast with the girls, but they won't mind if I meet them at the cafeteria instead of walking them from the dorms. Sirius smiled at how happy his boy sounded before getting serious and pulling him over to their unlit fireplace where a pair of leather-backed wing chairs were waiting. Sitting Harry down, he took his own seat and said, "That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. Look, I know in all the excitement of the Wendigo attack, and warding up the school, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on getting your first girlfriend, let alone two of them, so, congrats." Thanks, I guess. Harry wasn't sure what to make of his dad's tone of voice. I thought that was okay for people like us? It is. That isn't what I'm trying to say here. The Black family patriarch sighed and leaned back further in his chair, wishing it wasn't so early in the morning so he could have a stiff drink with this conversation. Look, as your father, there are certain conversations I need to have with you, and especially when you are in a relationship like this it becomes important to. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Harry began to wave his hands in front of his face in a panic. You aren't about to give me the talk, are you? We already took care of that in Budapest. I know that. Sirius' face went red at that memory, but nevertheless he powered on. This isn't that kind of conversation, so relax. It's just going to be a bit awkward is all. Look son, dating two women is a lot of work. You need to be attentive to each of their wants, needs, desires, and values. What's more, you can't spend all your time with both of them at once. I've made that mistake in the past and it can come back to bite you in the ass. You need to take the time to make each of them feel loved and appreciated in their own ways. A suddenly nervous look crossed his son's face as he answered, but, most of the time when the three of us hang out we do so together. Neither of them have said anything bad about it. They wouldn't. Women are strange, son. They'll just expect you to pick up on things from them. But that doesn't make any sense. What do I do then? Take some time with them one-on-one. Still hang out as a group, but maybe take them on individual dates here and there. Show them that being in a relationship will mean they'll have your individual love too. That's actually a good idea. Thanks, Dad. It's what good parents do. Although I also wanted to talk to you a bit about Enid in particular. She's a werewolf, right? Yeah. Is she a dominant personality? In werewolf culture that would be an alpha. Not that I've noticed. She's definitely bubbly and bright, but not very forceful. Then she's going to want that from you. It's a werewolf thing, opposites attract. And especially as a beta she'll need someone to be her alpha. I'm guessing she's been pushing you to be more physical and affectionate with her. Yes, actually. And her expressions of PDA have been getting crazy lately. I was about to ask her about that today. Don't. Just accept it. Trust me, you'll both be happier for it. Huh. Harry thought that over. I'd not considered her needs as a werewolf. Wednesday is almost the exact opposite. How so? Well, she is really all about control. I think she likes taking the lead on how things go with our end of the relationship, and I have no problem with that. He paused. So when are you taking Principal Weems on a date? Harry asked with a smirk, glad of the chance to turn this conversation back on his father. Next weekend. I mentioned I have a 20-year-old bottle of scotch in the cellar and she was ecstatic at the chance to come over for a taste. Now get on off to school and think about what I said. Harry did so, and after a delightful breakfast with his girlfriends, classes, and time in the beekeeping club, he stopped by the dorms and called Enid down. Yes, Harry? Enid, would you like to go on a date tonight? Just me and you? The blonde's eyes shot wide and with a squeal of delight she leapt into his arms and nuzzled his cheek. Yes. Chuckling happily, and silently thanking Sirius for this, he asked, want to go for a ride and then a walk in the woods? What about the Wendigo? I meant the woods around my house. They're all warded to high heaven. Trust me, that monster isn't getting anywhere near them. That sounds awesome. I've been dying to see your home. Enid agreed and hopped off of him before snatching up his hand in her own. Lead the way. They practically ran back to the parking lot before hopping on his bike. The drive was quick but Harry absolutely loved every second of it. Enid was ecstatic as ever and she was literally howling with glee as they sped along up the long drive to his mansion. Then they were walking hand in hand through a worn path in the trees and the sounds of the night took them. For a while they walked in companionable silence and then Harry said, Enid, am I doing everything you want me to? What, as a boyfriend? Am I living up to what you want? Enid quirked her head, where is this coming from? My dad. Remember how we have that family bestiary? He was telling me that werewolves have certain desires and needs and I was worried that you were holding back because I'm still getting used to this society. Enid was quiet for a moment, and then she looked up at him bashfully and said, it's nothing bad like that. You're an amazing boyfriend, kind, caring, you listen, and care about me as a person. I have nothing I would change about you or our relationship. It's just, you're a beta. Yeah, and I wouldn't mind if you were a bit more dominant or commanding with me. You've respected me and my boundaries, and let me set the pace of our relationship, which was good in the beginning. It showed you respected me, but now that we know each other better and what we have seems like it might be the real thing, I think I would like it if you came on a little stronger. Oh really? Deciding to just try something, Harry roughly pushed Enid against the nearest tree and shoved his tongue in her mouth. She was clearly shocked at the sudden move and for a moment he worried he might have misread things and gone too far. But then she closed her eyes, moaned deeply, and tangled her fingers in his hair, dragging him closer. Taking her cue he gripped her thighs and lifted so she could wrap her legs around his waist. It was only as they started grinding against each other that she leaned in to whisper in his ear, cupcake. Huh? Startling through his lust-fugued haze, the wizard just managed to get a hold of himself. My safe word. I'll say it if we go farther than I'm comfortable with. She gasped, I love this, Harry. But I just want to be clear now that I'm not ready to go all the way yet. Everything else is fine though. I like this side of you. Harry smiled into her throat and kissed her pulse. That's good to know. Now get your claws out and latch onto the tree overhead. Shuddering anew at the tone of command in his voice, Enid snapped her claws out, reached over her head, and drove them into the bark above to support herself. A bit of a slight lemon taking a moment to appreciate the sight of Enid willingly making herself so vulnerable for him. Harry paused to thank the gods for this gift, and then he also thanked Sirius for the very informational book he'd gifted him on his 15th birthday. How to Make Your Witch Squeal. Then he lowered himself to his knees, wriggled the werewolf's jeans down her legs, and dove in with his tongue, putting all of that book's tricks to work. Over the next several minutes Enid panted with pleasure, groaned with desire, and when he introduced Parseltongue, making his tongue vibrate at snake frequencies, she howled with her release, drenching his chin and also creating an unforeseen side effect. When Harry got up off the ground and wiped his chin, he saw Enid's face was covered in golden fur. Enid, he ordered, pointing to the dirt at his feet. No other words needed be said as his girlfriend released herself from the bark, dropped to all fours before him, and promptly tore his own pants off to return the favor. He didn't need to tell her off for grazing him with her sharpened teeth, an action that curved her lips into a fresh smile before she dove back in and took him to paradise. End of slight lemon When it was all said and done the two of them lay reclothed and cuddling in the tall grass. Something about laying out in the woods with his sexy little werewolf just felt right. So how does it feel to have moved to a new state of wolfing out? Harry asked, caressing her newly furred face as it rested against his chest. Amazing. She chirped. Seriously, Harry, I was afraid I would never get past my claws. Who knew getting intimate with someone I cared about was what I needed to move forward? All at once her smile seemed to dim. It's not enough though. I still haven't wolfed out completely. Is that such a big problem? In my family? Yeah. By my age all of my brothers had been going full wolf for at least 5 years. It's gotten so bad that my mom has started talking about werewolf conversion camps to try and mentally force it out of me. She shuddered in his arms. Those places are horrible. I don't think my dad would ever agree to send me to one of them, but my mom is stubborn, and crafty, and heavily opinionated. I wouldn't put it past her to send me without asking permission and then only inform him after I got back. An idea came to Harry then. I think I might have a way to help you. Really? Hope was practically bleeding off of the girl in his arms. Yeah, you seem to respond. He winked. To my authority. I'd say that makes me your alpha, and there's another level one might be able to introduce to that. Tell you what, the full moon is 5 nights away, right? That's the strongest time for werewolves. Come back out here with me then, and we'll try it. Try what exactly? You still haven't said. You'll see. 5 nights later. All right, Harry, we're here. Now what? Enid wanted to know. She'd donned a heavy robe in case a transformation actually occurred, and had carried a backpack with actual clothing for when they left to head back to the school. Harry, meanwhile, was dressed casually in sweatpants, a tank top, and a jacket. Wolf out as much as you can. The werewolf did so, her hands turning into wolf claws and her face gaining golden fur. More. I can't. She responded. More, he ordered. I said I can't. Enid was starting to get visibly upset. Seeing this, Harry knew it was time. Stalking up to her and stopping only a foot away, his body seemed to shift, morph, and grow, until a massive wolf with jet black fur, green eyes, and enormous teeth stood poised before her. More. This time the order was a growl and it was punctuated with an ear-splitting howl to the moonlit heavens. Something in Enid's body seemed to snap into place at that action and her muscles began to writhe beneath her skin as her bones snapped and elongated along with them. The blonde fell to the earth and screamed. Not with pain or horror, but pure, ecstatic happiness as her arms and legs curled into more canine joints. Her torso grew out with lean muscle, and her face elongated into a distinctly wolfish snout. When all was said and done, Enid Sinclair, the full werewolf, rose shakily to her feet and added a howl of her own to her alpha's. And indeed, in her mind that was what he truly was, for only a true alpha could have forced such a reaction on his beta. She wanted to ask him about this, to demand answers for this new form he stood before her in. Yet try as she might she couldn't get her new jaw to articulate the words she wanted. Harry seemed to sense this, and he waved a paw as if to say, later, and angled his own muzzle back at the trees. The message was clear, come run with me. It was a message that Enid was only too happy to comply with, and together they took off into the trees to race each other around the grounds of his home. An hour and a half later they were both panting with lolling tongues as they arrived back in the clearing with Enid's backpack. Harry shifted back to human rather quickly, but Enid needed a few moments to regain her own form before falling solidly on her rump. Her boyfriend was there in an instant but she waved him off and crawled over to her bag. As she started throwing on sweatpants and a t-shirt, unmindful and uncaring of the free show she was providing, she commented, I guess shifting like that takes a toll when you come out of it. What the hell was that, Harry? The wizard smiled roguishly and rubbed the back of his head. A trick I picked up from my dad. I'm an animagus. An ani what? An animagus. It means I have an animal form I can assume at will. It's supposedly tied to the animal spirit in my soul, and mine apparently turned out to be a direwolf. I was hoping that form, combined with your willingness to follow my orders, would lead to a compulsion to do as I said. Turns out I was right. And I'm, so glad you were. Having finished changing, the blonde walked up to him and kissed him soundly. You don't know what this means for me, Harry. Explain it to me then. I'm free from my mother's plans. I'll never need to enter a werewolf conversion camp and be brainwashed. Also, you're my alpha, and you can apparently compel me. That means something in the werewolf community. Her cheeks grew a bit pink and she started fiddling with the short sleeves of her shirt. It's kind of a mating thing. Oh, well that's not bad. Really? She looked up hopefully. Enid, I like you. Like, a lot. Hell, I'm pretty sure I love you. I've certainly never acted like we've done in these woods with anyone else. He leaned forward and kissed her on the head. I'm proud to be your mate if you're proud to have me. I am. Good, then that's settled. Want to come inside and have some hot chocolate before we go back? Do you have large marshmallows? She asked hopefully. Of course. Harry scoffed at such a silly question. Then lead the way. A few days later Wednesday eyed the other two-thirds of her relationship as they relaxed together in their dorm. It was a Friday evening, and they were done with their homework, so Enid had suggested a movie night. They were all agreeable, but the problem came when it was time to decide what actual film they were going to watch. Wednesday wanted to view the original Halloween, stating it as a masterclass of tension building. Enid wanted to view Mamma Mia because she was a huge fan of both Meryl Streep and musicals. Harry let them bicker about it for a few minutes before stating in a tone that stopped Enid cold and raised Wednesday's interest, "We're going to watch Legally Blonde." "Why yes, Harry," Enid mumbled with a dopey grin on her face. Looking to the goth, he added, "Enid will like that nice story, and I'm sure you'll enjoy the horror it will bring you." Wednesday agreed. "I have not been terrified in a long while." Very well. She wanted to say something about this new dynamic she'd noticed with the others, but before she could, her blonde roommate dragged over the beanbag chairs. Harry conjured a projector screen, and he pulled out a projector and DVD from his seemingly bottomless backpack. "You just happen to have that ready? I'm always prepared for a possible date night," he stated smugly before setting up the device and pressing play as they got comfortable. Enid of course latched onto their man like a body pillow. Meanwhile Wednesday folded her arms over her chest like a corpse in her usual method of relaxation, and allowed Harry to wrap his arm around her shoulders. It was nice, and every time Elle Woods became too horrifyingly optimistic and made her shudder, he pulled her closer. It was a gesture she'd never really imagined enjoying, but here she was, feeling safe. When the film finally ended, they stayed in that position, leading to the goth's current interested gaze on the others. Her roommate was out cold, having most likely fallen asleep during the movie, and their shared boyfriend was smiling warmly down at her. "Something has changed between the two of you," she noted, a hint of understanding coming to her. "Ah, yeah." Harry nodded sheepishly. "Sirius mentioned there was some stuff about dating a werewolf I should know, about their needs and expectations. Enid and I talked it out and things progressed pretty well from there." "Oh, so you took command of her? Does everyone know about that stuff but me?" Wednesday gave him a dead stare. "At Nevermore? A school populated entirely by outcasts? Pretty much. Well shit. Now I feel like a terrible boyfriend for not figuring it out sooner. Look at her face. She's smiling in sleep as she reclines against you. I'd not say she looks like someone that is unhappy. The important thing is that you got to this point and are providing what she needs." Harry nodded and looked meaningfully into her eyes. "That is something I wanted to talk to you about too, Wednesday. Am I giving you what you need?" "I don't follow. As a boyfriend, Enid needs me to be more dominant and take the place of her alpha, but I don't think you are the same. No, you are your own person, and you have your own things that you want in this relationship. So tell me, how can I be the best boyfriend for you? Is there anything you want from me, or for me to do differently?" Wednesday thought about that for a minute. "I'm honestly not sure. Until I met you I never seriously considered my romantic goals. However, I know that I am not submissive like Enid, and I like being in control. You've let me set the boundaries of our relationship and something about that has been quite exciting. It sounds like you enjoy taking the lead on things." "Yes, perhaps. And if I were to decide on a particular desire I have for us, you would acquiesce?" Without hesitation. Let me sleep on it and talk with my mother. Then tomorrow night take me for a stroll in those woods of yours. Enid can't stop talking about them and they sound delightfully eerie." "Yes ma'am." Wednesday noted. "I like the sound of that." After her boyfriend levitated the blonde werewolf back under her covers and apparated back to his waiting motorcycle, Wednesday retrieved her crystal ball and once more called for her mother, who picked up on the first ring. Was she just waiting around to hear from her these days? "Yes, dear." Wednesday quietly envied how well put together her mother always appeared, even over the curved dimensions of the magical device she now beheld. "Mother, I have a relationship question." Morticia raised a brow. "Indeed? Well, tell me what is the matter and let me see if I can be of help." "I have told you that I am in a relationship now with Harry, and that he is also with my roommate Enid?" "The werewolf? Yes, I believe you mentioned that. I must say that I am impressed. Your father and I worried you'd never take a lover, let alone make a friend to share that lover with." "Yes, that lover is exactly why I am calling. I have noticed certain inclinations in myself growing while in his presence, and tonight Harry asked something that has gotten me to thinking." The elder Addams was certainly intrigued by that statement. "I'm all ears, darling." "He asked me if there was any particular need or desire I held in our relationship that he was not meeting." This was after he decided to take on a more dominant role with Enid. "Ah, so he met the needs of one of his girlfriends and now worries he isn't doing the same for you. That is quite understandable. I must say I am liking the sound of young Mr. Black more and more." "Yes, well, I don't know what to tell him. He is offering me the chance to further define what we are and how I want us to be. I am gladdened that he is willing to do this for me, yet I am unskilled and unknowledgeable in this realm. Thus, I have turned to you." She inclined her head as a student to a master, and her mother visibly preened at the praise. "Getting serious again," Morticia said. "This is a turning point for you as a couple, Wednesday, so I applaud you for seeking aid before jumping to a decision. Now, what do you like about your relationship with Harry?" "He respects me, treats me as an equal, and honors me every second that he is with me." "That is well of him, but what else?" Wednesday pinched herself and bit the bullet. This was not the time to withhold anything due to propriety. "He looks at me with pure desire, yet is not degrading. He calls me his beautiful raven, and means it. When he kisses me I see the beautiful abyss of the dark beyond beckoning to me, and want nothing but more of him. I am unsure if that last is just me or my succubus heritage." "It is both, Wednesday. Now, what else do you enjoy? What are some things he does that get your pulse running?" "He holds me closer, takes my arm or hand, and yes. When I tell him to do something, or ask anything of him, he does it. Whenever we kiss or act intimate, I set the pace and control how he moves, and he lets me." Morticia beamed at that string of information, and there we have it. "You, my darling daughter, have a dominant personality. This is quite common in the Frump family actually." Wednesday frowned. "You mean I need to control Harry as he does Enid?" "Oh heavens, no, well, not unless he asks you to, of course. I really should have seen this coming before. You've always been very self-reliant and obsessed with controlling your environment." "Mother, oh all right. Honey, what I mean is that you seem inclined to enjoy taking control of your life and all things in it. Of course that would include your relationship. You will never be the blushing submissive your roommate is, and you would never submit to anyone, so you must take control. It seems to me that the answer to Harry's inquiry is simple. You want to take a more active and dominant role with him. He already moves at your pace, so maybe you use that and push things. Make him submit, and see how it feels to hold his throat in your hands. Be the aggressor for once instead of just seeing where it all goes." Something about those words just felt right to the younger Goth. "That sounds promising to me, however, I am unsure of how to do this thing." Morticia smirked and pulled out a leather-bound book from seemingly nowhere. "Our ancestors have been taking our men in hand for centuries, Wednesday, and they have written their experiences here. Let me read you a couple of entries and see if any ideas strike your fancy." The following evening the ride to the Black Estate was uneventful, and even though she did not vocalize it, the Goth did enjoy the experience. A motorcycle was a two-wheeled death trap, so what wasn't to love? They got to his house and he made to lead her into the woods, but she stopped him by grabbing his hand in her own. Channeling that voice of command inside her, she declared, "Take me inside first." "Okay, but why? I thought you wanted to walk in the woods?" "I do, but first I want a drink, and then I want to answer the question you posed to me last night." Harry smiled warily and answered, "All right, come on." He led her inside, glad that Sirius was out patrolling the forest around Nevermore so he had the place to himself. "What would you like?" "Just some water." The drink was merely a pretext. She wanted to watch him do something she directed him to as well as wet her throat before what came next. Talking about feelings and desires was not something that came naturally to her. When he came back with a glass she drained it in a long gulp and set it down. "Where is your living room?" He led her to a large open space with a long leather couch and a crackling fireplace. She promptly pushed him down onto the couch and stood before him between his spread knees. "I've thought about your question, and I've decided what I want in our relationship." "Yeah?" She folded her arms and stared down at him. "I want you to do what I say." "I already do that." "No, I want you to do what I say." She raised the edges of her skirt and shifted forward to sit on his lap with her knees on either side of his waist. "When we're like this." "Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense." Harry nodded before leaning up and kissing his girlfriend. "Anything for you, mio bella corvo." Wednesday actually blinked at those words. "Just like that? You'll submit to me?" "Wednesday, I want to make you happy. That's what makes me feel like a good boyfriend. So if taking the reins is what you need to do, then I'm happy to let you." Wednesday smiled, and not just her half-smirk. Both sides of her mouth curved up as she beheld the open honesty and trust on her boyfriend's face. Her mother had been right to push her to this. "Put your hands by your sides and don't move them." Asterisk 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 slight lemon asterisk asterisk asterisk. Harry did as ordered and his girlfriend wrapped her arms around his neck before beginning to rock her hips, grinding down hard against him. "Feel me." She breathed into his ear. "Feel this." He groaned into her and instinctively tried to reach up to grip her waist, but she responded by moving back to stare into his eyes and squeezed his neck with her right hand, stopping him in place. "I said, keep your hands at your sides." "I'm sorry," he gasped out, weirdly enjoying the pressure on his throat, "but you're just so sexy." "Thank you." She kissed his chin and started moving again, not removing her hand. "Don't disobey me again, or I won't let you." "Finish," she ordered, and smirked at the groan her tone elicited. The hardness beneath her telling her exactly how much he was enjoying what she was doing to him, and it filled her with a unique thrill to know that she was causing it, that he wanted her that much. "Look at you." She breathed. "So easy, so docile, you'd do anything I asked, wouldn't you?" "Yes." He gasped out. "Do you love me, Harry?" "Yes." "Will you worship me?" "Yes." She sped up her pace rapidly and then jerked her hips one last, forceful time. "Then come for me." Her man shuddered beneath her and his huge eyes stared into her own as she tightened her grip and watched the passion and pleasure consume him. The mere sight of it sent her own body into spasms of delight and she found herself holding onto him just to stay upright. When all was said and done they were both stained, sweaty, and smiling like a couple of fools. Harry said, "That was otherworldly." Wednesday offered. "Incredible," Harry agreed. Asterisk 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 slight lemon end asterisk asterisk asterisk. Harry cleaned them both with a concentrated Scourgify spell and pulled the goth flush against him. "Thank you for that, mio bella corvo." "I should thank you more," she offered. "I didn't know that I had that in me, but now I'm glad that it got out. Your question forced me to confront it." "You asked me if I love you." "I did." She smirked. "I already knew the answer. My mother taught me the signs." Twirling one of her braids through his fingers he whispered in her ear, "I love you, mio bella corvo." "I love you too." She answered and kissed him. "But my love is a dark and deadly thing. Are you sure you wish to accept it?" "I'll accept any part of you I can get. Now come on." He stood up and pulled her into his arms. "We have a stroll through the woods to complete." "Indeed we do." 1 week later Harry was having the time of his life. He was attending a great school. He had a father who loved him, and there were 2 absolutely gorgeous girls on his arms. Indeed, his relationship with Wednesday and Enid was stronger than ever now that he knew to devote different parts of himself to each of them. It just felt so right. So when classes were done for the day he kissed the blonde in farewell in preparation of heading to beekeeping club, but he was interrupted by one of the vampires he worked with in the fencing club. "Hey, Harry?" The wizard and werewolf shared a grimace at being interrupted, but he nevertheless rallied and addressed the vamp. "Yeah, Reggie? What's up?" "Look, sorry to interrupt, but the Po Cup is coming up and one of our guys just came down with daylight fever so we're short a man for our team. Wanna join up?" Beside him, Enid clasped her hands over her chest and began to bounce in place. "Oh, please, please, say you will." "The Po Cup is like my entire reason for existing right now. I've been working on my team's boat for weeks and it would be great to compete against you." Harry raised a brow at her exuberance and asked, "First of all, what is a Po Cup?" Reggie answered, "Part canoe race, part foot chase, no rules and anything goes." Each dorm picks an Edgar Allan Poe short story for inspiration. But I don't live in the dorms. I know. Principal Weems made it clear to us that means you're fair game for any of our teams. I wanted to snatch you up first. Wednesday's arm tightened on his own at that statement. He's mine, but I won't mind lending him to you. Harry, be a good boy and win this for me. Of course, Mio Bella Corvo. They were interrupted by a laughing Enid. Oh no, Missy. If both Harry and I are in this, then you are too. You'll be on my boat and together we'll knock the snot out of Bianca's sirens. Wednesday eyed her blonde friend. Bianca is competing? Yes, and she always wins through some manner of trickery. With your smarts, though, I'm sure we can outmaneuver her and take the trophy for ourselves. The Goth nodded. Taking that girl down a peg certainly sounds enjoyable. She looked back up to address Harry once more. I am sorry, but we will destroy you. Smirking, the wizard answered. I'm sure you will try. Now come on, we don't want to keep Eugene waiting for too long. The couple moved off to carry on their business, leaving Enid to scamper off to her own activities, and Reggie the vampire to do who knew what. The day the boat race dawned, Harry arrived with his team to find them all dressed in red party-going outfits. So we're the Mask of the Red Death team then? Yup. Reggie answered while tossing him an oar and a red cape. You're on point, so if you see anything coming, use your magic. Will do. Harry walked the length of the dock and took his position at the nose of the canoe as he turned to survey the other craft moored alongside them. He saw references to the pit and the pendulum, their team in executioner's garb. It annoyed him to see that artist twat that kept flirting with Wednesday amongst them, and he resolved to drown their vessel at the first opportunity. Next to them was what appeared to be the Gold Bug, Bianca's team of sirens. Finally, the Black Cat. That last was the team that held both of his girlfriends, and as he gazed down the line of rowers to find them, something inside him stuttered to a halt. Wednesday and Enid were dressed in skin-tight leather catsuits, with drawn-on whiskers and fake cat ears. How was it possible to be sexy and adorable at the same time? The two of them must have sensed his eyes on them, because Enid turned and struck a pose for him while Wednesday provided a look that clearly implied any public comments would not be appreciated. The wizard wasn't exactly sure what he was waiting for the race to start, but he supposed instructions would be a good first step. To provide those, Principal Weems stepped up onto a raised platform. Surprisingly enough, her short hair appeared a bit mussed and her pantsuit coat ruffled, though a smirking Sirius standing a little ways off might have had something to do with that. The old dog was working fast. Greetings, students, and welcome to one of Nevermore's proudest traditions dating back over 125 years. She proclaimed, earning a fresh hush from the crowd of onlookers. Every year we gather here to celebrate the life of one of our greatest graduates, Edgar Allan Poe, with a healthy bout of competition. Each of you are representing one of his famous works and will be competing to earn the vaunted Poe Chalice. She gestured to a nearby table where a very large gold cup was resting. Harry had to admit it looked quite nice. The task of this challenge is to row across the lake to Raven Island, retrieve your flag from Old Crackstone's tomb, and be the first one to row back. Whoever gets their feet back on shore with their flag first will win the Poe Cup, bragging rights for the year, as well as some special privileges. The crowd cheered once more at those words. Crews at the ready. Everyone set their oars in the water and readied their shoulders. Get set. She raised a pistol full of blanks in the air. Go. The crack of a fake gunshot sounded and everyone took off, their oars slashing through the water as fast as their bearers' arms could take them. Seizing an opportunity, Harry fired off a quick drilling spell at Bianca's canoe, and smirked as they immediately stalled to patch the hole, giving the others a head start. His team currently had the lead with the Black Cats close second, and the pendulum crowd quickly gaining. To date nothing crazy had happened yet, but a slight shimmer in the distant water was catching his attention, until the pendulum sent a hidden axe blade flying towards his girlfriend's heads. Where had they even hidden it? That's it. Harry had it with that smug artist asshole. Nobody sent sharp objects at his ladies. He dropped the oar at his seat, focused his hands palms flat on the black canoe behind them and channeled as much dark magic as he could. The Black family spell coming into his mind with ease. Spinta omnipotent. Almighty push. A crushing weight of gravity slammed into the vessel and all the executioner cosplayers were sent flying off into the water. Their ability to cause bodily harm to those he cared about drastically minimized. His teammates cheered, the black cats pulled ahead while nodding their thanks, and the gold bugs were catching up. That was when the shimmering mass from before made its reappearance and crashed into them. Their canoe skidded back several feet in the water at the force of the blow, and then regained solidarity as the rest of the team worked like hell to row against the forceful tide. "Harry, it's underneath us," Reggie called out from where he too was rowing. The wizard nodded, pointed his hand at the water immediately next to the railing, and cast a concentrated heating charm. At once the water began to boil, and a second later their backwards force disappeared and a scalded red siren boy. Harry thought it was the same one from that night in the library those weeks ago, shot out of the surface and practically skipped his way to shore to escape the heat. Their detriment dealt with, the Red Death crew got back to work and in short order they pulled up next to their adversary's vessel, Bianca's still a ways behind. "Better hurry, Harry," Enid teased him as they tied up to the dock next to them. "Wednesday's already on her way to the crypt." Instead of answering, the former boy who lived took off running. No one but the werewolf saw the severed hand crawling from her boat underneath her boyfriend's with a corkscrew in its dexterous fingers. For his part, Harry raced through the woods on fleet feet, intent on snatching up this victory. Say what you would about Harry Black, but he liked to win. So when he finally made it to the crypt he didn't even stop to look around. No, he grabbed his flag from the clearly viewed stand, and turned around to run back to the dock, only to trip over something. Picking his face up from the ground he looked down and there was Wednesday, staring sightlessly up at the sky. Wednesday. He immediately dropped his flag and pulled her into his lap, checking her vitals. Far as he could see, she was perfectly fine, but her pupils were dilated and she wasn't responding to his cries. Could it be a vision? There was one way to find out. I hate doing this. It was a skill he really wasn't that good with. Looking into her eyes he intoned, "Legilimens." At once he found himself standing in the same place he was in the waking world, yet with an off-putting blue tinge to the environment. Wednesday stood before him, facing off against a girl that could have been her twin but for her antiquated style of dress and blonde hair. "You are the key," she was saying, much to his girlfriend's clear confusion. Deciding to be of help, he offered, "Can you be more specific? What is she the key to?" The girl spun around to face him. "Harry, how are you here?" The wizard rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "You were kind of catatonic, and I got worried, so I entered your mind to see if you needed help." "That was quite thoughtful. I appreciate the intent, yet as you can see, I am perfectly fine." "An anomaly," the stranger rasped as she perused his form. "Verily do my responses be of limited means in this place. The key to Crackstone be my descendant. Protect her with thy life, I beseech thee." Turning a fond gaze on his dark girlfriend, Harry answered, "You don't need to beseech me. I do it anyway. Your descendant is quite special to me. Verily she has a fine protector. Mine own time now is done and I must go." She turned to Wednesday. "Again will thou see me, but no I do not the time. Farewell." All around them the vision faded away, and the couple found themselves lying on the ground, arms wrapped around each other as Binka stood above them laughing and retrieving her own flag before running off. "Okay. So, whichever one of us wins, she loses, right?" he asked, earning a sharp nod from the goth before they both jumped to their feet, grabbed their flags from where they lay, and raced back to the lake. The black cats took off at once in pursuit of the gold bugs, but when Harry's boat made to leave they found the rear end absolutely flooded from a hole in the bottom of the hull. It was a small matter to repair it with magic and throw the water out the side, but it still cost them previous seconds to get back out on the open water. It was as they were doing their best to catch up that they saw of all things a rack of spearheads pop out of the black cat's canoe and ram into the gold bugs, rupturing the integrity of the craft and sinking it down in a matter of seconds before bustling off once more. Even though he was technically losing, Harry had to appreciate the effectiveness of the engineering. As he rowed past Bianca, treading water with annoyance written clear across her face, and returned the snicker she'd given him back at the tomb, he rowed like hell after the others. Sadly, it was to no avail. The head start the girls had gotten by flooding their canoe was more than enough to reach the finish line several yards ahead of them. Could he have stopped them with magic? Sure, but what kind of boyfriend would that have made him? So instead he rowed with the others back to the dock, and walked over to congratulate the winning team with all respect and dues owed the victors. He got there just in time to hear Enid proclaim, "Oh, God. Wednesday we did it. This is amazing. Congratulations, Enid, and you too Wednesday. You won fair and square. Harry happily stated. Don't be ridiculous, we clearly cheated. Wednesday scoffed, but I suppose everything was allowed, so, fair, is accurate if not exactly, square. Regardless, thank you for the congratulations. Any further words were cut off as Principal Weems came in with the trophy, and presented it to Enid, who raised it high for all to see as her rowing team crowded around her with hugs. It was time to celebrate. Author's notes. As mentioned in my previous chapter, animal instincts play a part with these characters, so yes, as a werewolf Enid is submissive. As for Wednesday, come on, can anyone doubt she'd be the dominant personality in her own relationships? The Nevermore's an Outreach Day standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. Apologies for the wait on this chapter and those for my other stories. University has started back up and my course load has been insane. Note. I've been thinking hard about what to do when I catch up to where the first season of Wednesday ended, and I've decided to return to the tried and true story element of the Tri-Wizard tournament. This was mainly decided because I think it'll be hilarious to see how the wizarding world reacts to Wednesday and Enid, and a Harry that won't take their shit. Should at least keep this story going until Season 2 comes out. Chapter 7. The Nightshades and Outreach Day. Wednesday was putting the finishing touches on the next chapter of her novel when Harry popped in out of nowhere. Of course he was immediately glomped by their resident blonde wolf girl. Setting aside her latest page in her completed bin, she addressed the wizard. Not that I am unhappy to see you, Harry, but why have you arrived? I called him, silly. Enid bubbled up. I totally figured out where we can find the Nightshades. Really? Wednesday asked. That's awesome, Harry praised, placing one hand on her head and ruffling back and forth, much to the pleasure of Enid if her happy humming was anything to go by. How did you do that? Remember that symbol we went to the library looking for? I saw the same one on Edgar Allan Poe's statue yesterday when I was taking a selfie for my blog. I got curious, went to examine it, and lo and behold, his brass book has a riddle engraved onto its pages. She smugly pulled away and handed her wide-eyed roommate a folded piece of paper. I wrote it down for you. Wednesday took the paper away and roved over it with intense eyes. Then she quirked her mouth into a half smile and held out her hand for Enid to shake. A handshake. She squeaked, that's like, one step closer to a hug for you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Come on. I know the answer to this riddle. She took her partner's hands in her own and practically dragged them out the door and down the halls behind her as she marched her way to the prominent statue of Nevermore's most famous graduate. Staring up into his poised and dramatic visage, Wednesday began to monologue. Don't worry, Edgar Allan. I see your sanctimonious smirk. But I will get the last laugh. Your penchant for riddles was legendary, and this might be your cleverest yet. That's because it's not a single riddle. Rather, each line is its own separate one. The opposite of moon. Obviously the sun. A world between ours. Nether. 2 months before June. April. A self-seeding flower. Pansy. One more than one. 2. Its leaves weep to the ground. Willow. It melts in the sun. Ice. Its beginning and end never found. Circle. Every rule has one exception. The answer will give a sharp cracking sound. She ran a circle around the first letter of all the written answers and came out with the phrase, snap twice, care to do the honors? Harry and Enid raised their hands and promptly snapped twice. For a moment nothing happened, but then the statue began to turn on its base and moved back in its grotto, revealing a steep set of metal stairs descending down into the darkness. Harry, light please. Anything for you, mio bella corvo. He raised his palm and summoned a lumos globe above it, illuminating the space before them as they started down the decline. It didn't take long to reach the bottom, so the distance was perhaps only 2 or 3 floors, but when they got there it was to a very interesting sight. An octagonal room with every wall absolutely covered in leather-bound books on shelves. Old books by the looks of them. Well, isn't this a... Enid began, only to gasp in shock as her vision, as well as that of her partners, was suddenly cut off by 3 leather sacks being slung over their heads. 3 things happened very quickly as a result. First, Wednesday Judo flipped her assailant flat on his back. Second, Enid wolfed out, picked up her attacker and threw them into the nearest bookcase. Third, Harry cast a wide-area disarming charm that sent no less than 8 bodies smashing into the walls and sliding across the floor. "Stop!" a female voice intoned, and all motion ceased. Harry felt a slight pulling on his mental shields at that voice, and that more than anything clued him into the identity of his attacker as he ripped the bag free. Bianca stood facing them with several of her usual cronies and, surprise surprise, Xavier fucking Thorpe. Wednesday crossed her arms beside him, and Enid bared her fangs and claws in a clear message of violent intent. Holding her hands up for peace, the siren said, "Clearly a misunderstanding occurred. You surprised us coming down the stairs. Welcome to the Nightshades." Wednesday scoffed. "Nightshades? You?" Her eyes drifted across the assembled crowd, clearly not impressed. "It was my understanding that this was a secret society, not a social club." Indeed, behind the gathered students was a poker table absolutely loaded with soda bottles and bags of chips. The secret society grew with the times. Xavier spoke as he moved his hand through his hair in a way that Harry was sure the ass thought was roguishly dashing. "There's a spot open for you if you want to join." Xavier. Bianca's pissed-off tone made it clear exactly what she thought of that offer, but she needn't have worried. "I'll pass." Wednesday waved off the invitation. "I came here because the Nightshades seem to be involved with the mystery surrounding this school, but I can't see any of you being bright or devious enough for a higher level of critical thinking and villainy. Harry, Enid, let us go." Only Harry noticed the slight twinge of disappointment in his girl's voice. She had really hoped for something great out of this discovery. To be honest, so had he. He wrapped a comforting arm over her shoulder, shot Xavier a triumphant smirk for the fact she let him, and led his girls back up the stairs and onto the campus proper. "So," Enid hummed as she skipped along next to them, her clothing in tatters from shifting, "we're totally raiding that library later, right?" "Of course." The goth answered. "That goes without saying," Harry added. A couple days later, true to their word, the throuple had indeed raided the library of the Nightshades under Harry's invisibility cloak, and come away with some very interesting tomes about magic, religion, eldritch horrors, and a small personal journal depicting a creature called a Hyde. It honestly looked like a badly sketched fever dream from a guy on a bad shroom kick. Finally, they found a book with a torn page that matched perfectly to the one they'd retrieved from Rowan's attack. Put together, the image showed a girl that very much looked like Wednesday facing off against a pilgrim cast in shadow. What the hell? They got a chance to try and investigate sooner than expected as Principal Weems announced Outreach Day, a chance to volunteer in the town and pilgrim world. Where else better was there to learn about their potential adversary? It only took a bit of weaseling and maneuvering to convince some of the other students to trade positions with them, and soon enough the trio was sitting pretty with 3 positions helping out at the vaunted tourist attraction. They were bussed in with the rest of the usual working crowd and provided uniforms before being sent out to perform menial jobs on the site of historical reenactment that just so happened to have 4 separate gift shops. Wednesday ended up serving fudge to passerby. Enid was a greeter handing out flyers, and for some reason Harry ended up churning butter for all to see. He couldn't put his finger on why, but providing the up and down motion for the churn just made him feel dirty. Enid of course took to her new role with her usual exuberance and need to please her audience. She scampered to and fro, struck poses in her pilgrim dress. He made a note to make sure she kept it for later. The play time with her catsuit had been exquisite, and the things Wednesday had done to him while wearing hers were beyond the ability of mere words to describe. And earned fresh smiles from everyone who met her. Wednesday kept her usual demeanor and ended up insulting pretty much everyone with her fluent use of the German language. Harry couldn't tell what exactly she was saying, but she only ever had that particular slant to her eyes when she was insulting someone so spectacularly that her victim had no idea they were actually being dissed. Every now and then they saw Eugene pass by, and the sheer amount of fudge he was consuming had all of them more than a bit worried. The kid wasn't known for how well he held on to his sweets. In fact, the only treats he ever really kept down were honey-based in nature. Ah well, he tended to gravitate to a group of normies that included several cute girls and the 3 assholes that had accosted them in the diner all those weeks ago. If he ended up chucking up his meal, there were worse places for it to end up than on them. None of them were really sure what to be looking for, so they kept their eyes and ears open, and eventually took note of a walking tour group wherein the guide mentioned the name Crackstone. Apparently several of his personal items were stored in the location's museum, which was currently closed for renovations. Personal items belonging to the founder of the town, who was a pilgrim amongst pilgrims, the notorious hater of outcasts, and the one Wednesday was supposedly the key to, according to her spectral ancestor. Now that was a lead if ever they'd heard one. Begging off their duties onto other similarly obligated students, the trio meandered over to the closed-off museum. It only took a quick unlocking charm to get them inside, and when they did enter they came face to face with several glass displays holding various supposed personal items of the town founder. It didn't take long to discover most of them were fake, as they'd been in all cases made in China. Supposedly they were all exact replicas of the things Crackstone had actually owned, and one of those items was of clear interest to the goth and wizard. A book of dark magic and rituals, supposedly confiscated from a coven of witches by the pilgrim leader. If that book's replica was here, then it stood to reason the real one actually had existed and probably still did. But that raised the singular question, where was it now? For a while longer they searched, and the trio found themselves fearing it had all been for naught, until they came upon a scrapped piece of metal that was supposedly the remains of Joseph Crackstone's shoe buckle. Out of curiosity, Wednesday placed her hand upon it, and the next thing they all knew her eyes were rolling up in her head and Harry was catching her so she wouldn't fall down. All told, her fit lasted only about a minute, but when she came back to herself she didn't get up right away. In fact, she actually burrowed even deeper into his lap. Enid complained that it wasn't fair she was left standing, but the goth merely smirked and told the blonde to keep searching. Sadly, they were jostled out of their investigation by the arrival of their temporary manager at the door. They heard her wondering why the lock wasn't latched, and beat a hasty retreat back to their former positions. As they returned to their jobs, Harry asked, "What was that vision about?" Turning utterly serious, Wednesday answered, "I saw the night Crackstone sentenced an entire town of outcasts to death. They were locked up in a single building and burned alive. Only Goody survived." "She's the ghost I saw in your last vision, right?" "Yes, my father's ancestor." "Well, at least now we have an even better idea of the kind of asshole Crackstone was," Enid noted. The thought of an outcast genocide was really bumming her out, and luckily her man seemed to see that because Harry immediately pulled her into his arms for some cuddles. She sighed into the embrace and decided there were few places she liked being more than in the embrace of her alpha. The rest of the day carried on without a hitch, though Wednesday and Harry found themselves placed in a foul mood after Principal Weems took them aside and declared they'd be performing in the Outreach Day orchestra performance. Apparently their dueling duet on the school balconies had earned their principal's attention, and not in a way they liked. What was worse was that Sirius had reported the deaths of 3 more hikers in the woods around Nevermore. The Wendigo clearly wasn't getting through his wards, but it was still hunting along the barrier grounds, and it wasn't leaving. Outreach Day finally came and Wednesday and her boyfriend started setting up their instruments side by side in the Jericho town square. The celebratory performance was supposed to be lighthearted and joyful, but that wasn't an outcome either of them wanted. Especially not when the day celebrated Crackstone himself as the benevolent town founder. So over the cover of night they'd made a few changes to the venue that promised to be quite entertaining. They had to suffer through an hour of the mayor spouting poetic nonsense about the greatness of the town, the contributions of the people in it, and finally all the supposed virtues of the founder himself, but then the order was given to begin playing. The town marching band started up a rendition of "Don't Stop" by Fleetwood Mac and the Nevermore duo dutifully joined in, but all the while they smirked with anticipation. Any second now and Thing would be lighting the match and then there it was. A rapidly burning line of flame followed the ground from the bleachers directly to the fountain where a newly built statue to memorialize the Butcher of Outcasts had been erected. Seeing as the water had been replaced the evening before with gasoline and charmed to be scentless, the entire thing went up in a blaze in an instant, setting the brass monstrosity to melting almost right away. To top it off, Wednesday and Harry burst into an aggressively rapid rendition of Vivaldi's Winter, and let their strings portray their excitement even more than their smiles could have. That evening it was likely those same smiles that had the duo sat before the raging fireplace of Principal Weems' office as the enraged educator paced aggressively back and forth before them. The statue destroyed, the central green burning, and panic throughout the town. I can't even begin to count the number of angry phone calls, emails, and personal complaints I've received since that spectacle of a performance. Questions are being asked and the sheriff's eyes are pointed directly at us. Wednesday played innocent, or at least as innocent as she was capable. I'd be happy to lead the inquisition for the guilty party, but I left my thumbscrews and restraints at home. Harry eyed her appreciatively and asked, "Can we use those later?" Wednesday turned up one corner of her mouth. "Of course. I'll call my mother tonight and ask her to ship them out." "Excuse me, but could you two stop flirting for 2 seconds to hear what I am saying?" Weems ground out. "Ms. Addams, you are already on thin ice for the actions you took in your last school, and Mr. Black, your father's monetary contributions to the school and your excellent grades do not make you immune to the rules." Harry smirked at that. "I agree wholeheartedly, but can you definitively prove that that fire was started by us?" The principal stared him down for several seconds before grumbling out, "No, there is no evidence, but I know it was you. And I will be keeping a closer eye on you both from here on out as a result. You may go." She waved to the door, and teenagers stood to leave, but before exiting the room a thought came to the young man. "Principal Weems, that whole ceremony was super messed up. Yes, the fire was unfortunate." "I meant all that praise for Joseph Crackstone," Harry interrupted. "Do you know what kind of man he really was?" The blonde woman sighed with exhaustion and moved to sit back behind her desk. "I am well aware. Our school was built upon his land after he was killed, and every principal since the beginning has made sure the ones that came after knew the evil he committed so we could keep it from occurring to our students again. Now Wednesday was getting annoyed. Then why would you make us all sit through a glorified veneration ceremony for the man?" For a moment it seemed like Weems wasn't going to answer, but after a while she seemed to lose the strength to resist and just looked tired. Because the normies in town have been spoon-fed a watered-down version of his story since they were infants. When they see Joseph Crackstone, they see a pioneer that founded their town and brought civilization to the wilds. They don't see the mass murderer, the bigot, the genocidal maniac. And reminding them of the truth will only lead to discord, pain, and denial. It is very likely that the populace would accuse us of trying to sully his good name and drive us out. Probably with pitchforks and torches. "You're burying your head in the sand," the Goth accused. "I'm trying to keep from escalating a volatile situation and keep my students safe." Weems shot back. "Yes, the truth matters, Ms. Addams, but in this case the truth can only hurt us. There is no benefit to stirring up trouble here and every danger in doing so. Picking one's battles is important, and this is one that we will not win if it starts." To Wednesday's shock, her boyfriend was actually nodding along to those words. "It makes sense. I'm assuming the mayor also knows, and he provides the school certain benefits for not rocking the boat?" "Yes, we pay no taxes for our institution and are provided a stipend for new books and supplies every year." "How did you know?" "It's good business. Instead of picking a useless fight you keep things level and use the danger of it to benefit us all. Very smart. I am glad at least one of you can see that. Now off with you. I have paperwork to do and any further lecturing would be useless at this point. Keep in mind Parents' Day is fast approaching, so you might think about what you are going to show yours when they come. Here." Giving his educator a wicked grin, Harry said, "I'm pretty sure my dad would be more interested in looking at you than anything I could show him of the school." The blonde actually blushed at his words as she shooed him out of the office altogether. "So, Parents' Day." Harry hedged. "Yes, what of it?" "I'll be meeting your parents." Wednesday looked at her boyfriend as if he'd lost his mind. "Harry, you've already met my parents. But this time I'll be meeting them as your boyfriend. Enid's too for that matter." Understanding dawned in the girl's eyes and she nodded. "Yes, I imagine that will be harrowing for you. I'll have Thing make up a big bowl of popcorn for Enid and I to watch the show with." With that, the Goth strutted off down the hall with her sulking boyfriend imagining his upcoming doom while also enjoying the distinct sway of her hips. Parents' Day standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. I'm changing the order of events a bit. In the show the dance came before Parents' Day, but I just couldn't wait to have those parental interactions, so in this work the dance will come after. Chapter 8. Parents' Day. Relax, Harry. Enid gently rubbed her boyfriend's shoulder as Wednesday took his hand. Their man had been tense all morning, and now that the student body was gathered on the front green of the campus and the cars of their families were starting to pull up the long drive to the parking lot, he was starting to get visibly nervous. Yes, relax. Wednesday agreed. If my parents were going to murder you for touching their daughter, then they certainly wouldn't do it in such a public place. Enid nodded her agreement, and my family won't have any real problems with you until they learn you're my alpha and my mate. That's certain to get a reaction, but you're safe until then. Gee, thanks girls. It makes me feel so much safer knowing my life won't be in danger for at least another hour or two. Every second is a gift, Harry. The werewolf chuckled as together they continued watching on. But don't worry, we'll protect you. Resting his chin on the blonde forehead, the wizard replied, I feel safer already. Promise you won't leave me? As long as you don't leave me alone with my mother. She's just the worst. Judgy, temperamental, and convinced of her own constant rightness and infallibility. She shuddered, she just makes me feel so small. At once Harry wrapped his arm around her waist, pulled her close, and began to growl, his fear forgotten in an instant as he moved to support his mate. As long as I'm with you, you will never feel small again. You are amazing, strong, and the light of my life that raises me high, just as Wednesday is the cool darkness that levels me out. I'm here for you, and you'll not need to face your mother alone as long as I am. Thank you, Harry. Enid kissed his neck to show her appreciation, and together they enjoyed the approach of the parents with much lighter hearts. First to arrive was Sirius, which made sense considering how close he lived to the school. Greetings, Harry and Harry's girls. The wizard happily proclaimed as he came up and hugged each of them, until he came to Wednesday and backed off when she produced a knife from who knew where. Message received, not in the mood for hugs. So am I the first? Yes, Dad. Harry sighed good-naturedly at his exuberance and watched a long black hearse making its way up the drive, though I think the Addams are next. Sirius' eyes lit up at that piece of information. Perfect. I can finally invite them over for dinner. The meal at their home last month to settle our trade contract was fantastic, and I've been dying to return the favor. Who knew live squid stew was so good? It is Grandmama's recipe from the old country. Wednesday supplied as she crossed her arms. The hearse had finally rolled up and come to a stop. As the young trio and adult watched, a mountain of a man with long lanky arms stepped out of the driver's seat, moved to open the back door, and the figures of Gomez, Morticia, and Pugsley Addams stepped out into the open air. Each held an umbrella that they promptly unfurled to keep the sun off of themselves. Wednesday, darling, Morticia purred as she sashayed over to their group, how lovely it is to see you again. Mother, as always you look very well put together. Yes, well, the effort is all part of the process, dear. Morticia carried on down the line as her husband and son greeted her daughter. Harry, how wonderful, you are looking well with that delectable werewolf on your arm. My, Wednesday chose superbly with you. I'll expect you in the fencing hall at 2 o'clock. Harry blinked. What? Why? To duel, of course. I must ensure you are at least skilled enough to stand at my daughter's side and offer adequate support should blades need to be drawn. Do not worry, the most I'll remove is a small appendage. Though accidents do happen, so who knows for sure. The wizard gulped audibly at that. Which appendage? Now that would be telling. Morticia winked. Ah, Enid, I would very much like to speak with you later as well. I'm curious how my daughter is adjusting to Nevermore, and I'm sure her best friend is a great source of inside information. The best friend? Enid perked up. Why yes, Wednesday has never had such few bad things to say about anyone until she met you. Now if you'll excuse me, I must speak with Sirius. The matriarch moved off and Gomez took her place, shaking Harry's hand enthusiastically. Harry, old chum, fantastic to see you again. You're not going to threaten me too, sir? Threaten you? Of course not. You make my little girl not miserable, so I would be a fool to insinuate I would remove you from the land of the living. Plus, my wife is more than capable of making your death look like any number of natural causes, so a threat would really just be unnecessary and detrimental to catching you unawares. Of course, that would only be necessary if you hurt my little Wednesday. You'd never want to do that, would you? Harry wasn't sure what was stranger here. The totally unveiled insinuation of his demise, or the fact that Gomez was clearly being wholeheartedly friendly as he spoke the words. Not a trace of malice could be sensed in anything he said. I would never want to hurt Wednesday. I love your daughter, sir. Good lad, then there is no issue. Gomez slapped his shoulder fondly. Now, I must join Tish. Sirius promised us caribou steaks tonight and we need to agree on a time for the meal. Almost as soon as the gaunt man disappeared, Pugsley was in his place. He didn't say anything before moving off, but the stick of dynamite he pointed at his sister's boyfriend got the message across very clearly. Alone again, he said. Well, that was harrowing. Not really. The Goth reclaimed his hand in her own. Pugsley could have brought his garrote wire and cleaver collection. I think he went easy on you because he knows how much I like you. Yippee. Harry nuzzled her head to show he was only kidding about his sarcastic tone. So I guess I'm fighting your mom later. Be sharp. She's infinitely better than me. Really? Who do you think taught me everything I know? I thought you said your dad put a fencing saber in your hand for the first time when you were 5. Yes, but everything he taught me he learned from my mother. Apparently swordplay is just another form of foreplay for them. Honestly, they make everything foreplay. I shudder at the thought of just how much of the family fortune goes into paying off their public indecency fines. Sounds like heaven to me, Harry murmured as he lifted his chin off of Enid's head to rest it on Wednesdays. They don't let societal rules dictate when and where they can show their affection for each other. Why, Harry, are you thinking about becoming an exhibitionist? The Goth raised a brow and quirked one side of her lips in her usual manner of amusement. Should I have you on your knees for me right here in the middle of the courtyard? Don't tempt me with a good time, mio Bellacorvo. To the side they noted Sirius and the Addams moving off further into the courtyard, presumably to hit up the buffet. Guys, not that I don't love listening to you flirt, 'cause I actually really do, but I think my family is coming next. Enid spoke up. Really? Harry wondered. Where are they? The blonde sighed and pointed to a large RV that was pulling into the parking lot a ways off. Over there. It looks like they brought the cousins too. That's just great. Her two partners would have had to be deaf to not hear the misery in her tone, because Harry pulled her tighter and Wednesday reached behind them all and patted her on the head. What is wrong? Harry spoke soothingly into her ear before kissing her cheek once more. He'd learned that physical touch was really important to Enid. It's just, my mom was going to be bad enough, and my dad was probably going to want to fight you just like Morticia, but my brothers and cousins. My brothers are actually really cool. They'll give the standard, hurt my sister and we break you, speech, but other than that I think you'll really like them. They always tried to get my mom to back off when she got really intense. My cousins though, Monica and Rachel are spoiled rotten, and they get their kicks stealing things from me. They're going to try to break us up and steal you, I just know it. It won't work, he promised resolutely. I know. Enid's tone changed to one full of confidence in her man. But they are still going to try, especially when they see just how hot you are. In their minds, they're alpha bitches, so why should a beta like me get a sexy hunk for a maid instead of them? So you think I'm sexy? He smirked. You already know that. Yes, but I love hearing those words out of your mouth. He purred in a tone that sent Enid's blood roaring and her cheeks to reddening as she squeezed her thighs together. Why you're sexy. MMH, perfect. Now I want you to picture in detail all of the dirty things I'm going to do to you after this weekend is over and our families leave, and all the while keep in mind that you are not allowed to touch yourself until then. What? But, no buts. Listening to this byplay, Wednesday couldn't help the fascination that was growing inside her at her partners' dynamics with each other. She absolutely loved being dominant with Harry, and she wasn't sure she'd really want him to be that way with her, but that didn't mean a growing part of her didn't want to watch as he dominated Enid, food for thought, and perhaps a late-night discussion with her mother was due. These new interests and relationship discoveries had truly served to bring the two of them closer together than ever. Squeezing her man's hand one last time she released him. You go deal with Enid's family first. I'll keep my parents occupied until you come to duel my mother. Are you sure? Yes, Enid needs you more right now. Looking at her roommate with pure gratitude in her eyes, Enid said, Thank you, Wednesday. Your thanks are unnecessary. This relationship works best when we all support each other. Give your family hell for me. And with that, the beautiful Goth took off after her family, leaving her partners behind. It wasn't long before a troop of blondes finally approached them, with a grizzly mustachioed man at their head and a matronly woman beside him that reminded Harry an unfortunate amount like Mrs. Weasley. A half-dozen boys of varying ages ran around behind them, along with a red-headed duo that had to be Monica and Rachel based on the envious way they were appraising Harry and Enid's closeness. A closeness that the man was also watching with deep seriousness. Enid. He spoke one word, but in that word was held a deep level of affection that was apparent to all who listened. On the whole, he reminded Harry a lot of Ron Swanson. "Hey, Dad." The blonde happily chirped, waving the one hand that was not wrapped around her boyfriend's waist. "Enid." The woman ignored the fact she hadn't yet been greeted and made to wrap her daughter up in a giant hug, but the girl quickly angled herself behind Harry to avoid it. Her mom looked deeply nonplussed, and watched the two of them with newly appraising eyes. "Who is this?" Blushing deeply, Enid focused her attention on her father, pointedly ignoring her mom. "Dad, this is Harry. He's my boyfriend, Alpha, and mate." At once every eye in the family was locked eerily on the wizard. "Is he worthy?" her father growled, the mustache on his lip quivering. "Yes." The blonde nodded with a certainty that impressed the hell out of her boyfriend. Her father nodded in kind and held out his hand to the young man, Ezra Sinclair. "Harry Black. You a werewolf? Wolf adjacent, I'd say. Well, Harry Black, I think you and I should." He was interrupted by his wife butting in and trying once more to get in her daughter's personal space. "Never mind the boy, have you, wolfed out yet?" The woman spoke in a low voice, but with enough intensity that everyone still heard her. Did she talk about all personal issues that way? Ducking her head in a deprecating way that Harry most certainly did not like seeing, the girl answered, "Not even 20 seconds this time before bringing that up, a new record. Yes, Mom, I've wolfed out. Harry pulled the transformation out of me as my alpha. It's how I knew he was my mate." Eyes sparkling, her mom clasped her hands together and loudly squeaked with delight. "That's perfect. Honey, you're finally a complete werewolf. Oh, we won't even need the conversion camp this summer after all, which means I can get our deposit back." "All right, that's enough." Harry growled, only to go silent as Ezra too growled menacingly at his wife, causing her to take a few steps back in shock. Looking back on the event later, Harry would swear the sound was deep enough to rumble the gravel beneath their feet. The large man glared at his mate as his sons fell in behind him. "Do you want to repeat that, Maria?" Maria gulped at the universal glares of her family, finding no support in any direction. Even Monica and Rachel were looking at her with pure revulsion. All wolves knew the horrors whispered about from those camps. "I only meant to say that our daughter is finally as she should be, and..." What was that about the conversion camp? The man's eyes were beginning to glow with golden rage, and his sons were following suit as they fell in unconsciously around Harry and Enid, offering the protection of their bodies from their mother. "Aye." Maria was backing away slowly now, stumbling over the curb before righting herself once more. "I only had that plan on the back burner. In case she failed to turn completely this semester. Attendance needs to be submitted quickly after all or all the spots fill up." Ezra's skin began to twitch in place from his neck to his eyes and a dark snarl completely covered his face. "Were you going to tell me about this before or after sending our little girl to that hell?" The location in Wisconsin did wonders for cousin Cheryl. "Who is the alpha in this family?" he finally exploded, catching the attention of several passerby who quickly moved on to vacate the area. No one wanted to be in the way of a raging werewolf alpha. "Who are you to make that decision when I specifically instructed you to give her time and space?" Fur was spreading out from Ezra's mustache over his face, and with a final eep of fright the older woman scampered off back to the RV and barricaded herself inside so fast one could have been mistaken for thinking she had disapparated. For 30 seconds the family of wolves stayed half-turned and growled at the recreational vehicle before finally seeming to get a hold of themselves and shifting back down to their human forms. Then, without turning, Ezra muttered, "William. Blake, take your brothers and cousins to the buffet. I need to be alone with your sister and her alpha." The boys nodded, wheeled off the complaining redheads, and left the other teens and adult alone. When he finally turned to look at the couple his mustache was still twitching, but otherwise he seemed to have finally regained a bit of his former calm. "I apologize for making a scene in your school, Enid. Your mother, I had no idea she was planning that. I swear, she will never do so again. After this, I will not let her be alone with you anymore." "Thank you, Daddy." The blonde leapt forward and enveloped her dad in a great big hug, the first smile since her mother had started talking on her face. Hugging her back just as tightly he said, I know your mother is clingy and opinionated, but to even suggest those hellholes, let alone put down a deposit. Oh honey, you should never have had to fear that. His eyes rose to lock with the pleased reflections of his daughter's boyfriend. And you, Harry, are the one that saved her from that fate? You helped her to shift? Yes. I commanded the change, and your daughter's wolf answered. Then you saved her from a miserable fate and you have my gratitude. That being said, if you are truly going to be her mate, I will need to speak to you alone. His eyes flashed once more, that is not open for negotiation. Daddy. Enid tried to intervene. No, Enid. He cut her off in a tone that brooked no argument. This is how it's done. If he wants you, truly wants you, then he can show up and face me man to man where there are no witnesses. I will see his courage, and I will see his strength. Separating herself from her father, the blonde threw her fists on her hips and declared, my Harry has both of those things in spades. He has no reason to prove otherwise to you. Acting on instinct, Harry tapped into his alpha voice and commanded, Enid, down. At once his girlfriend lowered her defiant gaze, folded her hands in front of her in subservience, and melted back into his side. Yes, Harry. Impressive. Ezra nodded. When can we talk? I have a prior engagement this afternoon. How about tomorrow before breakfast? Excellent, we can work up an appetite for the buffet. I plan to consume all the eggs and bacon that they have. Ezra grunted. Then he took a final look at his daughter, who appeared to almost be purring against her man's side. Regardless of how tomorrow goes, I am happy for you, Enid. To find your mate so young is a blessing beyond measure. Yeah. Enid sighed as she nuzzled Harry's chest. I really am a lucky girl. Ezra nodded in his way before stepping forward, ruffling his daughter's hair, and moving off after his sons. Harry waited all of 5 seconds before letting out the deep breath he'd been holding. Well, 2 sets of parents and I'm still breathing. This day is already going better than I hoped. Oh please, my father wouldn't have killed you. Maybe mauled you to strips of bloody meat, but you'd still be alive. Is that what I have to look forward to tomorrow? Enid thought about it for a moment. I'm honestly not sure what you can expect. My dad is pretty tight-lipped about these kinds of things. Well, should we get something to eat before your brothers take all the food? If I'm fighting Morticia later then I want the energy. Good idea. Why don't you find Sirius and I'll grab us a couple steaks? Sounds delightful. Grab me a rare one. A couple hours later the fencing club. Considering it was the middle of the afternoon and the parents of pretty much everyone were meandering around, it made sense that the fencing building was pretty much deserted. Harry and Enid found Morticia and Gomez waiting patiently for them, a silver cutlass in the woman's hand and a trim duelist's outfit on her frame. It was an extremely flattering ensemble and the wizard could easily understand Gomez's appreciative gaze as he approached. Ah, Harry, are you ready to fight for my daughter's hand? Morticia asked easily. I'm ready to fight for her to allow me to hold her hand. He answered in a similar manner, earning that quirk of Wednesday's lips that he loved so much. Well spoken. Gomez too agreed. The mustachioed man eyed the black longsword resting on the boy's shoulder. Is that your weapon? A fine piece of steel. Thank you, it was a gift from my dad. He always did have great taste. Now how do you want to do this? Morticia smirked. First blood? I really don't want to mar such a beauty as you, even accidentally. Chivalry is not dead. Gomez cheered before lighting up a fresh cigar. But do not worry, Harry. Grandmama prepared special potions to heal any damage done here. You could chop her arm off and all we would have to do would be to hold it in place and pour the liquid onto the wound to set it to rights. Of course, that means the same could be done to you. All right. Harry didn't know what to think about the fact that his girlfriend's parents had arrived with a potion specifically meant to heal mortal damage. Like all things dealing with the Addamses, he decided to try taking it in stride. Well, let's get started. He sent Enid to go over by Wednesday, pulled his blade free of the sheath, and wandered over to a ready position on the dueling tract. His opponent was quick to follow. Dimly he took note of the fact that neither of them was wearing headgear or protective padding. It seemed they were of the same mind and didn't want to be weighed down or have their vision hampered in any way. They stretched and took a few practice swings, and then they got ready for business. Harry got into his favorite high guard with his blade angled down in front of his body, while Morticia went low and began to jab. The benefit of the wizard's position was that it allowed him to angle those jabs away along his sword with minimal movement, but one could only block for so long, so he drew her in, parried a jab with a wide swing that overextended her reach, and flipped the tip of his weapon back around for a stab of his own that she effortlessly dodged before skipping away for a distance that forced Harry to start using the point of his own longer-reaching weapon for jabs. However, the elder Addams woman showed off her years of martial skill by timing every one of her blocks perfectly, catching the tip of his sword on the end of her shorter blade every time, and forcing his overextension and rapid recovery before she could capitalize on her opportunity. Eventually it became clear that technique would get him nowhere here, as Morticia was obviously more skilled in that arena than he could hope to be with another 2 decades of training, so he switched up his style, performing a rapid series of cuts and pirouettes that put the entire weight, rotation, and speed of his blade and body into every attack. The difference became apparent at once as Morticia began to duck and weave instead of blocking. Her saber was more dexterous than his longsword, but it couldn't account for such a large difference in strength. Had she tried to actively block or parry those blows, then the resounding difference in momentum would have sent her staggering and ruined the woman's footwork. A death sentence in any duel. For the next 5 minutes this style kept up, taxing each of them mentally, physically, and cardiovascularly, until at last the older woman seemed to grow bored, ducked under his latest strike, spun around and slashed down across his back. Harry could only gasp in pain as he felt the cold steel slice cleanly through his spine and send his body tumbling down to the hardwood floor with a splash of crimson blood corrupting the formerly pristine air. In an instant he realized he couldn't feel his legs. "Harry!" Enid screamed, only Wednesday's protective arms holding her back as for the first time the brunette's calm features actually broke into a slight panic of her own. A panic that slowly declined into worry as her mother immediately dropped to her knees, popped the cork on a vial from her pocket, and poured the azure liquid over his ruined back. At once the pain ceased, his spine grew back together, and the wound knitted itself closed. It took about a minute for his paralysis to fade and the stiffness to leave, but after a while the former boy who lived was sitting back up with amazement as he practiced flexing his toes once more. "Always strange to feel your feet again after a spine is healed, isn't it?" Morticia beamed down at the youth before looking back to her daughter. "A 10-minute duel, and he made not a sound when I crippled him. I approve wholeheartedly of this young man, and I look forward to the day he officially joins our family." "Thank you, Mother." Wednesday nodded before finally releasing her partner and joining her as they both ran to their man's side to offer what support they could. For his part, Harry was glad to have passed the test, and also wondering what Enid's dad would do to him in the morning. Next time Enid's dad, "Will you go to the dance with me?" Note: I've published the first chapter of a Harry Potter, Tokyo Ghoul crossover. Just saying, cause fanfiction hasn't been great with notifications lately. I'm also planning to publish the first chapter of a Harry Potter, Invincible crossover either tonight or tomorrow. Wolf Fight and the Dance standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Chapter 9. Wolf Fight and the Dance. It had been a rough night for Harry. Healed or not, the memory of having his spine cut through with a sword wasn't soon to leave him. His girls had seen the problem though and had insisted he stay with them. Each of them had cuddled up into his sides to help get him through the night. But all good things must come to an end, and as the sun began to rise, Harry forced himself out of bed and to get dressed. Enid, ever the sleeping-in sort of girl, whined at the loss of his body heat and immediately glomped Wednesday in his place. For her part, the now awake goth seemed surprisingly okay with the contact, and merely shrugged at her boyfriend before closing her eyes to return to the sleep of the dead as she called it. It was nice to see the two of them getting even closer. Slipping into his jeans, t-shirt, and jacket he slowly slipped out of the dorm, ever wary of the boy-hating dorm mother, and apparated from the building to the edge of the forest. Ezra had said he'd be easy to find, and the man was right on the mark. The smell of wood smoke was strong and it only took about 10 minutes of walking to track it to a bonfire lit within the woods. Enid's dad was waiting before it with arms crossed and a serious expression on his mustached face. "You're early. Better than being late." "True." The larger blonde shrugged out of his flannel shirt, revealing a torso covered in muscle, hair, and tattoos. You desire to take my daughter as her alpha? Following the example of the other man, Harry stripped himself of his jacket and shirt. I already am her alpha, and she desires me as much as I do her. Good. Now you must show me that you are worthy. The muscle beneath his skin began to twitch and writhe. For aiding my daughter in her transformation and saving her from my mate's machinations, I will not fight to kill. That is the only consideration that I can grant. You. Having said his piece, the mustachioed man's torso erupted into a torrent of fur and his face took on the angular snout and teeth of a wolf. As he watched, Harry took note that while Enid's wolf was slim and clearly meant for speed and agility, her father was massive and built for power. He could work with that. In one blink the wizard was watching his foe, and in the next a massive direwolf was in his place. The two beasts stared each other down before releasing their howls of murderous intent and charging. The big man swung his longer arm at once, but Harry ducked and weaved beneath it before latching his teeth onto his shoulder. The attack barely even drew blood when faced with so much fur and muscle, but he carried on until the other wolf thrashed about and threw him off with great force. Once the two combatants righted themselves after that brief bout, they began to circle each other warily, each snapping and jeering the other relentlessly until they closed the distance once more. Harry received a punch to the ribs that he was sure cracked a few of them, but he followed with claw slashes that left bloody gouges crossing the older wolf's chest. This continued on for a while until Harry got bored of getting his ass kicked and took off into the trees with Ezra hot on his heels. With his greater speed and mobility, it didn't take the wizard long to pull ahead enough to break line of sight, and then he dove through the foliage and hid in wait. A few seconds later, when the werewolf charged past his position, he shot out, raked his claws across his back, and dove back into the foliage to hide once more and wait for him. Over the course of the next 5 minutes he actually began to think he had a chance of winning, until on his last run the big wolf spun faster than ever before, snatched Harry by his neck, and slammed him bodily into the earth before raising his clawed right arm for a finishing blow. Harry didn't flinch though. He stared his attacker in the eyes and waited for the last attack to land. It didn't. Ezra slowly lowered his arm and growled out, "You pass," before releasing his captive and shrinking back down to his human form. Harry was quick to follow as he stumbled back to his feet. Ezra's skin was neatly knitting itself back together to heal his slashes, but the wizard's own cracked ribs would take either time or a potion to heal. Yay. Harry, having reverted to himself, stood up to grasp the arm extended to him. You fought me with honor, revealed a true wolf spirit inside you, and stared your death in the face unflinching. My daughter is yours if she will have you. You know, this is the second time I've been beaten bloody in just as many days. I'm just glad I can still use my legs after this one. Ezra's eyebrows rose. You'll need to tell me about that sometime. Now come, it is still early, so we might just get to the front of the buffet line before my sons. The big man made to head back to the bonfire where their shirts remained, but Harry stopped him by clearing his throat. Excuse me, sir, but I was hoping to ask your daughter to a dance that is coming up. Can I have your blessing to do so? Ezra turned and answered, You have already earned the right to claim my daughter, boy. You don't need my blessing for anything else. Without another word, he carried on into the woods, and with a dopey smile on his face, Harry followed. True to his prediction, Ezra and Harry were at the front of the line for the buffet 20 minutes later, and it wasn't long before his sons came in behind them. The wizard endured much back-thumping and threats of bodily harm if he hurt their sister, but on the whole the younger boys all seemed accepting of him now that he'd passed the test. It spoke volumes that their mother was nowhere to be seen. They were just sitting down to enjoy a breakfast of literal platters of meat and eggs when Enid came skipping down to meet them. She took one look at her father quietly munching his bacon beside her battered-looking boyfriend and squealed with delight as she raced to embrace her Harry hard enough to cut off circulation. Hey, calm down, Enid. Harry laughed as he ran his fingers through her hair. I'm just so happy, Harry. You passed the test. You did pass, right? I passed. Her boyfriend agreed. You're mine now. Yay. The blonde smooched his cheek before scooting one of her brothers over and cuddling into his side. The family nodded as one at the rightness of the situation and dug back into their meal. Or at least they tried to until a pair of redheads decided to join them and began frowning at the clear situation before them. Though they didn't say anything, Harry decided he didn't like the looks they were giving him and Enid. You two got something you want to say? The table went silent as all eyes turned to Monica and Rachel. "Yeah, we do," the taller of the two said, giving him a salacious smirk. "You should trade up. Enid is a waste of a werewolf who only just managed a full shift, so why take her when you could let yourself be taken by both me and my sister? How about it? 2 prime alphas in exchange for a worthless beta." She leaned forward, displaying just how deep her crop top ran down to exposing her chest. "I guarantee that we can please you in ways that bitch could never even dream of." Harry expected Ezra to cut them down for such a blatant attempt to steal his daughter's mate, but he merely sat watching the proceedings with mild interest. What was worse, Enid was staring down at the table in apparent shame. Well, that just wouldn't do. "I can guarantee that Enid is twice the woman either of you could ever hope to be. Yes, she just managed a shift, but her wolf is beautiful and magnificent, and if your personalities are anything to go by, yours are probably disease-ridden mongrels." He carried on through their growled protests of his words. "I love Enid. She is smart, positive, capable, and she actually cares about me as more than something she can use to hurt her cousins, unlike you. I would be a fool to leave someone as amazing as her." His voice turned into a threatening growl, and he allowed dark magical power to build up into an oppressive atmosphere around his very being. "Now back off before I rip you both to shreds." The redheads shared a look before bolting off of the bench and running for their lives. Proud they might be, but neither wanted to mess with the specter of death that had hung over the boy's head just to mess with Enid. She wasn't worth their lives. For his words and actions, Harry became the receiver of a very enthusiastic blonde's tongue for several moments before she crawled into his lap and melded herself to his chest for more cuddles. Ezra noticed Harry's curious look and said, "Challenges for position in the pack and mates are quite common. I wanted to see how you would respond to the challenge, and I was quite impressed. Keep putting my daughter first and we won't have any problems in the future." Breakfast carried on in companionable silence, and Harry definitely ate more than he planned to. He wasn't going to let Enid's brothers outdo him, but soon enough it was over. Ezra gave his daughter a long look full of the depths of his love before hugging her close and taking his leave. Her brothers glomped her in a group hug reminiscent of a puppy pile, and then they were gone too, leaving Harry and his girlfriend alone. "So, mate," Harry smirked at the shudder that went through the blonde at those words, "I was wondering if you'd want to go to the Raven dance with me?" "Oh, Harry, I'd love to." Enid kissed him sweetly before bounding up and taking his hand. "But if you're asking me, then you need to ask Wednesday too, come on." "I was already planning on doing so." Harry chuckled as he allowed himself to be led across the grounds. As they started over toward the table toward the back where the Addams were clearly visible, Enid asked, "Oh, do you want to ask Gomez or Morticia for their blessing to ask Wednesday like you did me? I can distract her for a while if you want to ask her parents." "No need." Harry waved her off as he more comfortably weaved his fingers through hers. "I asked Morticia just after our duel." "Really?" the blonde asked incredulously. "I didn't hear that." "Well, it's kind of hard to speak loudly when you're dealing with the pain of a severed spine. Regardless, Morticia heard me and gave her blessing. It seems I now have the full permission of both families to court their daughters." Enid preened at the reminder, and together they finally made it to the table. It seemed the Odd family had decided to load up on red meat. Red being the only way to refer to the stuff when it was practically still bleeding all over their plates. Not wasting any time, Harry bowed grandly to Wednesday and held out his hand. "Wednesday Addams, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the Raven dance?" Morticia clapped delightedly at his gallant gesture and advised, "Wednesday, dear, say yes. The Raven is always a spectacular event, and it would be the perfect opportunity for you and Harry to take your relationship to the next level. Perhaps in the middle of the dance floor." She waggled her eyebrows suggestively. "Mother," the goth girl complained, "we are in public, and when I see the face of my man racked in a rictus of passion, I want it to be for me alone. At least the first time." She turned back to Harry and answered, "I will accompany you. Mother, can you help me procure a dress?" "Of course, darling." The elder Addams woman winked at Harry and said, "Best prepare yourself. An Addams woman on the dance floor is a sight to behold. I'm more interested in seeing Wednesday in whatever dress you pick." Harry purred, but I'll not deny an interest in her dance moves as well. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted, however, by the arrival of the sheriff and a group of deputies. They got the attention of more than a few visitors as they marched straight toward Harry's position with a rolled-up document. Gomez Addams. The svelte man rose to meet him and removed his usual cigar from his lip. "Can I help you, Sheriff?" "You can help by coming quietly. You are under arrest for the murder of Garrett Graves," the badge-wearing man declared with a self-satisfied grin. As he started to read him his rights, Sirius came swaggering up. "Hey there, Sheriff. What's going on?" "Just arresting a dangerous man, Mr. Black, stay back." "Oh really? Gomez, don't say a word. I'll have a team of the best lawyers money can buy for you at the station within the hour." Gomez blinked at that statement. "Sirius, old chum, you really do not have to." "I insist. You are a friend and our children are in love. Seeing you be imprisoned would only hurt us all. Besides, do you really want to spend an extended time away from your lovely wife when it can be avoided?" One look between husband and wife, and Gomez was nodding ecstatically. "I humbly accept your offer." "Perfect. Mr. Black," the sheriff tried to protest, "this man is guilty as sin. The entire town knows it, and we finally have a chance to put him away. Please, do not get involved like this." Sirius stared the other man down and replied, "If you've known of his guilt for so long, why wasn't he already arrested? This stinks of bias to me. And I highly doubt whatever new evidence you've gotten is anything more than circumstantial. I have been falsely imprisoned before and I won't stand for it happening to my friend." He smiled at the worried Morticia. "Don't worry, beautiful, I'll have your man out and free by the end of the day." And true to his word, he did. Sirius procured a high-priced, high-functioning team of lawyers from New York, and within an hour they'd torn the sheriff's case apart. Their employer had been right on the mark, as his entire merit for arrest was based off a suicide note from a mortician who claimed he'd falsified the medical results of Garrett Graves' autopsy. There was no other actual physical evidence at hand or testimony that could further prove the case, and without exhuming the body for a second autopsy, which the law enforcement official did not have a court order to achieve, there really was no grounds to arrest or hold Gomez in the first place. He was promptly released with a forced apology from the sheriff and put back into circulation. Waiting for him was the family hearse, and together his family drove off into the sunset. As they did, Gomez couldn't help noticing the maddeningly beautiful dark smirk on his wife's luscious lips. "Tish, you look especially sublime this afternoon. What has happened to put you in such a good mood?" "Oh Gomez, while we were waiting for your release, Wednesday and I got a dress and then had the most delightful mother-daughter chat. I had to explain the truth of what happened with Garrett, but she was ever so understanding. And then she started to ask me about other things. She hasn't sought out this much advice from me since her first time disposing of a body. It was so nice to have her open up to me like that." "What did you talk about?" "Let's just say that she is definitely taking her relationship further after that dance. She wanted pointers. I suppose I'll need to start altering my wedding dress to fit her soon enough if their union keeps up at its current speed." "Truly, Tish? You've seen them together, Gomez. Can you deny the truth of their love?" "Indeed I cannot. Oh Tish, can you imagine the grandchildren? They would be glorious." Some time later Harry checked himself over in the mirror one final time and smiled at what he saw. He didn't really dress up that often, so it was pleasantly surprising to see how well he was pulling off his tux. Sirius of course had gotten it tailored for him, but he had been worried it would look awkward. Instead he felt like James fucking Bond. "Hey, looking good there, stud." Sirius whistled through his teeth as his kid made his way down the stairs. "Should I mix you up a vodka martini?" Not that I don't appreciate the reference, but I hardly think the girls would appreciate me picking them up from their dorm room drunk. Harry snarked back. "That's a fine suit you're wearing. Any chance I'll see you and Principal Weems on the dance floor?" She needed chaperones and I volunteered. That doesn't answer the question. The older man gave a dog-like grin and answered, "You may or may not see me out there. I guess it'll depend on how well she can resist the puppy dog eyes." "Dad, those eyes don't work on anyone not taking psychedelics and you know it." "Agree to disagree, pup. Now, I'm not gonna pretend to give you some high and mighty speech about responsibility because you're already 10 times more responsible than I am, so I am just going to throw this out there and let you do with it what you will. Dad, just listen, son. Things between you and the girls have been getting pretty hot and heavy, but they haven't gone all the way yet. I'm thinking that's not gonna last much longer. Now, I'd rather you were all safe and doing that stuff here in a controlled environment than sneaking off to who knows where. Especially with a Wendigo still hiding off somewhere in these woods waiting for a fresh piece of meat. Additionally, those dorms are a terrible place to give a woman her first time. I still feel bad enough about the broom closets I used to use. So to show you I mean it, I'm just going to throw it out there that I won't be coming back to the house tonight. Make of that what you will, and do with it what you will. I love you, I trust you, and I want you to feel like you can always come to me for anything, even if it's a request to get out and give you and your ladies some private time. That's, thanks. Harry didn't know what else to say, so he just walked forward and gave his old man a hug. That means a lot. I do the best I can. Now come on. I'll race you to the school. The two of them hopped in their respective rides and through a burst of speed on the last curve of the drive. Harry's motorcycle just managed to beat his father's car. From there it was a quick walk up to the girls' dorm where he pulled out and enlarged two corsages, one black and the other white, and knocked on the door. What met him when the portal opened was a vision so beautiful that it took his very breath away. His girls had been busy in his absence and had transformed themselves into goddesses of beauty and grace. Wednesday was wearing a sheer black gothic dress with ruffle and tulle detailing, and her hair for once was freed from her usual pigtails. Instead she'd framed her face with two long bangs and tied the rest of her mane in a single braid down her back. Her makeup was minimalistic, yet stylish, with black shadow highlighting her eyes and a light crimson gloss over her lips. Enid had gone in the opposite direction. Hers was a dress of all white with a fur-like frill framing her neck. Her hair was combed and smoothed to the point that it resembled flowing silk, and her dual-colored eyeshadow matched her style perfectly. Finally, her lips had been touched by a cherry-red lipstick that was practically calling to him on sight. "Harry?" Wednesday tried to get his attention with no response. "Harry? Again nothing?" Giggling behind her hand, Enid offered, "I think we might have broken him, Wednesday." She grabbed the corsages and tossed one to the goth before donning her own. "Don't worry, I think I know how to fix it, follow me." The next thing Harry knew he was receiving twin kisses to his cheeks and awareness came flushing back to him. "Oh, sorry girls, you were both simply too radiant for me to comprehend." I like that." Enid slipped to his left and tucked her arm into his. "You're looking mighty fine yourself, Harry."
"Yes, this is how it should be." Wednesday agreed as she did the same with his right. "Now take us dancing."
"Your wish is my command." Harry chuckled as he started them all off down the hall. "Stay close to me though, the others can look, but I want them envious of the fact that only I can touch." To emphasize his point he leaned down and nuzzled each of their heads, bringing fresh giggles from the blonde and a quirked smile from the brunette. The gymnasium had been completely converted into a dance floor with tables framing the wall, a drink and snack station, and a DJ's setup at the head of the room with a massive ice sculpture set up behind it. Ms. Thornhill was making the rounds as a chaperone, and in the darkest alcove of the space Harry could just make out a rather tall head of hair and a dark mop that was most likely his dad gyrating back and forth. It looked like Sirius was making a sizable move here. "Is that an abominable snowman?" Harry asked, earning a shocked gasp from Enid. "Harry, you can't call them that, it is so offensive. The politically correct name is Yeti."
"Sorry, babe, guess I'm still learning some things." "Kind of like what?"
"All of the other races at this school are." Indeed, due to the revealing nature of the dresses visible to their eyes, he was seeing several fur and scale tones different from those he was familiar with. The Raven was one of those few school events where the requirement of trying to blend in was lifted. "I didn't know there was this much variety. They're pretty good at blending in, it seems." "They have to be." Wednesday agreed. "Honestly, Nevermore is the host school for every intelligent monster and misfit race in this country. If you can think of something, it's probably here somewhere." "Really? Try." "Okay, Draconids? By the punch bowl." Harry looked where indicated and noticed two girls holding hands with leathery wings hanging off their backs, banshees. Snack table. A blonde couple with wild hair and incredibly well-muscled necks. Trolls. Grinding in the corner. "No, don't look, it's not pretty. Rig. Kuchisaki Onna?" "Oh, that's the couple over there." Enid hopped excitedly on her heels and pointed to a couple of Asian-featured students slow dancing together with large slits splitting their mouths to either sides of their faces. "They can eat, like, an entire chicken in one bite." God, I'm jealous. Don't be, Enid. Harry smirked down at the girl. We both know something that you can swallow in one bite. The blonde blushed and started pulling him onto the floor with Wednesday before the three of them locked arms around each other and began moving slowly to the music. Come on, oh maid of mine, it's time to dance. You know, sometimes I think you forget who the alpha really is here. Well, maybe you can show me in the morning. She purred. Harry blinked and his mouth went very, very dry. What? I'm ready, Harry. We both are. We want you, all of you. I didn't want to push you. He leaned his forehead down to rest on theirs. But I'm so glad to hear this. I love you girls. We love you too. Wednesday kissed his cheek. Enid and I have talked it over. The night is mine and the day is hers. Tonight you and I consummate our love, and tomorrow the two of you will. She met you first, so she had first dibs. Enid agreed. She also beat me at rock paper scissors 2 out of 3 times, so she also won the first spot fair and square. The goth sighed. You always pick rock, Enid. It was not difficult. As the blonde pouted cutely, she added, will your dad be home tonight? No, actually. I think he knew something would happen because he made a big deal of letting me know I'd have the house to myself. I think he just wants to make sure we're being safe. As he spoke, the music suddenly picked up and the trio separated with wry smirks on all of their faces. Let's boogie. Enid squealed before she backed up to her man's chest and began to grind back against him as Wednesday started to gesticulate wildly with arms and legs, strutting around the floor in a macabre dance that couldn't help drawing the eye of everyone in sight. There were even a few 90-degree dips as well. As he placed his hands on his girlfriend's hips and pulled her closer, Harry took note of the differences between his girls' styles of dance. Enid was exuberant, sexual, and seemed to want nothing more than to be in constant physical contact with him. Considering the fact that she showed affection with physical interaction, it made a great deal of sense. In contrast, Wednesday moved around the floor as if she owned it and put everything she was out there for the crowd to see. Both were beautiful and true in their own unique ways. They continued this way for the next 5 songs, each taking joy from the music, movements, and each other, until at last another slow dance began. They were just deciding if they wanted to weave as a trio again or take turns in duos when Wednesday's body froze and her eyes rolled back in her head. A vision, Harry hissed, pulling the goth into his arms before she could fall and dragging her off into the corner as Enid went to grab his dad and Principal Weems from the corner they were still occupying. Damn, he didn't want to think about what they'd been getting up to. It didn't take long for adults to reach him as he leaned his girlfriend against the wall and wiped a napkin over her perspiring forehead. What's happening? Sirius asked as he squatted down beside him. I don't know. We were dancing on the floor and a vision just came in out of nowhere. This happens often. Weems knelt on the other side of them and began checking Wednesday's pulse. Her mother said it was possible she had visions like her, but she wasn't sure. Not really. Just occasionally when she touches things or the future intrudes on her psyche. As he spoke, the girl under his care suddenly seemed to come to and grip the lapels of his tuxedo coat in a surprisingly firm grip. Eugene, she breathed. Some of his bees slipped away from the hive and flew off into the woods. He's running after them and heading straight for the ward line. The Wendigo is waiting for him. Harry latched his eyes onto hers and began to will their minds to merge. Show me where. At once an image entered his mind of a particular stretch of forest and he grabbed Sirius before apparating out. They appeared in front of a cave in the woods and not even 10 feet away was the Wendigo, crouched over the small form of Eugene, curled into a ball and whimpering. Hey, Harry screamed, getting the monster's attention. He wasn't about to let it get one claw into his little friend. The moment it turned its head he morphed into his direwolf form and tackled it to the ground as Sirius turned into Padfoot and started dragging the boy to safety. Now Harry would have happily torn the beast's throat out, but it swatted him away with one of its elongated arms, and righted itself to face off against him. The two circled, and Harry became aware of 2 distinct facts. First, this creature was stark raving mad. Its eyes were spinning in all directions and its breath came in irregular huffs and grunts. Second, it was even uglier than he remembered. The skin that he had thought so pale, up close held a greenish tint as if it were rotting from the inside. It roared, Harry growled, and they closed the gap with claws and nails slashing. The Wendigo had a longer reach, no doubt, but Harry was faster. He lunged, dodged, swept left to right and back again, and every time he slashed the torso, bit the ankles, and cut whatever surface he could reach. All the while he kept snarling, growling, and trying like hell to intimidate this larger being. He could bleed it all night, but with that size, who knew how long it would take to fall? Eventually, though, a fresh black ball of fur crashed into its back and drove it to the ground, as one Harry and Sirius began clawing and snapping, and finally seeming to realize how outnumbered it was. The Wendigo launched them off with a sudden burst of renewed strength and shot off through the woods as if the hounds of hell were on its back. The two canines watched it go before morphing back to their human shapes. "Sorry, Sirius," Harry noted. "Magic probably would have worked better in the end, but he had Eugene on the ground and I just reacted." "It's all right, Harry. You were only protecting a friend. I portkeyed him back to the school's infirmary, so he should be getting the care he needs. Physically he's fine, but mentally, well, he'll probably need therapy after something like this. You head on back and keep up with your girls. I'll adjust the wards and spread them out some more. If we're lucky, no one else will wander out again like he did." Harry wished his dad well and quickly apparated back to the dance, where he was quick to reassure both of his girls that Eugene was safe and the Wendigo had been driven off. Principal Weems asked after Sirius and was relieved to hear that he too was unharmed and was working on the ward lines. "I should go check on him." The blonde educator quickly ran from the chamber, and the entire trio started laughing at her departure. "I bet Sirius gets lucky tonight." Harry smirked. "He won't be the only one." Wednesday melded to his side once more. "But unlike him, you'll also have the morning." Enid slid into his other side. "Take us home, Harry." They spoke as one. Harry offered to apparate them, but the girls wanted to cool off from the heat of the dance floor, so the motorcycle it was. It was a bit awkward with all three of them, but they made it work. Enid sat in the front and leaned back into Harry's chest as Wednesday sat behind them and wrapped her arms around them both. They took it slow and just enjoyed each other's presence as they wound their way to the black home at the top of the hill. When they arrived, he put the kickstand down and his girls quickly scurried into the house, calling for him to follow. From prior visits they knew where his bedroom was, and it was there that they led him. He arrived to find them sitting on his bed and holding hands. "Are you girls sure about this?" Enid stood and pulled his mouth down to hers. "We are. You're my mate, Harry, and the love of Wednesday's life. We want you, and you want us. It's as simple as that." She began to move around him, pulling off his coat, bow tie, and shirt. She shuddered a bit at the scars on his back and kissed everyone before moving to his pants and socks and leaving him in his boxers. "Tonight is for Wednesday, but the moment the sun rises, you're all mine." Harry kissed his blonde wolf one more time. "I love you, Enid." "I love you too." She bundled up his clothes and exited the room, leaving the others alone. Wednesday glanced at the closed door and quirked her lips good-naturedly. "Interesting tactic. She took your clothes so you wouldn't be able to get dressed again before she got her turn." She stood from the bed and slowly let her dress fall from her shoulders. "She even got you ready for me. Well, she is a pea-pack creature." Harry stuttered out as his eyes locked onto the nubile form of Wednesday Addams. Her skin was
pale and smooth as porcelain. Her abdomen, thighs, and arms held clearly defined muscle from years of fencing, and her hair, pulled free from its braid, framed her face beautifully. Her supple breasts called to him like a siren singing the most beautiful song in creation. They were not overly large, but they were perky, aroused, and absolutely beautiful. Finally, a fine dusting of black hair coalesced in a neat triangle at her crotch. The girl gave him a knowing smile and said, "Yes, as a werewolf it makes sense that she'd put the pleasure of the group first. Though I imagine she left your boxers on for fear she'd be unable to help herself." She strutted forward and trailed her fingers down his chest before gripping what she truly desired down below. My, you really do like what you see." "How could I not? You were perfect, Wednesday." The wizard groaned, reached for his girlfriend, and she allowed him to pull her into him for an embrace. She promptly dropped his boxers to the ground, so they were both naked, and they took a moment to enjoy the feeling of being pressed skin to skin. They took a while from there to simply run their fingers over each other's bodies and inhale their scents. "Wednesday, thank you." He breathed into her ear. "You need not thank me for this, Harry. Not just for this. For loving me, for being here with me, for being so okay with Enid. I never hoped to love someone like I love the two of you." The goth reached up and cupped his face.
I am not one for deep expressions of feeling, but you have made me feel more than I could have imagined as well. The goth leaned up and slid her tongue into his mouth. Asterisk 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 lemon start asterisk 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 asterisk. Harry, you remember your safe word? Ginger schnapps. He murmured into her throat as he began nipping her perfect skin. Yes. Now hands behind your back and hold still. Yes, ma'am. He folded his arms behind him and his girl got a strange look in her eye. No, what? Don't call me ma'am. Not tonight. Here, now, call me Wednesday, or my love. A surprisingly vulnerable look crossed her face, though for Wednesday that meant merely a downturning of her eyes. I love being in control of you, and I like it when you refer to me with respect, but for my first time I just want to be Wednesday to you, even if we still play my way. Harry smiled warmly down at her and nodded his understanding. I get that.
Thank you. The vulnerability left her eyes then and was replaced with a mischievous smirk.
Now try not to move. The goth slowly began trailing her lips and tongue along his jaw, neck, and shoulders, before moving ever further down his body. She played with his nipples for a while before continuing her path, and it became a real struggle not to shiver as she kissed his hips, thighs, and calves, making him wait in erected anticipation until she finally honed in on the prize, taking his length into her mouth. Wednesday wasn't the best at oral. That rank went to Enid. It was one of her favorite things to do. Based on their late-night chats. Most of the time Harry ended up going down on her, but she had taken some pointers from her mother, and if the sharp intakes of breath from Harry were any indication she was doing a good job, she kept at it until she felt the slight twitching that told her he was close to orgasm and then stopped, squeezing his base to hold back the eruption. Groans of frustration were pulled from his throat and the sound thrilled her as she returned him to her mouth and repeated the process again, and again, and again. Only when he was a stuttering, shaking mess, absolutely begging her for release, did she implement the final lesson of Morticia Addams. Taking a deep breath and releasing it, she inhaled him completely down her throat and hummed. Harry's final groan practically shook the room, accompanied as it was with a full release of his magic and essence. As she swallowed everything he gave her, Wednesday took note of the sweet taste and marveled that Enid had been right. Her man was absolutely delicious. As Harry gasped and rested on his knees, she quickly cleaned out her mouth with a prepared glass of mouthwash. She and her roommate had prepared extensively for this night. That was insane. Harry finally managed to regain a hold of himself. Yes, Wednesday crawled onto his bed and leaned against the headboard. It's called edging, I believe. My mother taught me about it. She's taught me a great deal, actually. That small smile came back. Who knew my relationship with you would help my own with her? I am glad to be of service. Harry purred as he climbed onto the bed as well and began massaging her feet and calves. Oh, you are of service, in so many ways, my love. She purred right back as she reached down and bunched her fingers into her man's hair. None of that. She slowly slid down until her head was leveled on the pillows and pulled him up level over top her. I am wet. Enough. Her free hand caressed his face, and I don't want to wait any longer. Against her thigh she felt him harden anew, and thanked the dark gods for his quick recovery time. An attribute that had added much joy to their previous bouts of playtime. Harry nodded, kissed her deeply, and smiled as Wednesday athletically flipped them both over, putting her on top. You may touch me, she said, gripping his hands and placing them on her hips. I want you to touch me. With pleasure. The wizard's hands rubbed, caressed, and covered every inch of skin they could, making their way around to her perfect ass and then her toned core as she stroked him in her hand. It was when his hands finally cupped her breasts, earning a sharp and pleased gasp from her cherry lips, that she sank down fully upon him. Wednesday took a moment to delight in the pain of her hymen tearing. Morticia had described the feeling wistfully, but one could not truly understand it until they had experienced it for themselves. Oh, sweet agony. Ah, Wednesday? The goth looked down on her happily smiling boyfriend and blinked as his hands reached up and caressed something new upon her head. What's this? She leaned up, an act that created a delightful feeling for them both, and put her own hands on her head, finding to her supreme interest a pair of horns rising out of her brow at least 3 inches each. It seems you have more succubus in you than we thought. Indeed. She brought her hands down on either side of his head and invaded his mouth with her tongue before saying, Now we'll both know what that means in our bed. First Enid's wolf shifting, and now your horns. Is it just my sexual prowess or do I attract the more bestial nature of women, I wonder? Wednesday began to rock her hips and commented between gasps of pleasure, does the answer really matter? And not, really. He placed his hands on her rump and helped the pace along, speeding up his upward thrusts with her body's gyrations, letting the goth set the pace. By the gods, Wednesday, you're incredible. Thank you. She reached down, latched her hand onto his neck, and squeezed lightly, not enough to choke, just enough to remind him she was in control. Then she rocketed the pace to high gear. Now give me everything you have. The two moved as one, and with how worked up they were it didn't take long at all until they both reached their peak. Her arm went slack and he pulled her hard to his chest as he released inside her and she quivered atop him in ecstasy. Now, one would be forgiven for thinking that was the end, but they would be wrong. It seemed Wednesday had received more than intercourse horns via her heritage. Within moments of them calming down from their highs, they were ready, able, and willing to go again, and that was just what they did. Over and over. By the time they finally collapsed from exhaustion, they'd coupled no less than 5 times. They finally fell asleep holding each other close and basking in the shared glow of their love, and for the first time ever, Wednesday had a full smile on her face. Her horns retracted back into her head as sweet oblivion claimed her. Enid's turn standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. Apologies for the wait on this one. Writing Enid's lemon scene proved more difficult than originally expected. I actually wrote 3 other versions that I wasn't satisfied with before this one came into being. Note. Kinbot always seemed a little sinister to me, and I said early on that I intended to tweak who and what the monster was. Chapter 10. Enid's turn. The morning light awoke Harry gently from slumber, finding him feeling more well-rested and refreshed than he could ever recall before. It seemed sex with a partial succubus was a surefire way to refresh the cylinders, as it were. Strange considering that was also how the full-blooded variety killed. Slowly opening his eyes and looking down, he beheld the beautiful visage of a naked Wednesday as she rested beside him using his chest as a pillow. True to form, her arms were still crossed as if in death, but her face was peaceful and serene. A sudden knock at the door had her eyes snapping open and she smiled up at him as their eyes met. The knocking increased in intensity, however, so they soon were forced to look away. I think Enid wants her turn. The goth cheekily noted before kissing him on the cheek and leaping off the bed, giving her man quite the view of her pert rear before opening the portal and strutting out into the hall without a hint of a care for her nakedness. Treat her well. Lover. Her call disappeared with distance and a moment later a very eager werewolf bustled inside with a duffel bag in her arms. On closer examination her hair was tied back in a ponytail and she was wearing a puffy, and extremely comfy-looking, pink robe. Well, that was earth-shattering. Enid panted for air as she spoke. Yeah. Harry continued to nuzzle her fur before moving to bussing her neck with kisses as it receded back inside her. But now, I think we both need a shower. From the doorway came Wednesday's voice, no shit, and I don't like waiting. The two lovers turned and there was their goth friend, standing nude in the doorway with 3 towels in her hand. I had assumed that with 3 of us in there at once there is no way we could miss any dirty places. The look in her eyes made it clear what was on her mind. A sentiment that seemed to be shared by Enid as the blonde wolf squeaked happily, ran to hug her friend, snatched her own towel away, and took off toward the bathroom. Harry was just as quick to follow. A few weeks later that was the first of several nights the trio spent together and, true to his word, Sirius was more than prompt in giving them the house when they needed it. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was happily shacking up with Principal Weems while they were doing their business though. Wednesday, with the support of her mother and a few well-timed hints, started to get a handle on her seer's abilities, and that led to an interesting situation while she and Harry were making out in her dorm. She was just reaching up his neck to get a hold of his hair when an idea struck her. It was a perfect chance for some innocent practice. Gently, she caressed his skin and tried pushing her will into the contact as Morticia had advised. In an instant she was flooded with the memory of an event last week where he had been doing this exact thing with Enid, and feeling the interaction from his end. It was entrancing, and led to quite a bit of fun fooling around before their noise unfortunately forced him to apparate away before the dorm mother caught him. That woman was traipsing around and catching them in the act far too often to be innocent, and the entire trio was starting to get very suspicious. Regardless, Wednesday was ecstatic. She'd used her powers on purpose, and what was more, she was pretty sure they made her an official user of psychometry. Touching things let her read them. Needless to say, she got a lot of good practice in after that. Enid, with Harry's help, gained a whole new level of confidence in herself and often could be found prancing around the dorm and the nearby woods in her wolf form, eagerly basking in the enhanced senses that had so long been denied her. School carried on, quizzes were passed, but one thing stayed on all of their minds: the Wendigo. Its tracks had been found once more in the surrounding forest, which meant it was back and still hungry for human flesh. Honestly, they were in a holding pattern with the beast, and it was driving everyone a bit crazy. Every time Harry and Sirius went out to hunt it, the thing disappeared again. "It's my therapist," Wednesday declared as she practically threw herself into her usual place in their, by now, usual coffee shop booth. Across from her, Enid and Harry happily slurped down their over-the-top hot chocolates while she gratefully downed a large helping of the espresso her thoughtful boyfriend had already ordered in advance for her. Their post-therapist sessions at the shop were tradition at this point. When they were all satisfied with their drinks, Harry offered, "I thought you ruled her out as being too obvious." "I did. But now, she's getting too specific in her questions," the goth grumbled. "She's pushing, reaching, trying to catch me in traps. All things therapists and psychiatrists do normally, I'll admit, but she's far too peppy to be anything but sinister about it." "Hey," Enid groused, "peppy does not mean evil. Down, girl," Harry ordered before squeezing her hand reassuringly. "You know Wednesday likes your peppiness. She just can't stand it in others." Seeing how her roommate preened made Wednesday think not for the first time that the other girl liked being put in her place by Harry. She believed her mother called such a person a brat. There's more. She brought the conversation back on track. "Dr. Kinbot also sees a good third of the Nevermore student body. Being an outcast does come with a lot of mental baggage for some people." Enid agreed. "So you think she's manipulating one of her patients to create the Wendigo?" Sirius' book did say that the host might not be aware of what had happened to it. "Kinbot is trained in hypnotherapy. She suggested it as an option for me multiple times. As it happens, I am immune to hypnosis. But what would be her motive?" Harry wondered. "Simple." The goth reached into her backpack and pulled out a series of old newspaper clippings. "What was the craziest and most shocking event to happen in this town in recent memory? The murder of Garrett Gates. I got curious and did some investigating." "Of course you did," Enid said in a cheerful tone that made it clear she was praising her friend, not belittling her, as she examined the items. One shocked her greatly. Garrett's family was descended from Joseph Crackstone. She gasped as she held up an official-looking family tree that indeed started with Crackstone and worked its way down to two people: Garrett and a girl named Laurel. "Wednesday, this is insane." "I agree." Harry took a look and asked, "What happened to Laurel? I'm guessing that she's his sister based on her position here." Wednesday nodded. "I thought so too. And her story is interesting. Apparently, after Garrett was killed, her mother committed suicide. Her father drank himself nearly to death before accidentally shooting himself in a hunting accident, and according to court records in the library archives, she was sent to an overseas orphanage, but the ship she was traveling on sank in transit." She used air quotes for that statement, "and her body was never recovered." The death of her brother, paired with the fact that Nevermore was built on the land Crackstone used to own, would make for quite the motive in my opinion. Always quick on the uptake, Harry offered, "You think your therapist is really Laurel? That she faked her own death and came back to Jericho to destroy Nevermore through its students?" "Yes." "Wow." Enid's eyes were huge. "That's some next level, messed up stuff right there. And nearly impossible to prove," Harry noted. "If she's put as much thought and preparation into this as you no doubt think, then she's probably built and put an impenetrable backstory into place." "Yes." The pigtailed girl agreed, "but she has also been stymied and frustrated by Sirius and his ward lines. They were a barrier she couldn't have thought of and have no doubt screwed with whatever timeline she had originally." They all absorbed that for a moment before Harry had a thought. "Wednesday, does Kinbot record her sessions with you?" "Yes." She quirked her head as she often did when confused. "Why do you ask?" "Because if she does with you, then she likely does with others as well." Which means she might have recorded her hypnosis of the Wendigo. Enid cheered, and Wednesday grimaced at the knowledge that her peppy roommate figured it out first. She was the mystery writer, damn it. I've got my cloak. Harry mused, and it wouldn't take much to get past a simple locked door. And she wouldn't expect someone to brazenly enter her office. Wednesday was giving him that slightly curved grin that got his blood roaring, and an instant later he popped away while she leaned back in the booth to finish her espresso. Enid rested her elbows on the tabletop and conspiratorially asked, "Can you teach me that look?" "Why?" The goth raised a brow. "All you need to do is pant like a puppy and he'll melt for you without issue." "Yeah." Enid agreed dreamily. "He really is the best like that." That night the girls were working on studying for their end-of-year exams when Harry popped into the center of their dorm with frantic eyes and Sirius in tow. A moment later the older man popped out only to return with a very shocked Principal Weems. "Sirius, what is the meaning of this?" she demanded, only for him to shush her as Harry ushered his girls over, literally wheeling Wednesday's chair over rather than waiting for her to stand up. "Harry, clearly you found something, so please, save us the suspense," the goth noted. His hands stilled on her chair and he sighed. "Sorry, girls. I guess well, this is really big." He turned to the principal and said, "I'm gonna play a recording and afterwards I'm going to need your authority to apprehend one of your students. Likely for his own safety as well as the rest of ours." "Whatever could be so damaging?" Weems wanted to know. Harry pulled out a tape recorder, hooked it up to one of Enid's desk speakers and got ready to press play. "I had reason to suspect Dr. Kinbot of shady practices, so I searched her offices and found this." He pressed play, and the good doctor's voice came on. "Welcome, Xavier. Are you ready for your hypnotherapy session?" "Hypnotherapy? Doc, I'm not really sure about that. My dad says it's kind of shady. Do you really think it'll help?" "Of course, Xavier. Have I ever steered you wrong yet?" Over an hour of horrible directions, mental probing, and brainwashing phrases layered in over and over and over followed before a sickening sound of teeth tearing through meat was heard and a bestial roar boomed through the speakers. When everything was through, the principal nearly fell over before Sirius caught her and set her down gently on one of the beds, but it wasn't over. Silence reigned for several seconds before Kinbot's voice came back with, "Well, sister, that went just as well as you said it would. I told you the instructions were easy to follow. Never doubt me again." Then it ended for real. Wednesday's face shot to her boyfriend's and she said, "Sister, Kinbot has an accomplice." Harry agreed. Enid blinked curiously, "But there was only one girl on the family tree?" "The tree doesn't count for bastards." Weem's face was in her hands. "You're thinking this is Laurel Gates." The straightforward tone of her voice made it clear that this was a theory she too had already come to. "If it is, I know for a fact that her father slept around a great deal. Gossip wasn't so far removed that outsiders never heard it all the way out here. A half-sister is entirely possible. And it would explain a lot. Go, Harry. I'll have an isolation chamber prepared." "Isolation chamber?" Sirius questioned. Weems shrugged. "Some of the people here lose control of their abilities on occasion. It helps to have a quiet place for them to cool down." A moment later Harry popped back in with a struggling Xavier held in a headlock only to get a handle on the situation by knocking him into the land of unconsciousness with his elbow. "Damn, I've been waiting a long time to do that." Harry preened as he got back up. "Good news is he is definitely an unwilling accomplice here. If he could have willingly transformed into the Wendigo to fight me, he definitely would have." "Probably." Weems agreed before growing somber once more. "I recognize the second voice too." "It did sound familiar," Enid said contemplatively before exclaiming, "Ms. Thornhill." "I already checked," Harry said with clear annoyance on his face. "She and Kinbot are both gone. With the latter, her office was dead when I went back. There must have been some sort of alarm placed on her file locker that alerted her to the game being up." He sighed and sat down on Wednesday's bed. "There's no telling where they ran off to, but at least we have their weapon in custody." Wednesday moved to sit beside her man and leaned into him, knowing that physical contact always cheered him up. "Yes, we do. And that is no small thing, Harry. Be proud, you have just saved Xavier's life. With real therapy he might someday gain control of the change, or at least learn to suppress it, and thanks to you no one else will die by his hand." Harry rested his chin on his girlfriend's head and gave a sound of agreement. "You're right. Thank you, Mia Bella Corvo. I just wish I knew what those bitches were planning. Weems gave a weak chuckle and offered, they've both been intimately involved in our school and curriculum. I'd say whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough. She was comforted by Sirius, who led her out of the room with a levitated Xavier Thorpe being summoned behind them. And no wonder she was so down. She'd hired Thornhill herself with the hope that having a normie on the staff would help to build some bridges between mundanes and outsiders. It seemed that the entire plan had backfired. It wasn't long before Enid joined the group snuggle, and soon enough they were all feeling much better. So, what now? The werewolf wanted to know. Oh, I don't know. Harry trailed off as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a rectangular box that he handed off to a wide-eyed Wednesday. The closest her face ever came to shock. How about I give the birthday girl her present? Yay. Enid raced across the room to gather a package wrapped in black paper that she just as quickly shoved into the goth's hands as well. Open mine first. I was hoping you both had forgotten about that. Wednesday groaned before tearing through the paper to reveal an odd, black, scarf-looking object. What is this? It's a snoot. Enid happily declared before pulling a marvelously bright twin from her backpack to loop around her shoulders. I made it myself. Now we match. Harry, you'll have to wait for yours. They take an awful while to set up. I can hardly wait. The wizard replied with a warm smile before gesturing back to his other girlfriend before she could say something untoward. Try mine next. The goth eyed the object with some trepidation. It couldn't be jewelry, could it? She'd often remarked to her boyfriend how much she lamented the sight of women ornamented with bright and sparkly things. She needn't have worried. Upon pulling free the ribbon, the box expanded in her hands to the size of a roughly 5-gallon container. With open curiosity she tore free the paper and beheld a sight that nearly stopped her heart before it sped up to the height of a locomotive in motion with joy. Sat in her lap was a, no doubt spell-lightened, terrarium holding a baby scorpion that was even now tapping the glass in front of her face with its claws. Enid told me about what happened with your childhood scorpion. Nero. Harry explained. I thought you might like the chance to raise a new one. I know you aren't a witch, but you are magical to me, so a familiar doesn't seem like a bad idea. Thank you. Breaking all of her rules on modesty, Wednesday passed off the terrarium to Enid and practically tackled her boyfriend to the bed as she slammed her lips onto his own. He'd just given her the most perfect birthday gift she could have ever asked for. A needed conversation standard disclaimer. I own nothing in regards to Harry Potter or Wednesday. All properties therein are those of their creators. I am only a writer working on my skills with worlds and characters that I love. Note. Apologies for the wait on this one. The muse went in a different direction for a while and I had to follow it. That said, I'm back on the Wednesday train and loving it. More chapters in current development. Lion of Capua, True Way of the Sith Part 2, Lord of Night Part 2, and Dread Pirate Harry. Chapter 11. A needed conversation. Enid and Wednesday were lounging in their dorm after a heavy day of classes and simply enjoying their individual activities. The former was typing away on her phone to update her blog and the latter was clicking away on her typewriter to add another chapter to her novel. Harry was teaching at the fencing club, so they had the evening to themselves for the first time in a while. That solitude was leading the blonde to think back fondly on her relationship, and eventually her rapid finger movements stilled as a realization came to her. Hey, Wednesday? The goth stopped her clicking and swiveled her chair around to look at the werewolf. Yes? Are we taking advantage of Harry? Wednesday raised a brow and answered, in case you have missed it, Harry rather enjoys us taking advantage of him. He's sent you a slew of emojis and me about 5 missives today alone emphasizing that fact. That's not what I mean. Enid whined. Wednesday, I've been thinking about it, and Harry goes out of his way to realize our kinks and desires, but we've never really asked him about his own. We just kind of assumed he was fulfilled because he's so happy fulfilling us. The brunette quirked her head in thought. You are implying that we've been neglecting our man's inherent desires? Well, haven't we? He's dominant with me, submissive with you, but what about his own desires from us? I just realized I never asked him about them. And neither have I. The goth sounded thoughtful as she began drumming her fingers on her stockinged knee. This does seem to be an unfair oversight on both of our parts. Give me a moment. Wednesday waved Enid over and promptly opened one of her desk drawers before pulling out a very familiar silver orb as her roommate plopped down beside her in her oversized beanbag chair. After placing the object on her desk and waving her hand over it twice, they were faced with the stunning visage of Morticia Addams. By that point Wednesday had given up trying to figure out just how her mother always seemed to know to be by her orb when she called her. The elder Addams looked at the both of them with apparent curiosity. Wednesday, dear, and darling Enid as well. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Wednesday stared her mother in the eyes and answered, Enid and I have been talking and we have come to the conclusion that we may have been neglecting Harry after a fashion. We wish to know if it is truly so or if we are worrying over nothing. Indeed. Well, do tell. So the girls voiced what had been on their minds, and after a few moments of thought Morticia nodded. It is good that you came to this conclusion sooner rather than later. Yes, you have been neglecting his personal wants and desires. Oh, to be sure, I believe he is enjoying every moment with you both, but eventually he is going to realize that he is not getting his own points in the relationship as well. It will be better in the long run if you ask him about them rather than waiting for him to have to bring it up himself. Enid, please allow me to congratulate you for having the emotional understanding to bring this issue to my attention. Thank you, Mrs. Addams. Not for the first time the werewolf found herself immensely intimidated by the statuesque woman speaking. Compared to Morticia's lunar Gothic beauty, most other women came up short. You are welcome. Now, I would suggest that you call your man over and then ask him to his face just what particular kinks he might have. Ask him how you can best fulfill him sexually. You are a trio, so you must look out for each member of your group. Wednesday nodded her understanding. We shall do so, Mother. Good. We all send our love, my little flytrap. Be well and study hard. Also, tell young Harry that we are planning a little get-together this summer and we hope that he and his father will be able to attend. Will do. To that end, Harry has also mentioned wanting to take Enid and I on a short trip after school lets out as well. Would that be an acceptable situation? Morticia winked conspiratorially. But of course. Why, your father and I took many romantic trips during our time at Nevermore. Have his father send us the information. I will be sure that he does. You have my love, Mother. The orb's light faded and the girls were left staring at each other. Well, are you going to text him? The goth asked her roommate a moment later. I could write a letter, but Hedwig has already carried off my usual missive for the night. You really need to get a phone, girl. I have no need of such an infuriating item. Enid provided a long-suffering expression at the expected response but sent the missive off all the same. Considering they both knew Harry was otherwise occupied, it wasn't much of a surprise that it took him about an hour or so to pop into his usual arrival point in the middle of the room. He offered Thing a high five and then walked over to where the girls were sitting surprisingly close together on Enid's bed. Hey, girls. Enid, your text said you had something important to ask me? Yeah. Enid stood up and nervously brushed down her skirt before walking over to him and placing her hands on his chest. Harry, what do you want? Huh? From us in the bedroom. What do you want? What can we do for you that would make you happy? You already do make me happy. Should I show you how much here and now? Wednesday let out a note of exasperation at her boyfriend's usual flirty manner and stood up herself to walk over and start running her fingers through his hair in the way she knew he liked. She is being serious, Harry. We both are. You pander to our kinks without a thought, but we have not done the same for you. It is an oversight that cannot be allowed to continue. What turns you on specifically? Is there anything you would like us to do that we currently are not? Our sex life is not a one-way street, you know. Are you being for real right now? He asked warily, deathly. Well, if you're both willing, he hedged. Enid, being her usual golden retriever self, began to bounce in place before him. Drawing his eyes to the interesting things the motion caused her breasts to start doing within the light confines of her sweater vest, and said, really, really, willing. Well, focus, Harry. Wednesday sighed. Right. Well, I would kind of like it if you both talked dirty to me. I really like it when your voices get all sultry and smooth and you beg me for more. I'd love to hear more in those voices. You know, maybe get a bit more vocal about what you want me to do while we're going at it. Oh, I can do that. Enid chirped helpfully. Me as well. Wednesday nodded. There is more, I can see it in your eyes. Do not be afraid to tell us, my love. We would never judge you. Harry gulped slowly and added, do you think you two could try wearing outfits? Huh? What? At the girls' flabbergasted expressions Harry elaborated with, I'm kind of interested in cosplay sex. Oh, that makes sense. Wednesday's voice was full of consideration as she added, you did take an awfully great interest in my cat costume during the canoe race. And my pilgrim dress. Enid agreed. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Harry shrugged as his girls led him over to the bed and sat him down. I don't know. It was embarrassing, and I loved doing everything else with you too, and I guess I was worried about screwing up a good thing. A great thing. The best thing in my life. I love you girls. Ah. Enid cuddled into Harry's side and nuzzled him happily. We love you too, and speaking for myself, I'm more than happy to dress up for you anytime you want. Oh, maybe I could wear a French-maid outfit while you boss me around. The blonde squeaked at the dopey look her idea brought her man and kissed him happily as on the other side Wednesday developed a more thoughtful expression. The idea of cosplay holds a bit of appeal. I admit to being curious if it would change the overall feel and experience of our dark passion. I am willing to partake in it as well. Thanks, girls. Harry held his girlfriends tight for a few seconds more before suggesting, since I'm here, and we're all having an already emotional moment, should I transfigure your clothes into some costumes I've been thinking about recently and see if we like it? Yay. That is agreeable. Time passes. Wednesday was making her way forth on an evening walk on the school grounds when she became aware of an odd noise. The branches of the tree overhead were rustling, but there was no breeze. Acting on a dime she twirled in place, pulled her cane sword from its umbrella sheath, and jabbed up into the foliage only to find her strike halted in its tracks. A moment later her Uncle Fester dropped from the branches with her blade clasped hard between his palms. Well, that's just a lovely way to greet family. And from his pleased tone it was clear that he actually meant it. A few more years of practice and you might actually kill me with that move. Uncle Fester. Wednesday greeted, in her usual monotone octave, as she sheathed her hidden blade once more. What brings you to Nevermore? Oh, you know, the usual. A bank heist went bad and now I need to lay low again for a bit. I figured I'd visit you while I did. The Goth sighed and asked, why do you even rob banks at all? You're fabulously wealthy already. Because it's fun. Wednesday let loose an exhausted sigh and shook her head with clear exasperation. You and Harry have far too much in common. He claims to rile me up for the same reasons. That got the bald man's attention at once. Harry? Your new beau? Oh, Gomez and Morticia have been singing his praises to high heaven. Is it true your mother severed his spine and he didn't make a sound? More or less. She still wasn't fond of that memory and her hand wrapped around her umbrella handle once more to show it. She'd never considered herself a girl averse to pain, but seeing Harry in agony that she herself had not caused had been a horrendous experience. Are you planning something similar? Not at all. Well, maybe a bit of poison slipped into his drink to check his constitution. Nothing lethal. I reserve that right for myself in the case that he someday displeases me. Perfect. I have to meet him. Is he around? I suppose I can summon him without issue for you. The girl knew from experience that her favorite uncle wouldn't be put off after having such an idea. So she held her arm out level with her shoulder and a few seconds later the snowy form of Hedwig descended from the sky to land on it. Wednesday had no idea of the bird's hunting schedule, but somehow she always seemed to be on hand when she had need of her. The Goth rubbed the snow-white chest feathers for a few seconds before asking, could you bring your master here? There's someone that wants to meet him. Hedwig stared imperiously down at the girl that had interrupted her hunt for a while, as if judging whether or not the request was worthy of her time, before finally nodding decisively and flapping away. As she did, the bird decided to make her master transfigure a snake into a stuffed turkey for her later as a reward for the inconvenience. Meanwhile Wednesday was moving her uncle aside a few steps. We'll have about 30 seconds. Until what? Fester blinked. And why are you moving me away? Because I don't want Harry to apparate right on top of you. Hedwig will give him my exact position through their familiar bond and he'll teleport over. I'm not sure what would happen were you two to be in the same place then, but I assume it would not be good. It could be a fun experiment though. Uncle, Harry pleases me, and I would be very pleased were you to get in the way of him continuing to do so. Message received loud and clear. Damn, but you're just as territorial as Tish. Any further conversation on the subject was suddenly disjointed by the popping sound of Harry apparating into the clearing ahead of them. Wednesday. The Brit ecstatically crossed the ground and pulled the shorter girl into a hug. Fester couldn't have missed the way her cheeks heated at the gesture if he'd tried, though he was rather impressed that her face didn't otherwise twitch a single muscle. Hedwig said you needed me. What's up?
Wednesday, without breaking his hold on her, the only gesture she would make to show she enjoyed being held, reached up with one hand and tilted his chin in the direction of her impromptu guest. Harry, I'd like you to meet my Uncle Fester. He's visiting for the day.
Harry blinked and shuffled over to a couple feet from the other man, gently lifting his girlfriend with him. She was just so cuddly when she was trying to be serious. Fester? Fester Addams. One and the same. Fester grinned. Ever spend some time in Tibet? Oh, you've been? How is the Grand Master? Harry kissed Wednesday, clutched her close, and then clenched his core, rotated them both, and sent a roundhouse kick right into Fester's face, sending the other man careening over the leaf-covered ground while he settled back upon his feet with his girlfriend before him. As her uncle groaned below, Wednesday nearly giggled. God, but she loved it when her man got violent, and kissing her right before the destructive act itself. It was a little early in the day for foreplay, but she decided to definitely don her catsuit for him the moment he got her back to the dorms. Harry, she rested her cheek on her boyfriend's chest as she watched Fester gingerly reclaim her feet. Not that I don't love to see you dominate other men, but why did you attack my uncle out of the blue? Just a promise I made to an old man. I'm good now. All right there, Fester? The bald man kipped back to his feet and chuckled darkly. Oh, of course. I had an iron plate grafted into the right side of my skull back in '85. But that kick, I take it the Grand Master is still a bit annoyed that I escaped his monastery? A bit. Harry nodded. The good news is that I've officially followed his directive, so we're good going forward. He held out his hand, Harry Potter. Fester shook his hand and together all three of them began walking back through the woods, chatting about the intricacies of their lives and the various illegal acts they'd gotten up to in the course of them. After a while, the bald man blinked at a particularly juicy bit of information. So it was you and your father that knocked over the Bank of Juarez? Color me impressed. I wanted to hit it myself, but by the time I got there the federales were already out in force. Harry smiled fondly at the memory and nuzzled his girlfriend's hair, delighting in the fact that she let him do so. Well, we didn't set out to rob the bank. It just sort of happened. Wednesday looked up at him and asked, how does robbing a bank just happen? Sirius got drunk, porked a local cartel jefe's mistress, and the guy sent a crew into our hotel to steal our passports in retribution. Just turned out the guy was stashing them along with his laundered drug earnings, in gold of course, in the same bank. After my old man sobered up we threw on some invisibility cloaks and liberated both from him. The federales used the opportunity the break-in provided to run a raid on the place, and the rest is history. Wednesday let out a breath of astonishment. So that's why all the bathrooms in your house have solid gold toilets. Seemed a better use for the stuff than whatever illegal shit that Jefe would have gotten down to. So how long are you in town for? Fester. Not long. The gaunt man answered. I'll head out in the morning. I just need to lay low until the police move on out of the state after my false trail. Op went bad? Something like that. You could always stay at my place instead of a cramped dorm. Hell, stay the week. Really? Yeah, my old man could use a friend while I'm at school. He spends all his free time mooning over Principal Weems and he needs to get out more. Wednesday allowed a slight curl of her lip as she noted, I suppose that'll mean you need to stay elsewhere during that visit? That was my idea. He teased back, nipping her ear fondly. Think there's room for a sleeping bag in your dorm? I think a better option would be pushing mine and Enid's beds into one so we can all sleep together. As the teenagers kept walking down the path, Fester allowed himself a moment to shake his head fondly at the sight of the younger generation. They really were far too much like Gomez and Morticia. The Addams definitely knew how to pick them, but he was looking forward to finally meeting this serious fellow. To hear his brother tell it, the Black Lord could put down whiskey like no other, and Fester couldn't wait to see if someone could finally take the belt from himself in a contest. Maybe his little detour could end with making a new friend.